Hello everyone, this is the Theodore Shoebat Friday live stream. I'm your host, Theodore Shoebat, and we are going to begin this live stream where we begin the weekend listening to a complete and total stranger for the next 5 to 6, maybe 7 hours. And we'll be talking about the news, we'll be talking about probably pipe smoking, and some other things. I just want to first apologize for being late. I'm usually late for these streams. I get carried away very easily before these streams because I'm researching for these streams and I'm reading the news and I'm looking for stories, and I'm like, oh, maybe I can find some story, maybe I can find something to squeeze something in the last moment, and so I end up wasting some time and end up being 5 minutes late or so. Forgive me yet again, and I will make up for it by trying my best to make this stream as entertaining as I possibly can. My father might be on today. I think he will be, actually. He's not here at the moment, but he probably will be here maybe in an hour or so. So if you guys have any questions for him, put it in the chat, and I will make a mental note of them. And when my dad does get here, I'll ask him to come on, and we'll have a short interview, maybe like an hour or so, and we'll have a good time with that. I will first begin the stream by just saying hi to everyone, and also just giving you guys a summation of what we're going to be talking about. So we'll be talking about Turkey having a role in the monitoring of Gaza, in the policing of Gaza, regardless of the anger of Israel towards such an idea. We'll be talking about how Israel's policy, or Israel's tendency to ally with the American right wing, has really backfired on Israel. We'll be talking about Germany's military operation in the Baltic region against Russia, and how the Germans have really been intensifying that operation. And this is really demonstrated by the fact that the Germans have recently put their most state-of-the-art tanks in Lithuania. The Germans have recently increased the quality of their tanks, and this bettering of their tanks is the result of older German tanks being destroyed on the battlefields of Ukraine, and the Germans analyzing their former tanks' weaknesses, analyzing the shortfalls of their prior design, and then bettering on those mistakes, bettering their tanks based on the mistakes, or based on what they observed in the destruction of their tanks by the Russian military in Ukraine. It's quite sad, because basically what this means is that NATO has forced the Ukrainians into a giant slaughterhouse in order to test their military equipment, and by doing so, they have been able to see what was wrong with their equipment, and by that information, they have been able to better their technology. So it's quite sad, because the Germans are saying, look, we've bettered our tanks, we've made better tanks based on what we've seen on the battlefield, based on how our tanks have operated on the battlefield. I'm thinking, okay, but people have literally been killed. So people get killed, the Germans like this, Ukrainians get killed, the Germans like this because it allows them to better the quality of their tanks. It's pretty fucked up. I mean, I'm not a fan of Ukraine, but that's nonetheless pretty messed up. Go fight the Russians, Ukraine. Go fight the Russians. And oh yeah, and here's some tanks. We really want to help you. We really want to help you, Ukraine. Here's some tanks. Here, take our German Tiger Leopard tanks. Oh, thank you so much, Germany. You're really helping us. Yes, we want to help you, Ukraine. We want to help you. Go fight for Deutschland. I mean, go fight for democracy and world peace. Yeah. And the Germans are watching the Ukrainians in their German tanks getting blown to bits. And they're saying, oh, we are so sorry for the loss. Oh, and by the way, Hans, what's the results? What can you tell by the destruction of the Leopard tank? Yeah, the weaknesses, all the little weak links in the chain. Yeah, let's better the design, shall we? So the Ukrainians are sacrificial lambs, and they're guinea pigs to see how the Germans can better their tank technology and their other technologies. And I think the same thing is, I think actually this is a testament to what I have suspected all along about Gaza, and that is that Gaza is a testing ground to see how certain technologies can be used to butcher an entire population. Because the Germans and the Americans and the British have been providing Israel with military technology to help them better slaughter people in Gaza. We've seen American Palantir AI technology being used to slaughter people in Gaza. We've seen German military technology, other Western technologies being used to butcher people in Gaza. And the Westerners just watched on because they wanted to see how their technology will do in Gaza. That's what they wanted to see. And the same thing goes for Ukraine. They gave the Ukrainians all these tanks and all this weaponry. Why? Because they wanted to test it. And the Russians came out saying, look, we destroyed a German Leopard tank. We've destroyed American Abrams tank. Yes, you did. But this is part of the experiment. They wanted you to fight those tanks to see what was wrong with those tanks so that they could know how to better the design of said tanks. So the whole thing's a big experiment. Ukraine and Gaza are just testing grounds for Western military technology. That's what's going on. So I'll read your guys' comments here. I'll read your guys' comments here. By the way, I got myself a new sweater. Check this out, guys. Capcom. Yep, representing Resident Evil. My favorite game universe, my favorite video game universe. And I will say, I am excited. I'm excited to know that there's going to be a new Resident Evil movie. The guy who directed Barbarian, which was a pretty decent horror movie, is directing a new Resident Evil movie. So if the film Barbarian is any indication, I think this Resident Evil film is going to be promising, albeit a trailer has not been released. So we really don't know how this thing's going to look like. But Barbarian was a decent film. So if he puts his creativity, if he puts the creativity that he put into Barbarian into Resident Evil, I think he could make Resident Evil into a decent film. And what makes this even interesting for me is the fact that Resident Evil, the movie, is going to be coming out next year on September the 18th, which is my birthday. So I know what I'm going to be doing for my birthday next year. That's if I'm still alive, and that's if we don't get annihilated, incinerated in some sort of nuclear war. Let's see here. The Crusades 1099 says, you are my new favorite channel. Keep the truth coming. God keep and protect you, your dad and family. Appreciate that, Mr. Crusader. Appreciate that very much, sir. Happy to have you on. Hello, Prince Zachariah. Hello, Sweet Body Fit. Waited 7 days for some more Theo Osmus. Appreciate that, sir. And I'm happy to deliver that. Thank you. Hello, Brian West. Happy Friday to you. Hello, Jacob Glowsticks. Happy Friday. Let's see here. Let me like the stream before it even starts. We know we're about to have a good time. Appreciate that, sir. T-minus 3 minutes till liftoff. Buenas noches. Buenas noches a ti. Mr. JGM2756. Hello, Glowsticks. I'll always look forward to these streams with Theo. Appreciate that, sir. Happy Friday to you. Hello, Sweet Body Fit again. Hello, TND, Mr. Russian. Is it Ram Ranch time again? 1:15 Moscow time. Locked in. Oh, man. Are we going to have another Russian all-nighter? Where are the rest of the OGs? I know, right? 23:15 Spanish time. Oh, you're in Spain. I was in Spain in 2015. I spent a number of weeks in Spain. Beautiful country. Had a great time there. Let's see here. Same here, Sweet Boy. OGs are suffering by playing Squad. I was actually playing Total War Medieval 2 for the first time in a long time. About an hour or so before launching this stream. It's one of the reasons why I'm late, I must confess. Well, not really. Because I stopped playing about 20 minutes... or 30 minutes before, so I guess I can't blame the video game. But I forgot how great that game is, Total War Medieval 2. Great game. I was playing Venice, and I realized how powerful the Venetian crossbowmen are. And I'm thinking, why am I spending money on Venetian spearmen and armored sergeants who are quite expensive when I could just spend less money and just train entire hordes of Venetian crossbowmen and then add some catapults and some light or some good cavalry forces, and then I'm done. Because those crossbowmen, man, they're good. They're not so good in melee, but before the enemy's infantry can even touch the Venetian crossbowmen, the Venetian crossbowmen just fire an entire wave of very powerful arrows at the enemy, and usually the enemy will run away. I don't know. Just a thought. Just a thought. We'll talk more about games later. And we'll probably be talking about pipe smoking because, well, I love pipe smoking. It's not exactly a new hobby. I've been doing it on and off since 2011 or 2012. But it is definitely a passion of mine that I have revived recently. I'll just put it that way. Ram Branch? I don't know what that is. I'll have to look that up. Kitty snacks time? Absolutely, yeah. I had to feed the cat before. I have 2 cats here. One of them wasn't hungry. She just wants to sleep. But the other one was hungry. When he goes, oh my goodness, makes me laugh every time. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and those oh my goodnesses are totally authentic. I don't force them at all. They totally come from a place of authentic amazement and just at times being aghast. About to light up right now. Awesome. Diesel T is in the house. Good one. Hello, Voltaire 5427. Always worth the wait. Appreciate that, sir. What's up? Take it or leave it reviews. Chris 77333 333. Hello to you. Hello, everyone. That's huge. I've got a friend in Lithuania. Oh, damn. What does your friend think about what's going on? St. Francis says, what is the best way part of a Bible that would make a Muslim possibly convert to Catholicism? Oh, boy. I don't know. Well, you know, the Germans, Mr. Russian, are very good at innovation. Yeah, we know this from history. So the Germans are a very analytical people, and they are also a very calculative people. They are very good at calculating things, calculating and planning before executing their plans. So when they gave, listen, countries don't give weapons to other countries because of the goodness of their heart. Countries give weapons to other countries always for geopolitical / industrial reasons. So we always have to factor in the military-industrial complex, and every first world country has their own individual military-industrial complex, Germany included. So Germany gave a bunch of weapons to Ukraine. They gave a bunch of tanks. Germany is the second largest donor to Ukraine. So they gave, and it's interesting because Germany is also the second largest donor when it comes to weapons to Israel. So why do they give these weapons to Ukraine? Why? Because they want to test them out. They gave, and the Americans are doing the same thing. The Americans gave all these tanks to Ukraine, and they were giving the old shitty American tanks to the Ukrainians. Do you think the Americans were giving to the Ukrainians super advanced state-of-the-art American tanks? No, they were giving the Ukrainians the old shit, old clunkers, old junk. And that's why the Russians have easily been able to hit those American and German tanks. And it's not like the Americans and Germans are sitting there crying over the destruction of their tanks. They're not. They don't give a shit because it's old junk anyway. It's old junk that they want to get rid of. It's old hand-me-down shit. So the Americans and the Germans, they're just sitting back watching. They don't give a shit about Ukrainians getting blown to bits. They don't give a damn about those people. They don't care. They're just guinea pigs to the Western NATO military-industrial complex. So they're just sitting back watching the tanks blow up, and they're just observing. They're seeing, okay, why do those tanks get destroyed? What are the weaknesses of those tanks? How can we better said tanks? And then they execute their plans based on the knowledge that they have gained through observation of Ukrainians being butchered on the battlefield, using the Ukrainians as sacrificial lambs for NATO, using the Ukrainians as guinea pigs. And so they then are able to build better tanks because of the use of Ukrainians as guinea pigs and the use of Ukraine as a testing ground for their old tanks. They see how they could better their technology based on the destruction of their military technology in Ukraine. We know this for a fact because the Germans have said this. And I'll show this to you guys in a moment here, but the Germans themselves have said this, that they have built better tanks based on what they have seen in Ukraine, based on their observations of their own German tanks being destroyed by the Russians in Ukraine. And it's just that simple. So the Ukrainians are just sacrificial lambs, and that's why when Zelensky was asking for peace, the NATO Nazis told the Ukrainians, no, you're not going to have peace. We want you to keep fighting. Keep on fighting for democracy. And it had nothing to do with democracy and everything to do with killing as many Russians as possible, weakening the manpower of Russia, and using Ukraine as a testing ground for Western military technology such as tanks, also drones. Turkey gave a lot of Bayraktar, well, sold, I should say, a lot of Bayraktar drones to the Ukrainians, and the Turks, if I'm not mistaken, are building better drones, and that's obvious because they saw how the Russians were able to figure out how to counter the Turkish Bayraktar drone, and the Turks, based on that knowledge, are now working on building better drones. So Ukraine and Gaza, these two regions have been just testing grounds. Sudan, the civil war that's been going on in Sudan, I think has also been used as a testing ground, albeit I haven't studied so much that particular topic. So there you go. And I think they're just agreed more cash for them to a couple of billion, I think, and I think they've just agreed more cash for them. But the APF SDs round on Leo tanks are way too soft. Hello, evening. Hello, Johan MUFC. You're working hard this week, looking lean and mean. Well, I mean, I've been dieting. I went from, and I'll probably talk more about this later if you're interested, but I went from I want to say 240 to 186, and I fluctuate between 185 and maybe 187, depending on how much I eat. But I'm trying to get down to like 180. Maybe 170 something, maybe. Because I think if I can get down to the 170s, I'll be a lot better, a lot lighter. Let's see, Anthony Loewenstein has a book on it, Re-Gaza. That's the name of the... Okay, I'll look up this book, hold on, because I am interested in this topic here. Anthony Loewenstein. All right, let's see, book on Gaza. Let's see here. Let's see here. I'll check out the book. The Palestine Laboratory. Ooh! This is right up my alley. How Israel exports the technology of occupation around the world. Oh, about Israeli weapons. I was hoping it was about Western weapons being tested in Gaza. I mean, I wasn't hoping like I enjoy it, but I was thinking that was the topic. Uncovers this largely hidden world in a global investigation with secret documents revealing interviews and on-the-ground reporting. The book shows in depth for the first time how Palestine has become the perfect laboratory for the Israeli military techno complex. I think I will buy this book though, because I think it is about what I was talking about. I think I will buy it. I think Anthony Loewenstein has a customer. So Mr. Tether Gober, he just helped out Mr. Loewenstein, and hey, I appreciate that. I'm always appreciative of a good book, so I appreciate that, sir. Thank you. Hello, Barney's Rasta. Barnes E. Rasta. Zach Kreger, that's the director. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this Resident Evil movie. Mr. Self-Destruct, love your channel, brother. Keep up the good work. God bless you. God bless you too, Mr. Self-Destruct. Appreciate that, sir. Happy Friday. Happy to have you on. Hello, Jacob Glowsticks, true gamer. Appreciate that, sir. Just had a moment of nostalgia, and I thought I'm gonna go buy a bunch of Capcom and Resident Evil clothes, so I got myself Capcom sweater. I also have an Umbrella Corporation sweater, and I have 2 Resident Evil shirts. One has a focus on Ashley Graham, hottest girl in any game, arguably. And I also have a shirt that puts a focus on Leon Kennedy, who I think is the best protagonist in all the Resident Evil universe. Although I do like Ethan Winters. I think Ethan Winters is pretty cool. Let me see here. Hold up. I'm trying to read all your comments here. I don't want to miss anybody. Let's see here. He also did Weapons. Oh, yeah, I haven't seen that yet. Was that any good? Let's see. Mr. Russian says, the problem is the turret roof on Leopards is still going to be weak like on any of the tanks, and Western tanks have a tendency to have a ready rack in the back of the turret. I see. So is it kind of like the Soviet tank? I don't remember the name. What was the name of the Soviet tank? It was like T-52 or something. What was it called? Soviet tank. What was it called in World War II? T-44. So T-35. So the T-tanks, the Soviet T-tanks in World War II were known to be not as powerful as the Panzer tank, but they were faster. And from what I understand, the Soviets built their tank for... Let me think here. They built their tank really for rural warfare. So warfare on a flat battlefield in a rural environment. As opposed to the Germans, who designed their tanks really for urban warfare. So warfare in a city. And in urban warfare, the Germans were really effective, is what I've heard. And then when it came to rural warfare, where the Russians and the Germans were fighting each other basically on farmlands, the Russians would dominate. And there's a famous story in World War II history where there was a wheat field that the Soviets and the Germans were fighting on. And you had, I don't know how many hundreds or maybe even thousands of tanks on the battlefield. And you had a bunch of Soviet T-tanks and a bunch of German Panzer tanks. And I heard they were looking right at each other. I mean, they were firing at each other almost at a point-blank range distance. They were so close to each other. And because it was in a rural environment, the Russians had the advantage, and the Russian tanks were able to move faster. Also, correct me on this if I'm wrong, but the Russian Soviet tanks were smaller than the Panzer tank. The Panzer tank was a lot bulkier, and so that allowed for the Soviet tanks to be more maneuverable, or more maneuverable, and they were able to maneuver better in close-range fighting. And so, in that particular battle, the Soviets dominated the Panzer tanks. Even though the Panzer tanks were very good, and they were feared. When it came to fighting on a farm or fighting in a rural area, the Russians would win. And the T-tank eventually was able to defeat the Panzer tank. So, is that what you're talking about? Are you talking... is what you're saying sort of parallel to that comparison between the Soviet T-tank and the German Panzer tank? Hello, Vokes. Hello, Sirs. Hello, Selorm Lumor. Selorm Lumor is one of the OG audience members. He's been here for a long time. Jacob Glowsticks is the remnant of my Polish audience. I used to have a very large Polish audience. Believe it or not, there was a time in my YouTubing history where 95 or 98% of my audience actually was in Poland. And so a lot of that Polish audience forgot about me. The overwhelming majority of that Polish audience forgot about me, maybe because I started sort of saying, hey, guys, you know, lighten up on the whole NATO thing. NATO's not exactly your friend, I'm not sure. But Selorm Lumor Jacob Glowsticks is a member of the Polish remnant. He's a member of the remnant of the Poles that followed me. But yes, hello, Cellarum Lumor. Hello, Short Feral. Might be the new sweater. Yeah, there you go. The Palestine Laboratory, How Israel Exports. Yeah, I think I'm going to buy this book. I think this is right up my alley. Gee, I hope we don't have a civil war. Yeah, I hope not either. Let's see here. This is my new favorite YouTube besides Metatron and Candace. Appreciate that, sir. Metatron, is that who I'm thinking? Metatron is... Who is Metatron? Is that Italian dude? Yeah, I know this dude. I don't know him personally, but I've watched a bunch of his videos. He used to do a lot of videos on history. Metatron used to do a lot of videos on like ancient Roman history, which was fascinating. I think his most fascinating video was the one he did on who were the Romans and what was the origin story of the Roman people, how they came about. I think that's a very fascinating topic. It's a topic that I looked into many years ago. It's very interesting. I think one of the best books to read when it comes to learning about who the Romans were is just Virgil's Aeneid. I think that's a masterpiece of ancient literature, a masterpiece of literature overall. But yeah, Metatron is cool. I mean, he has become more of a political guy now than a history guy, which, I mean, I kind of don't blame him because how many videos can you do on history? Plus, the videos that he was doing in the past had a lot of production and they had a lot of editing work and a lot of production work. So it took a long time to produce those high production videos on history that he used to do. He used to do like maybe a couple videos a month or something because it required a lot of planning and a lot of research and a lot of editing to do those videos. So now he's uploading every day, and so to upload every day, you basically got to start talking about current events. I mean, that's still, if you want to upload videos every single day, you're going to start talking about current events, because if you want to do a history YouTube channel, you got to research and read about the history and remember a lot of details and things of that sort. That takes a lot of time, takes a lot of work. Whereas if you want to do videos on current events, just straight up, just talk about everyday news stories, then you're going to have material to talk about every single day. And that makes it easier to upload videos every day. So I think when it comes to YouTubing, and I've talked about this before, but I'll say it again. When it comes to YouTubing, if you want to be consistent when it comes to uploading content and uploading videos, I mean, the best type of YouTube channel that you can run is either a video game channel or a current events / history channel. So in this particular YouTube channel, I like to talk about current events, geopolitics, history. Sometimes pipe smoking, sometimes music, sometimes exercise, sometimes gardening. But generally speaking, the theme of this channel is, the main subject matter of this channel is geopolitics, history, religion, spirituality, and that's it. History, I don't know if I included history. So when you want to talk about current events and history, you're always going to have stuff to talk about. That's the thing. You're always going to have stuff to talk about because there's millions of history books out there. And when it comes to history, there's so many things to talk about. You could have a whole YouTube channel just on history, and you could have enough material to upload forever. You could talk about the 30 Years' War, World War I, World War II, Battle of the Peloponnesian War. You could talk about the 100 Years' War. I mean, I've done a number of videos on the 100 Years' War. And to this day, I think that those videos that I did on the 100 Years' War are some of the best videos on this YouTube channel. In fact, I should make a playlist for you guys just for my videos on the 100 Years' War. French Revolution. You could do so many videos on the French Revolution alone. You could do tons of videos on the Renaissance. I mean, and I've done a lot of videos on the Catholic Church in the Renaissance period. And then on top of that, you have current events. There's always stuff to talk about. Ukraine, Gaza, Syria, Turkey, Russia, Central Asia, Greece, Cyprus, South America. I mean, there's always something to talk about. So you can consistently upload videos forever, arguably. As opposed to, let's say, if you have a channel about cooking. I think that a cooking channel is one of the most difficult things to maintain because there's only so many ways that you can cook a carbonara. There's only so many ways that you could cook a risotto. There's only so many ways that you could cook pasta dishes, or there's only so many pasta dishes. There's only so many dishes out there. So how many cooking videos can you do? You're always going to constantly have to come up with new ideas. But when it comes to YouTubing, and I know this is sort of a different topic from the general usual topic that I talk about, but this is a live stream, so who cares? This is my stream of consciousness. I really don't. I like to talk about what's in my mind. But really, when it comes to YouTubing, you know, my opinion has been for a long time that you are supposed to be the subject. I don't like the idea of a YouTube channel being only about one particular topic. Now, if you want to do that, that's great. That's your decision, and maybe you'll be really good at doing that. But me personally, I like this channel, and I want this channel to be about me and my thoughts. And I know that sounds narcissistic, but that's the way you should run a YouTube channel. It should be about you. You should be what the channel is about. And if you want to have an audience that loves your work, then they have to love you. Or they have to like listening to you. And if they don't like listening to you, it's going to be difficult to maintain the channel. So if people are coming to your channel because they want a recipe, then there's nothing beyond that. So let's say you do a video on how to make the perfect carbonara. And the carbonara is fucking amazing. You know, like, you got all the creamy yellow sauce, the cheesy, yolky, eggy egg sauce, and it's all delicious and great, buttery and wonderful. And the video gets 2 million views. Those people, for the most part, came onto your channel because of the carbonara video. They didn't come because of you. They came because of the carbonara. So let's say you say, oh, wow, I got 2 million views. I'm going to do more cooking videos. So then the next video is how to make the perfect risotto. You make the perfect mushroom risotto. Gets 2 million, 3 million views. There's nothing beyond that. They came to you because of the recipe, not because of you. So then you do a video on your thoughts on the war in Ukraine, or your thoughts on smoking pipes, or your thoughts on gardening, or your thoughts on just life in general. You do a video about the passing of time and how time accelerates as you get older and how life is so short, and as you get older, time feels faster, and you're in the middle of a fucking existential crisis, and you do a video and it gets 100 views. Why does this one get 100 views and this one gets 2 million? Because they didn't click on those videos because of you. They clicked on those videos because of the recipe. When you do YouTube, and this is for all the people out there who want to do YouTube, you want to do a channel about you. That way, when you turn on that camera, your core audience are going to want to listen to you. That's YouTubing 101. That's streaming 101. That's content. That's art 101. You don't just like Michelangelo's art because of the art. You like also Michelangelo because you're just interested in Michelangelo. All those people had personalities. So you have to sort of, when you do YouTube, this is why I do not like doing video essays. I don't really like doing video essays. I have done one video, I want to say, if I remember correctly, one video that was a video essay. It's still on my channel. It's the video on the Nazi atrocities that were done in the Balkans against the Serbs. And it's like an hour long. And there's a lot of B-roll. It took me days to do. I had to write the script. Reading the script was the biggest pain in the ass, because you'll be reading it and then you fumble on a word. Oh, okay, let's do it again. Fumble on a word. Oh, let's do it again. And it just takes hours. The recording process takes the longest. And then you got to find the B-roll and put the B-roll and the World War I footage and World War II footage and the pictures and this, and then you're reading out quotes, so you got to put the words on the screen, and this shit takes days. It took me like 3 or 4 days to upload to finish the video and all this stuff. And so I thought, I am never doing this shit again. Never. And I uploaded the video. Do you know how many views it got? Got like 500 views. It got just as many views as an average video as the average videos that I was doing at the time. This was a number of years ago. So I thought, what was the point? What was the point of doing all this work? I was better off just turning on the camera and talking about what I wanted to talk about. I don't like doing video essays. And the reason why I do not like doing video essays is because it takes away the personality from the video. So if you turn the camera on and you're reading, blah, 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 where is your personality? Your personality is not going to expose itself by reading. It's not. Your personality is going to show when you just talk. You turn on that camera and you talk, damn it. Well, how do you remember things? Well, let's talk a little bit about how to remember things, because the way that human memory works is not exactly the way we think it works. Human memory, there's two different ways to remember things. One is if you read the same thing over and over again. You read it over and over and over and over and over again, yeah, you'll remember it. But if you're not super interested in what you're reading, more than likely you're not going to remember what you have tried to memorize in the future. You're going to forget about it eventually. The best way to remember things is to read things that you're interested in. If you're not interested in something, your brain is sort of going to forget about it. Or it's going to put it in the back storage unit in the file cabinet somewhere, and maybe it'll unlock it when you're drunk at 3 in the morning, who knows. But the way you remember things is when you read things that you're interested in. When you read things that really grab your attention, your brain says, hey, this is important. This is going in the front row of all the file cabinets. This is in the most important file cabinet, and you're going to be able to remember it. And that's it. That's how you remember. That's the best way to remember things, is to be interested in what you're reading. If you're not interested, you're going to have a lot of difficulty remembering things. But the best way to do YouTube, in my opinion, is just to turn the camera on and talk. That's it. And if you have to read things, then read them. Like sometimes I will read articles on my videos. I'll read excerpts. I don't read the full article. I just read excerpts because I don't want to bore you with too much reading. I don't want to be tedious. So what I do is I read an article, I will highlight the best parts, and then I'll just read those parts. And that's it. But as far as doing a whole script goes, I will never do that again. I just don't want to do that. But people have to not just be interested in your videos because of the information. They have to be interested in the videos because, well, they just like listening to you. And the people who click on your videos, not just for the information, but because they enjoy listening to you, that's what you call a core audience. And those are the people that you have to honor. Your core audience. Like in this chat, I got people who I've never seen before. I got new people on this chat. But there's a bunch of people in this chat who are people that I like to call the OG audience members. These are people who were following this channel when this channel was very, very obscure. Nobody gave a shit about this channel. I was getting 500 views on average. 400 views sometimes. And I was getting 30 people listening to my live streams. 50 if I was lucky. 60 if I was even luckier. But those people, those OG audience members, they were always on the live streams. They're my OG audience members. That's what I call the core audience. And you have to expand. If you want a YouTube, you have to understand core audience. Most people who subscribe to you are not your core audience. But when you grow your subscription number, just remember that you are slightly growing your core audience. So if you have, like, for example, my channel, 18,000 subscribers, how many of those people are actually my core audience? Probably 1,000 plus people out of all that 18,000. So just remember that. That's why you'll see people with 1 million views, you'll see people with 1 million subscribers, but their videos will get 30,000 views. Because that's more or less their core audience. Like Maximilian Dude, he's a great YouTuber. I think he has one of the best podcasting or streaming voices that I've ever heard. He's got that classic radio voice. He does a great job. He does a very good job in talking about fighting games, and I love his Resident Evil videos. And he's got over 1 million subscribers. But how many people listen to Maximilian Dude on average? 30,000 people on average will listen to his videos. On any given stream, he'll have on YouTube. I don't know about Twitch, but on YouTube when he streams, he'll have maybe 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 people watching him, and he has 1 million subs. So when you look at subscriber numbers, just understand that a small percentage of those subscribers are actually core audience members. So don't look at subscriber number as the number of views that you're actually going to get for a video. Look at subscriber numbers as more or less just an understanding by which to estimate how big your core audience is. So if you have 1 million subscribers, maybe 30,000 are your core audience, maybe 20,000. If you have 100,000 subscribers, maybe 5,000 are your core audience. So just, anyway, I'm very fascinated by YouTubing. I've been fascinated with YouTubing for a very long time. I've been YouTubing since I was in high school. So I have something of a familiarity with how all of this works. And I find YouTubing to be I find YouTubing and streaming in general to be a super fascinating topic. I love it. And I'm the kind of guy that when I go to the store, I go to the electronics section. I go to the electronics section just to look at the cameras. Like, I don't buy them, I just look at them. Have you guys ever tried using one of those Logitech cameras? I have one of those. They're not very good. You'll see a Logitech camera at Target for like $60, and they'll say, oh, it's a 4K camera. Yeah, it's a 4K camera, only if you get proper lighting. Without proper lighting, it's worse than a 720. Anyway, I went off the rails there. I deviated there, but we'll continue on. And Theo has 1,000 more subscribers than last week. The message just keeps getting bigger. Well, I did a video that got a lot of views a number of days ago. It was my video on the demonic possession of Israel. I did not expect the video to get the number of views that it has right now. Honestly, I was expecting the video to get 6,000 views tops. But now it has... Well, on YouTube, it says 30-something, 33,000. But it's probably going to go up to 38,000 views eventually. Again, I didn't expect that video to get the views that it got. I was expecting it to get 6,000 views tops. So, and also I have another video coming out. I recorded it a number of days ago. It is my review for the film Michael Collins. Somebody recommended to me this Irish movie called Michael Collins. I watched it, and I gave my thoughts on the movie. So that video should be out, I want to say, by tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then Sunday. But I appreciate that, Mr. Santos. Glad you like the channel. Let's see here. Happy Friday, Cellar Blumore. Hello, Priest of Hiroshima. Hello from Wales, UK. Hello, Taft Derek Baker. Last week, we had somebody from Belfast on here. And I said, oh, you're in Northern Ireland. You're in Britain. I said, speaking of Ireland, let me show you guys my Irish Dublin pipe. And we had a really good smoking section. Really good smoking session last week. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. I said, let me show you my new pipe. And I showed you guys my new Peterson pipe. It's the best pipe that I have. And it is a Peterson Dublin pipe. And I will be smoking it later on. I need to refill my lighter. I got the butane. I got to refill it. But I wanna smoke again for the stream. That was a lot of fun. I actually tried my new pipe for the first time on Friday's stream last week. So that was me breaking in my pipe with you guys. So it was a lot of fun. Hello, Goose Hunter, another member of my Polish audience. Hello, Theo. Hello, good old people. It's time for some Theology, a live stream by Theodore Shoebat about geopolitics, history, religion, food, movies, everyday life, music, and video games. Please give a like. Yes, guys, give a like to the stream because it definitely gets the algorithm to push the stream to more people so that we can spread this stream to more people and spread knowledge to more people. Military leader Shoebat. I don't know about that. I'm not very much of a military leader. I'm not very much of a fighter, but I appreciate the spirit. I appreciate the spirit energy, Mr. Johan. Let's see here. You said it, Theo. You got me smoking my pipe more than ever. Man, isn't pipe smoking so much fun, guys? Once you get into it, it's so much fun. Pipe smoking, like collecting pipes, trying different blends, different tobaccos from different countries, buying different designs, different designed pipes. You got like the rustic pipe, you got the plateau design pipe, the Dublin pipe, corncob, the MacArthur design pipe. You got your Sherlock Holmes pipe. There's so many different designs. It's just so cool. A lot of different companies. There's a lot of good quality pipes out there that are reasonably affordable. just don't buy $5 pipes. Whatever you do, don't make the mistake I made buying a $5 pipe on Amazon. My God, man, I bought a set of 3 $5 pipes, so it was $15 for 3 pipes. Oh, great deal. And they're just, don't do it, guys. It's a waste of time. If you guys want to buy yourselves an affordable pipe, go look up the Pipes and Cigars website. Go look up the pipes that they have. Do the search settings from low to high when it comes to price. You'll see the good quality pipes that are affordable. You got Danish and Dutch pipes that are affordable. You got what they call Viking. There's a company called Viking Pipes, which makes good affordable pipes. Peterson Pipes makes some really good affordable pipes as well. You got Meerschaum pipes, which are really affordable. I mean, get yourself an affordable pipe, at least a corncob, or at least a Meerschaum or a corncob. Meerschaum pipes are great. Meerschaum and corncob pipes, from what I understand, are the best of the cheap pipes. Then if you want to get into pipes that are a little bit higher in the price range, but not too high, you can find really good Viking pipes, Dutch and Danish pipes. You can also get some really good Peterson pipes that are less than $100. And the thing about those pipes is that they're going to last for a very long time. They could last a lifetime if you take care of them and maintain them. But pipe smoking is not only fun for the variety of pipes and tobaccos that you can enjoy, it's also a lot of fun because of all of the different YouTube channels on pipe smoking and all the videos that they upload on pipe smoking. Those videos are a lot of fun to watch. It's just the pipe smoking community is a lot of fun. And there's a guy on YouTube. His last name is Harrelson. I forgot his first name, but his last name is Harrelson. And he talks mainly about pipes, but I think recently he has started to talk about politics. Guys, hey, I don't make the rules. When you start getting heavy into YouTubing, eventually you're going to reach a fork in the road where you're going to have the option of either just talking about what you've been talking about since you began or getting into politics. It always happens, actually. People start YouTubing for so long, and they're talking about video games and cooking or whatever, gardening for so long, and they just get sick and tired of talking about the same damn thing. And then one day they're like, I'm tired of this shit. You know what? I'm really pissed off about this particular issue or whatever. Turn the camera on, and they just start talking their minds about whatever the subject is, whatever the political or cultural subject is. And then all of a sudden, their audience goes, hey, that wasn't so bad. And they just start a new path in their YouTubing and video making life. And so Harrelson, he started out as a pipe guy, and then now he's getting more into politics, which is great because, you know, as Socrates said, man is a political creature. So, but he does a lot of good videos on pipe smoking. But I was watching a video of his last night on the pipe smoking community, and he made an observation that I never thought about. And that is that the pipe smoking community is by far the most respectful community, or at least one of the most respectful, well-behaved communities online. Like, you get into the video game world, depending on the game, it can be very toxic. You get into WoW, World of Warcraft, very toxic. You get into, I don't know, what's the name of that game? League of Legends, probably also very toxic. You get into the vaping world. I've never gotten into that. I think vaping is trash. I don't like vaping. I think if you're vaping, you should switch to pipe smoking. I think vaping is just garbage. I think if you, like, I'll give it to you this way. If you're driving through a neighborhood and you see a vape shop, you know you're in a shitty part of town. All of a sudden, the neighborhood looks like you're in the middle of true crime streets of LA, and you see a vape shop, and then you see a Vietnamese massage parlor nearby. You know you're in a shithole. Oh, and then you see the cash shop, the pawn shop, and then you see a strip club or something. Like, you know, oh yeah, and the all-you-can-eat Chinese buffets. And you know that you see a General Chow's Kitchen all you can eat buffet. None of the customers are Chinese. They got Mexican dudes working the line, and the only people who are Chinese is the owner and the owner's son and the manager, maybe the host. That's it. And you know the food is just a big pile of grease and MSG, but you know it's fucking delicious at the same time. But those areas, they always got those cheap shit General Chow, all-you-can-eat Chinese buffet places, next to the vape shop, next to the strip club, next to the Vietnamese massage parlor, next to the pawn shop. You know you're in a piece of shit neighborhood. Once they put a vape shop in your neighborhood, you know property values are going to go downtown. Like, they're going to go straight down to the toilet. But if you see a pipe shop and you walk in and they have that dark mahogany pubwood, and it's got a good vibe and a good environment, and the lights are nice and dim, and people are classy, and they got the different blends. They got the Virginias and the Latakias and the Byzantiums, and they got the Kentuckys and the Burleys, and they got the Dublin flake and the Irish flake and the different blends, the Balkan blends and all that, and they're the different briarwood pipes, and like you know the place has class. And it's so true. I remember going into a pipe shop in Colorado, in Denver, back in 2011, 2012, and you walked in and you smelled the wood, you smelled the tobacco, you smelled that briarwood burning smell. You're like, man, you know this place has class. I bought myself a Dr. Grabor, whatever it's called, pipe, got myself some, I think it was Burley or Virginia tobacco, smoked it. I was smoking it as I was walking through the streets of downtown Denver, and it felt amazing. I said, man, this is beautiful. It's a beautiful feeling. And so I was listening to Mr. Harrelson yesterday. He's talking about the pipe smoking culture, and he said, you know, the pipe smoking community is usually a very well-behaved community. Like, you go to any video about pipe smoking, read the comments. Everyone's respectful. No one's toxic. No one's writing some weird bad faith questions. People are cool. You talk to people about pipes. You watch videos. It's a nice community. I don't know how the cigar world is, and I don't know how the vaping world is. I don't want to ever enter the vaping world, but the pipe smoking world, I don't know. It just vibes well with me. I don't know how to say it. But man, just smoking pipe is just, take that pipe out. And the thing about pipe smoking is that there's so much history in it. You look into the world of pipe smoking, there's centuries of history in the tradition of pipe smoking. Goes back to the New World, the indigenous people would smoke, and then the English picked it up. They brought it back to Europe, and other Europeans brought it up and picked it up, and then Europeans started designing their own pipes, and they were growing different types of tobaccos back in the New World, in North America, and it became this huge product, and then they started making their own designs. The Europeans began to carve out these very beautiful, very unique designs for the pipes, and you look at, you know, the world of scholarship, the world of here's another thing about pipe smokers that I've noticed is that when you look at pipe smokers, at least in the English-speaking world, you know, pipe smokers, yes, they have they are their own individual personalities, but one thing I've noticed about the pipe smoking world is that pipe smokers tend to overlap when it comes to their personalities. They tend to overlap in how they think and how they talk and their mannerisms and their constitutions and their vibes. And they all sort of overlap in how they overlap in their interests, is what I want to say. So you talk to an American pipe smoker, and there is almost a 100% chance that pipe smoker is a fan of Lord of the Rings, or is a fan of Hilaire Belloc, or is a fan of C.S. Lewis, or is a fan of G.K. Chesterton. And it seems like all these American pipe smokers, they all have the same story. They got into pipe smoking not just for the love of the nicotine and the tobacco, which is awesome, but they got into pipe smoking for the culture and the history that was made behind the world of pipe smoking. They got into it because they fell in love with the old world of the 20th and 19th centuries, minus the Nazis and all that crazy stuff. But they fell in love with the old world, so they started reading Chesterton, or they started reading Belloc, or they started reading Tolkien, or they started reading C.S. Lewis, and then they not only were interested in the work of these men, but they were interested in the men themselves. They were interested in their personalities and their histories and their lives. And they noticed that all these writers were pipe smokers, and so that sparked an interest in pipe smoking and the culture of tobacco pipes. And every single pipe smoker that I've ever seen all had the same story. They all were into, or they all are into, old books and old history and old culture. And so they smoke pipes, not just to smoke the pipe. It's not just about the pipe, but it's about the history around the pipes. And so by smoking a pipe, you sort of connect yourself into the old world. And I know a lot of this is just LARPing, and a lot of this is just sort of idealizing the past, and a lot of this is connected to a kind of a fantasy. But it is, I mean, as human beings, human beings are not, we're not just physical creatures. There's a reason why human beings LARP. There's a reason why human beings create fantasy worlds and have imaginations. The reason why we have imaginations is not because human beings, it's because we're not just physical. It's because we have this ability to connect to a world that is not our own, to connect to a world that's beyond us. And so we do like LARPing. We do love that because our world is not confined. It's not confined into just our own finite perspectives. We're not like animals who lack peripheral vision. We not only have peripheral vision, but animals, cats definitely have peripheral vision, but we're not like animals who are simply limited to what we see in front of us, is what I'm trying to say. We are creatures that can see what's in front of us, but we can also imagine the past, and we can idealize things and idealize the past, and we can think about the future, and we can imagine the future. And we can think about the past, and we can have this sort of excitement, and we can feel this energy about the past. Like, I can read about the 100 Years' War, and I can think, well, how fascinating is that? How fascinating is people like Hilaire Belloc? We can read about Hilaire Belloc, and we can become fascinated with these characters. And so the pipe is sort of like an outlet by which to connect to the idealized old world, is what I want to say. So those are my thoughts on that. And maybe I'll talk more about that, but yeah, I'll read more of your guys' comments here. What tobacco are you smoking? Well, right now I'm smoking some tobacco that a friend of mine sent me. Mr. Sweet Body Fit sent this to me. It's called Byzantium. Really good tobacco. I also enjoy smoking a lot of Kia, and I also enjoy smoking Kentucky Burley, Golden Virginia, all the good stuff. Netanyahu thinks he is John the Baptist to the Jewish Messiah. He said he has a spiritual obligation to expand Israel. Yes, this is a religious war as it is a geopolitical, well, not really a war, but it is a religious movement that we see in Israel. And all the butchery that we see in Gaza is the result of, well, satanic religion. I mean, you get the evangelicals on one side, and you have the Talmudic Third Temple cultists on the other side, and they're all working together. New pipe always good. Agreed. Do you smoke cannabis? I do not smoke cannabis, nor do I have anything to do with CBD. Any tips on how to get my first girlfriend? I don't know if you're trolling me or not. I've been on Apples and Cream by Cornell and DL. Yeah, I heard about Apples and Cream. I haven't tried that. Cancer pipe, possibly. Yeah, there's always a risk when we smoke tobacco. Now I feel like hitting the tobacco pipe. Just stick with Zyn. What's Zyn? Ever since you were on Sam Shamoon's channel, I've been watching your videos on the red heifers, and you have opened my eyes to scripture in a whole new way. Prayers from Ireland. Appreciate that, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Irishman, Mr. Gaffo65110. Where do you find a $5 pipe? Amazon. My nephew has a Viking pipe. Those are really, I mean, I haven't tried one, but they look really good. And they're really affordable, too. They're like 40, 50 bucks. You can get yourself a Viking pipe. Hello, have a nice stream, T. Appreciate that. AB1 Kenobi. Home Depot has many pipes. L pipes, U pipes, straight pipes. That's correct. Appreciate your knowledge on the things you're passionate about. Appreciate that, sir. Thank you. The Gandalf pipe. Yeah, the Church Warden pipe. I have one of those. Should I read the Bible from back to in front, or should I pick books or chapters? I don't know. I think reading the Bible from beginning to end is always a great experience because you learn so much as you go, as opposed to reading parts of the Bible sporadically. I think if you just, I don't know, read the Bible from beginning to end, from the old to the new, I think that's fast. It's an interesting journey because, and I've done that. I got pretty close to reading the whole Bible at one point. And one thing that I learned is you read the Old Testament and then you'll be reminded of something that you read in the New Testament. So, yeah. I don't know. Read the whole New Testament from beginning to end, and then read the Old Testament and see if you can find parallels. Or start from the old to the new. Your choice. Lord of the Rings pipes are cool, but they seem too long to travel with. Yeah, they're very long. They're not meant for traveling. They're meant for studying. Let's see here. Hold on one second, guys. Just want to see something real quick. Dunhill pipes. I've heard of those before. Pipes are not a thing. I don't know what you're talking about. Get into politics. Well, you know, someone told me recently, Ted, you should change the name of your channel. This is what he told me, that I should change the name of my channel because then people would remember the name better or something like that, or it'll be more marketable. I'm going to go back to what I said earlier. Your YouTube channel should be about you, not about one topic or one hobby that you're interested in. It should be about you. You should make it about you. You should express yourself the way you want to express yourself. And you should talk about what you want to talk about. That's why it's called Theodore Shoebat. Now, if I changed the name to something like Learning from History or History Today or something like that, then everyone who would click on the channel would be expecting me to talk about history. If I did a YouTube channel, if I changed the name of the channel to Geopolitics, you know, Geopolitics Today, people would expect every video and every stream to be me just talking about geopolitics. But no, the name of the channel is Theodore Shoebat, which means every video and every live stream could be different. Because every video and every live stream is about what I want to talk about. That's why it's called Theodore Shoebat. That's the beauty of YouTube, is you can talk about, for the most part, what is on your mind. With some exceptions. Let's see here. Every streamer is smoking pipes. Really? I don't think so. I rarely ever see anyone smoking during a stream. Proto pipe. I was watching you since your first appearance on Sam's channel a few years ago. Oh, damn. Awesome. Well, I'm happy that you're still here, Mr. Rusty Shackleford. Rusty Shackleford is one of the OG audience members. In Indonesia, they feed coffee beans to goats. When they pass the beans, they are packed and sold. Yeah, I never understood that. What the hell is that about? The shit coffee beans. What's that about? Does it enhance the flavor or something? What can someone explain that to me? I've heard a lot about Virginia Gold. Yeah. Yeah, it's a very famous type of tobacco. Let's see here. True, there does seem to be a certain type of person that smokes, yeah, a pipe, absolutely. Yeah, like every pipe smoker without exception that I've ever seen was a guy who just read old books. You don't sit there reading old books all the time and then decide that you're going to get into vaping. You read old books long enough. You know, you read Edward Gibbon and you read Hilaire Belloc and you read Chateaubriand, Rene de Chateaubriand long enough. And you just say, man, and then you start reading about these older writers and you start noticing, wow, a lot of them smoked pipe. Man, I wonder what that's about. And then you start getting into pipe smoking. Every pipe smoker I've ever seen had basically the same story. They're into old books, old stuff, old world material. Rush Limbaugh was an avid cigar smoker. Yeah, he was. Why we got comic books, video games, cartoons, anime, art, and music. That's right. Yeah, because man is a creature of imagination. Man has the ability to imagine. And that is because within ourselves, there is an eternal component. There is an eternal part of each and every one of us. And that is why we have the ability to look beyond the finite, to look beyond this world. Because we are unique. We are very distinct from the other creatures. I prefer cigars. That's cool. I've smoked cigars before. The problem with a lot of cigars is that they're I don't know. They're a little bit too heavy for me. That's just my opinion. Someone get him a smoking jacket for his birthday? No, that's fine. I appreciate that, but that's fine. That's fine. But if Resident Evil comes out on September 18th, I know what I'm going to be doing for my birthday. Totally love pipe smoking. There is an aura that engulfs you when you smoke a pipe. I love pipe smoking. I don't do it every day because I don't want to make it into a habit, but I do enjoy maybe once or twice a week. Pipe smokers usually have an aura of mystique. There is definitely an aura. Yeah, pipe smokers look smarter. I mean, they're just... I think the pipe smoking community is just more intelligent. They tend to be more intelligent. Not in the sense that they're street smart, but in the sense that they're book smart, in the sense that they're more observant, in the sense that they're more analytical of the world, and they look deeper. They tend to look deeper into the world. And they tend to think more on metaphysical ideas. The Spaniards also brought it. Yeah, the Europeans, they brought it from the old world. You love chess? That's cool. I would have voted for Curtis Sewell, but if Mamdani winning means Dave Portnoy is leaving New York City, it is probably worth it just that. I bought some Cuban cigars in Hong Kong. Wow. Lord of the Rings, the best. Great movie. I enjoyed the trilogy. And I think the Lord of the Rings OST, the sound score, is one of the best that I've ever heard. It's beautiful music. Pipe is fun, but I'm going to stick to my vape. I don't know, what is so appealing about vape, dude? Just get into pipe smoking. At least with pipe smoking, you're smoking real leaves. And you're connected to an older tradition that has centuries of history. It's just more rich. Put that in your pipe and smoke it, yep. Piped piper. Let's see here. The police carries investigations that last several months. They need to visit the shop several times. Pipe is classic, absolutely. You need a smoking jacket. What's a smoking jacket? Fun fact, Benjamin Franklin viewed Germans and Swedes as swarthy non-whites. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, back in the day, before we had immigration, or at least substantial immigration from non-white countries, white people tended to hate each other. There was a lot of tribalism between the different types of Europeans. And English people looked down on Irish people, and Maybe they looked down on Germans, and then you had Germans who would look down on each other. Italians looked down on each other. You had Northern Italians versus Southern Italians. English people didn't like French people. Balkan people all hated each other, and they still do hate each other. And the thing is that English people and Irish people, well, they absolutely despised each other. I mean, English people they starved 1 million Irish people to death. And Oliver Cromwell invaded Ireland and butchered the population. And the English just looked down, overall, they just looked down on the Irish. They saw them as less than them. With the evil of eugenics and social Darwinism, the English saw the Irish as an inferior race, and they even would have drawings, or really caricatures of Irish people portraying them as being a very ugly people. Well, the reality is that Irish women they can be very, very gorgeous. I've seen some very gorgeous Irish women, and so the caricature was absolutely just inaccurate, to say the least. It was immoral to portray people in such a way, but it was just plain and simple inaccurate. But then once you flood Britain and once you flood Ireland with non-whites, then you'll start seeing English people and Irish people uniting together for nationalism. And they'll say, yeah, fellow white people, we're brothers now. And then if they manage to deport all the non-whites out of Ireland and out of Britain, then the Irish and the English will probably just go back to hating each other. There's a video that you can watch. It's from the 80s or 90s. And it's a video where they asked random English people what they thought about Irish people. And some of them were nice. They said, I have no issue with Irish people. But some of them were just plain nasty. And the way that they talked about Irish people is the way that they talk about immigrants today. And this one older English woman, she said, well, I don't have a problem with Irish people. I just don't want to see them. And the interviewer said, you don't want to see them? What do you mean by that? He goes, I just don't want to see them. She goes, I have no problem with them. I just don't want to see them. And she had that sort of Mary Poppins type of accent. I mean, they just saw the Irish as less than them. And then once you had the phenomenon of mass migration and immigration, then now you're starting to see the Irish and the English unite. But that will change if they remove all the immigrants, and they'll go back to hating each other again. In my town, there are like 50 Vietnamese massage and nail stores. Oh, shit. Never thought about this. Interesting. I would have, let's see here. A lot of beef on the pipe. Yeah, not a lot of beef on the pipe world. I've never seen it before. I've never seen toxicity in the pipe smoking world. Fun fact, Benjamin Franklin view. Okay, I already read that. Let's see here. Venezuela crisis. It's just a way for America to try to organize a coup to overthrow the Maduro government so that America can then make a deal with the new pro-United States, pro-West, or pro-America government so that America could make deals to extract the oil and other natural resources in Venezuela. There, I just summed up the whole Venezuela situation for you. It's not very complicated. In fact, there is the current opposition leader in Venezuela, and her last name is Machado. You can go look her up. Mrs. Machado. She's against Maduro. And she said Maduro has to go because of the corruption. And she's just an agent of NATO, an agent of the United States. And America is trying to use her to, to obviously organize a coup to overthrow Maduro. I don't imagine the United States having a boots-on-the-ground Iraq-style invasion of Venezuela anytime soon, because that would be against the whole, America first and no wars policy. But America is going to try to orchestrate some sort of a coup to overthrow Maduro. They've tried it in the past. Machado is not the first opposition leader that the United States has tried to use. Years prior to this, there were other opposition leaders who were not really successful. Just like the United States has tried many times to overthrow Lukashenko and Belarus and failed. So now they're trying to use this Machado lady. Will she succeed? Who knows? Maybe. I'm not sure. But the entire purpose of the United States being involved in Venezuela is to overthrow the Maduro government, because the Maduro government is pro-Russia and is an ally of the Russians. The Russians currently are bogged down in a war in Ukraine, which means that the Russians don't have enough resources nor manpower to be focusing on Venezuela, which makes for a great opportunity for the United States to meddle in the politics of Venezuela and to have troop buildup adjacent to Venezuela and in the Caribbean region. So the United States wants to overthrow Maduro, install a pro-America government, by which to then establish contracts and commercial deals with the new government to get oil from Venezuela and to extract the other very, very valuable resources like copper, etc., from Venezuela. That's it. I just summed up the Venezuela situation to you, and I hope that that is satisfactory to you. There's really nothing else to read. Go read up on the Venezuela situation. And in every single article that you will read, I guarantee you, the main theme is going to be oil. Or oil is going to be mentioned. Because it is all about oil and other resources, natural resources, but mainly oil when it comes to Venezuela. Everything is about oil. The United States has been wanting to control Venezuela's resources for decades. You can go all the way back to the early 2000s. The United States meddled in the oil production in Venezuela, tried to cut Venezuela off from having commercial deals with other countries, thus crippling the economy with the hopes of causing destabilization in that country. This has been an ongoing policy of the American empire for many, many years. It is all about natural resources. It is all about taking the oil. It has nothing to do with communism. It sure as shit has nothing to do with fighting drug cartels. It has everything to do with oil and taking other natural resources. That is it. I actually find and this may not be a good habit, but I have developed a habit recently where I will see an article about some sort of a geopolitical situation. Venezuela, Syria, Gaza, Egypt, whatever. And I will just scroll to the bottom of the article, and I will read from the bottom to the top. I have done this many times. And you could say, well, that's lazy. It's not lazy. It's just the result of bad writing. A lot of geopolitical analysts, the great majority of them, virtually all of them, I'm just going to say virtually all of them, are shit at writing. This is how they begin an article. The situation in Venezuela is continuously developing as time goes on, and the United States is having a serious central focus and fixation on the political situation currently transpiring in Venezuela. No fucking shit. Everyone fucking knows that. Get to the fucking point. What is the unique subject of this article? What have you, the author, discovered about Venezuela that I don't know about? I know the situation is developing in Venezuela. The situation has been developing since the early 2000s. I know this. Get to the fucking point, please. Tell me what is going on. What is America doing? Tell me. Get to the point. So I will go from the bottom, and I start out on the bottom, and I get to the point real fast. I'm like, the point is in the bottom. The information, the material that's actually going to educate me and that's actually going to add to my intellectual knowledge base is all the way in the bottom. Like, I've seen this so many times with articles. I'll read a Haaretz article about Israel, right? Haaretz is famous for this. And the title will be great. The title will be something like, you know, the civil war that's currently developing in Israel. Oh my God, this is right up my alley. I'm going to read this. Click on the article immediately, and the article will begin with something to the likes of, Netanyahu is having lots of tensions with his political opponents. Okay, no shit, Sherlock. Get to the point. Where's the Civil War stuff? Netanyahu is trying to deepen ties with the United States, knowing that his political position is weakening. Dude, America is famous for glazing Netanyahu's balls on a daily basis. Get to the point. I know this. I'm going to start doing the Middle Eastern hand gesture. Please, get to the fucking point. Netanyahu is trying to better ties with regional neighbors such as the Gulf states. We know this already. The title says civil war. Get to the civil war part, please, for the love of God. So I just scroll to the bottom of the article. I read the last paragraph. Like, all right, now we're getting somewhere. And then a few paragraphs up, all of a sudden it's talking about how there's tensions within the IDF, tensions between soldiers, tensions between neighbors. Now we're getting somewhere. Now we are getting finally, thank you. And my father, since I was in high school, my father always taught me, Ted, when you write, put the meat that the people can sink their teeth in the beginning. Don't waste people's time. Get to the meat in the beginning. All that secondary bullshit, you don't have to put it there. You can put it in the bottom. Don't waste people's time. So that's why it's like, tell us about Venezuela. Okay, there's oil. There's a Russian ally who's running Venezuela. America doesn't like that because that goes contrary to the interests of the American empire. America wants to remove said Russian ally, replace him with a pro-America ally, and wants to then extract the resources from Venezuela. There. Not that... Every single article on Venezuela says this. Let's see here. Hold on a second. If a Foot Locker opens up in my neighborhood, I move. Foot Locker's not that bad. Do you know what's a really good shoe store? New Balance. That's a really good shoe store. And it's American-made shoes. Really good shoes. Hello, Alexis Corral. All-you-can-eat buffet. Yeah, at those Chinese buffets, you got those types of people who go into the Chinese buffets, and they just eat the whole restaurant. They're so disrespectful. They eat like they just don't stop. And the worst offenders are the people who like share one plate between multiple people. They're just robbing the restaurant. It should be a crime. I mean, you should be in prison for that. Let's see here. Payday shop and pawn shop. Don't lay up. Absolutely. Avoid it like the plague. Vaping sucks. Yup. Helldivers. I've never played that. League of Legends. Oh, God. I played that one time. What a boring game. If only the big tech companies of San Francisco Bay Area had decided not to bring their whole selves to work. Let's see here. I read there are dozens of weeds one can smoke. Yeah, I'm not really interested in that. I want one of those pipes, the guy from Inglourious Bastards. I don't know. I have to look that one up. Channels that start into politics is when politics start affecting them, or it's just that they're just tired of talking about the same shit all the time. Let's see, what else do we have here from you guys? I have some stories to talk about, so we'll be getting into some political stuff here as well, but I'll also just be talking about whatever is in my brain. Let's see here. My grandpa liked to smoke cigars and drink coffee. Your grandpa was a man of class. 100%. That's a man of character. Columbia coffee is the best. That's what I hear. I've had a Columbia coffee before. I think Columbia coffee, Mexican coffee. I think I've had Mexican. I don't know. It's all good. Coffee's good. I'm drinking coffee right now. My dad smoked pipes until his 50s, but not a ton, but he had the office, the man cave where he did that. I would go in and look at all the rocks. He was a geologist. Ooh, that's really awesome, man. That is fascinating. Your father was a man of culture. I love coffees. I need CA meetings, like AA meetings, but for coffee. Byzantium. It's Byzantium tobacco. Let's see here. I like coffee from Chiapas. Low acidity means you suffer less from reflux. Oh, interesting. I don't do tobacco, but I like old school alcohol, scotch, martinis, negronis every once in a while. Yeah, alcohol's cool. I brew my own stuff. I brew dandelion and burdock beer, which is awesome. I actually had a little bit of dandelion a couple nights ago. No gout issues. That was great. I had a shot of it. It was really nice. Put me to sleep, but it was really nice. Let's see here. AP and David Wood angry with Sam Shamoon over Israel. Yeah, I really don't care about those people. Let's see here. Not the booze, though. I had to quit that stuff 12 years ago. Let's see here. There are many ways to go about reading the Bible. Beginning to end gets a good way to get through the whole story. Starting with the Gospels helps you understand the Old better. Start with wisdom, literature. Yeah. Also, I would recommend, if you're going to read the Bible, please read a Catholic or Orthodox Bible, because they have books that the Protestants took away. They have 7 extra books. And the Book of Wisdom is awesome. I love the Book of Wisdom. Talking about Nigeria, South Africa, and Sudan. Ooh, Sudan. Well, we all know that Nigeria is a major oil producer. So there's that. I don't think America really gives a shit about Christians in Nigeria. If America gave a shit about Christians, they wouldn't be glazing Israel all the time. They would be saying, hey, Israel, we're going to sanction your ass if you're spitting on Christians and if you're persecuting Christians in the West Bank. But they don't. South Africa, I'm not sure what kind of natural resources South Africa has. Sudan, I know, has a lot of oil refineries. And I know that South Sudan is a major oil hub, which is probably why the United States supported the creation of South Sudan as a new country before it spiraled into the hell of civil war. Let's see here. Don't read the 66 books. Read the 73 books. Absolutely. Yeah, read the 73 books. Yeah. If you are Orthodox or Catholic, I guess follow the calendar readings of the day and ask priests what to read. That's another way you could do it. Yeah, you could follow the readings of the day. So like every Mass has a reading. Usually it's a verse from the New Testament and then a verse from the Old Testament, or vice versa. So yes, read that. That's another good way to do it. If you want to focus on, if you just want to have a spiritual focus, and well, you can analyze the verses. There's different ways, but yeah, you can read the Bible from beginning to end, or follow the readings from the Orthodox and Catholic Bible based on the calendar, what the calendar says. Let's see here. Read the Orthodox Bible. Man, the chat just went right to the bottom. Hold on, I don't want to miss anybody here. I'm trying to get everybody's comments here. Let's see here. Read the Orthodox Bible. It has even more books. Yep. It has more books than the Catholic. I thought the Catholic and the Orthodox had the same books. What is the future of MAGA? That's a good question. I think the future of MAGA is, well, it's basically what you're seeing now. The future of MAGA is being formed right now as we speak, because MAGA is divided between Zionist and anti-Zionist. And the anti-Zionists, the Tuckerites and the Nick Fuentes followers, are winning. They are dominating. So you have Josh Hammer and Ben Shapiro and Laura Loomer and Steve Crowder on one side, albeit I think Steve Crowder is sort of veering away from the pro-Israel side a little bit. And then on the other side, you have Tucker, Fuentes, Dave Smith, Scott Horton. You have these types of people. And those people are winning. You know, Anna Kasparian is sort of in this camp as well now, even though she's a Democrat. She definitely has a lot of ideological overlap. Really, she agrees with the MAGA, with the America First people when it comes to Israel. That's pretty much where they overlap. But you have that camp that says, fuck Israel. You know, to hell with Israel, we're done with Israel. And that camp is winning. So that camp is dominating, and it's going to fully dominate. The neocons, the Zionists, the pro-Israel faction is going to be pushed into relative obscurity. And so what is going to dominate is basically nationalism, ultra-nationalism that really favors either non-interventionism or just straight-up isolationism. And I think that isolationism, generally speaking, is going to dominate the political landscape of this country, because you see isolationism being favored in both the Republican camp and the Democrat camp. You see it, and we'll talk about this in a little bit here, but you see it in the Democrat camp as well. Because what happened with the Democrats, guys? All right, we just had an election in New York City, and you know, everyone's talking about this election. Zohran Mamdani won the election. Now, Zohran Mamdani, supposedly ethnically Indian, I would argue that he is ethnically Iranian, because for one thing, he looks Iranian, and secondly, his name sounds Iranian. Zohran Mamdani sounds like Soleimani, Khomeini. So everyone's making a huge deal about this guy. You know, he's a Marxist, he's a communist, he's going to bring in Sharia law, blah, blah, blah. And the bottom line is he's not going to bring in Sharia law. That's not going to happen. He's not going to create a Marxist utopia either. That's not going to happen. If he does his idea of making government-owned grocery stores where anyone can just come in and, you know, get their groceries because they're poor and they're in poverty, and the po people, you know, they just need a place where they can get free food. Well, guess what? If those places do not have adequate security, they're going to be robbed clean. The poor folks who would use those stores as a valuable resource and who would take groceries at a moderate level, just taking what they need and then leaving, they're going to be robbed too, because by the time they get to those grocery stores, they're going to be robbed clean by all the freaking criminals. So that ain't going to work. It's all going to be bullshit. The New York Post, which is a Zionist publication, Zionist right-leaning publication, is extremely happy about the victory of Zohran Mamdani, because the New York Post makes a lot of business. They get a lot of traction by utilizing very sensational and exciting titles that focus on the crime wave, and they focus on the crime problem in New York City. And so with Zohran Mamdani, now they have someone that they can blame for all the crime. And if the crime rate goes up under Zohran Mamdani, and it more than likely will, I hope I'm wrong, but if the crime rate, let's just put it this way, if the crime rate does go up, the New York Post is going to have ample amounts of material and content to make articles out of and to make sensational headlines out of, and they're going to rake in the dough. So they're very happy. They may pretend that they're very distraught about Zohran Mamdani, and they're very terrified for the, you know, the condition of the Jewish community in New York City, but behind the curtains, they are very, very happy about the fact that Zohran Mamdani won. In fact, the Republicans are very, very happy that Zohran Mamdani won, because now they have a punching bag. You see, if you want to spread propaganda, if you want to make a viral message, if you want to make articles, and if you want to do videos that are going to get a lot of views, You need a punching bag, a boogeyman that everyone can look at. And so they can look at that boogeyman and they can blame all the problems on that boogeyman. Well, you need a boogeyman. You need a boogeyman to rile people around against. And Zohran Mamdani is that boogeyman. So now, anytime there's a problem in New York City, they're going to say, this is Mamdani's New York City. Any story about crime in New York City that the New York Post is going to write about, they're going to say, this is Mamdani's New York City. That's what they're going to say. This is Mamdani's New York City, everyone. So now they have their punching bag. So they're all very happy. The Republicans could then use Mamdani as propaganda fodder to then say, hey, if you guys vote Democrat, you're going to end up with a Mamdani. Vote Republican. And then they're going to say, you have to vote Republican or else your city is going to end up like New York City. You're going to end up being under a Mamdani. And you're going to end up living under a communist or a Muslim terrorist or a Sharia. You're going to end up living under Sharia law. So vote for us. You see, so the Republicans, the conservatives, they all benefit from Mamdani winning. They're very happy that Mamdani won. If Cuomo won, it would have been just the status quo. The old school Democrat, Italian mobster type. He won. Sure, they can blame whatever mess ups on him, but it wouldn't be as exciting as the situation with a new 33, 34-year-old Democrat politician who is a self-proclaimed socialist and who claims to be a proud Muslim and who's openly antagonistic towards Israel. That's new. That's novel. That's exciting. So that not only energizes the Democrats, but it also energizes the Republicans because they have something novel to go against. It's like Obama. Obama, really, if you want to get into the lore of the MAGA movement, and if you want to get into the lore of the rise of Trumpism and the rise of this whole new sort of political wave that we're going through in America, you will not be able to recount the lore of all of this without talking about Obama. Obama was exciting. He was like Mamdani. He was young. He was a leftist type. He came from a very left-wing background, had a very radical history. He was with the guy who was running the Weather Underground terrorist group. He was friends with Bill Ayers. He had a lot of shady connections, I remember. And he was someone who came from a Muslim background. He lived in Indonesia. He lived in he had a Ugandan or a Kenyan father. He loved Islam, loved Muslims, loved the Muslim world. He said things that really provoked and pissed off the conservatives. He said that America has never been a Christian country. America is a Muslim country. It's a Hindu country. It's a Buddhist country. It's a Jewish country. It's also a Christian country, but it is not a Christian country. He had that vibe to him. So he was novel. He was exciting. And because of that novelty and because of all the excitement and all the energy that sparked around Obama, any problem that Obama had or any sort of mishap that happened under Obama's watch could be blamed on Obama, and it would spark tremendous amounts of energy and attention and negative excitement against the Democrat Party. Anything Obama did, the Republicans would report on it, boom, it would get nationwide attention. Any problem that happened under Obama's watch, the Republicans would blame it on Obama, boom, huge attention. ISIS rose up under Obama. ISIS was burning people alive, beheading people under Obama. Obama got all the blame for it. Bam! Huge nationwide coverage on it. Republicans, conservatives were all over these stories on the internet. anytime a conservative blog reported on something bad happening under Obama's watch, under the watch of the Obama administration, would go viral. Any article you would write about ISIS would go viral. Why? Because all the blame was on Obama, and all of the hype against Obama was really the result, was partially the result of Obama just being novel. He was new. He was the first black president. So anything bad that happened under his watch got a lot of attention. And that energized the American right like nothing else. And that helped to give birth to the MAGA movement. That's part of the lore of the MAGA movement. So what happened in 2014, 2015, 2016 was the birth of MAGAism, which came as a result of two things, I would say, if I had to give my historical analysis of all this. It came out as a result of two things. One was, I'm trying not to give you guys the finger, one was the result of Obama, right? Obama being the first black president, being new, being novel, being all these things, all the excitement around Obama meant that with all the positive energy that sparked as a result of Obama, you had an equal, if not more, negative energy against him. The rise of ISIS under Obama made the hatred against Obama even more, because people were thinking, oh my God, ISIS is coming here to America. We have to vote for Trump. So ISIS and Obama, that combination helped give birth to the MAGA movement. The other chapter in the lore of the story of MAGAism is the Bush administration. The Bush administration. Everybody hated Bush because of Iraq, because of Afghanistan. They hated Bush. Iraq, everyone knows, was a disaster. Iraq was evil. The American people were pissed off about the fact that they were endlessly lied to by the Bush administration. So they voted for Obama as a response to the neocons. You have to understand, this whole thing against the neocons did not begin with Trump. It began as a response against the Bush administration, which ended in, I want to say, 2009. 2008, 2009, I want to say 2009 it ended. So the response against Bush was anti-neoconservatism. So they voted for Obama as a result. Then, under Obama, we were still getting interventionism. And we got ISIS. And we saw the Syrian revolution being pushed and being enabled and being facilitated by the Obama administration. So people said, wait, we voted for Obama because we hated what was happening in the Middle East. We hated what America was doing in the Middle East. And now we're getting worse. We're seeing the Middle East in a much worse situation under Obama. Look, Obama is arming these rebels in Syria, arming these terrorists in Syria, and Obama is supposedly pro-immigration, even though we saw more deportations under Obama. But Obama was being portrayed nonetheless as being this pro-immigrant president. And so people thought, we're going to get all those Syrian and Iraqi terrorists here. So a lot of people hated Obama. And this gave birth to what we call the MAGA movement. So the MAGA movement, the lore of MAGA has two chapters. The Bush administration, chapter 1, chapter 2, the Obama administration, and now we're in chapter 3. Chapter 3 of the MAGA movement is the internal war between MAGAism. Because the MAGA movement really began as America first. We don't want mass immigration. We want the border to be closed. And we don't want interventionism. We don't want interventionism. The problem is that interventionism is something that is to the desire of the neoconservatives and the Zionists. And those two are synonymous. There's no difference really between those two. And so you had Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro hated Trump initially because he knew that Trump was a part of this whole America First phenomenon. So he hated Trump. And Shapiro ended up siding with, I think, Ted Cruz. But eventually, Ben Shapiro sided with Trump because when it comes to partisan politics, you're going to go with the politician who is closest to your side, even though you may disagree with them vehemently. But you see, under the first Trump administration, we were still seeing foreign meddling. We were still seeing interventionism, the assassination of I almost said Mamdani. No, the assassination of Mr. What's his name? What's his name? Soleimani, whatever his name is, the guy in Iran, the assassination of that guy. You had all that stuff, and so people kind of got disappointed with it, but they thought, hey, we'll give Trump a second chance. So now we're in the second term for Donald Trump. And Israel, under Trump's second term, in the beginning of Trump's second term, began to push hard for serious military interventionism against Iran. And this is when I would say the MAGA movement began to have a serious internal conflict. Now, the internal conflict has always been there, but it really explicitly showed its face before the bombing of Iran. Iran is bombing Israel. We were seeing Israel getting bombed, seriously getting bombed for the first time in real time. Now, we saw Israel getting bombed last year, but it wasn't anywhere near as severe as what we saw during the 12-day war earlier in this year. And so you had the Josh Hammers and the Ben Shapiro saying, we have to intervene. And that's when the Tuckerites and the De Fuentes types and the Dave Smiths and the Scott Hortons, they really rose up in popularity. The Anna Kasparian types, they really rose up in popularity, and they said, no, we've had enough. No more. Sorry, we're not going back to the Bush days. We're done. Enough. Shut the fuck up. We're tired of the wars. That's it. No more death. Enough. And Dave Smith shut down Josh Hammer in a debate. And all that type of stuff was happening. And when it came to the decision over whether or not to do a military intervention, what did Trump do? He just bombed Iran. Now, the MAGA people, the real pure MAGA people, didn't really like that, but it was better than having a full-on war with Iran. And America basically just did a figurative bombing of Iran, did not destroy Iran's nuclear project at all, maybe damaged it to a certain extent, but did not destroy it at all. It's still there. But why did Trump just do a bombing, a very light bombing of Iran? Why? Because the idea of going to war against Iran is extremely unpopular, because the anti-war, anti-foreign meddling, anti-interventionism faction is the dominant faction in America right now. That is the dominant faction in America. So that is the future of American politics. You're seeing it forming in real time. The future of American politics is one of non-interventionism, isolationism. I could be wrong, but that's what I'm seeing. Think of it this way, because you see, you have these types of people who come on here and they'll say, "Oh, Ted, you're so wrong. America it will never give up on Israel. America will always be under the boot of Netanyahu and whoever comes after him. And it's just always going to be this way. And public opinion doesn't matter." Really? If public opinion did not matter, then we would have gone into a full-out, boots-on-the-ground war against Iran a long time ago. But we didn't. If 83% of the American people demanded a war with Iran, if 80%, 75%, 73% of the American people came out of their homes and rose their fists to Trump saying, "We want war. We want war. We have to protect Israel. Israel is the apple of God's eye. We have to go to war." Do you think the American government would have just done a simple bombing campaign against Iran? No. They would have gone full out Toby Keith, boots on the ground against Iran. But they didn't. Why? Because public opinion does matter. It matters greatly. If public opinion demanded a war against Iran, buddy, we would have gone to war against Iran years ago. But we didn't. Because public opinion matters, and you're seeing public opinion slowly carving out the American political landscape. That's what you see happening. And so Josh Hammer comes along and he's trying to argue for interventionism and we need to go to war. And everybody hates Josh Hammer. No one likes Josh Hammer unless you're some sort of a pro-Israel sycophant. No one likes Josh Hammer. No one likes Ben Shapiro unless you're a member of the remnant of pro-Israel Americans left in American society. Those views that you see Ben Shapiro getting, that's the remnant. That's the pro-Israel remnant in America. So he'll get a few 100,000 views or so. That's pretty much the remnant that's left. That's part of the rest. I'll just say it's part of the remnant. It's not the full remnant, but it's definitely part of the remnant. Candace Owens, as far as popularity goes, Candace Owens blows Ben Shapiro out of the water. Ben Shapiro, when it comes to popularity, is a shadow of his former self. He's nowhere near as popular as he used to be. Ben Shapiro was on top of the world in 2015, 2016, 2017. Because in those years, the pro-Israel movement was still very strong. But today, the pro-Israel movement is very, very weak. And how do I know this? Look at the numbers, but not only the numbers, everyone. Look at how desperate Israel is. I'll show you guys an article that was published just recently on how Israel is going into third gear to pump out propaganda, pro-Israel propaganda, into the internet spaces. I'll show you guys this article. I read this article for this video, and it just shows you the depths into which Israel is going to try to spread pro-Israel propaganda. They are really, really desperate. So here's the article. It says here, AI Hasbara. Israel pours millions into U.S. influence efforts, targeting evangelicals in churches and ChatGPT. Why are they pouring in so much money if they're winning? Ask yourself that question. Why is Israel pouring so much money if they're winning? This is not the behavior of a winning faction. If I am a member of the winning faction, guess what? All I have to do is get in front of a 720 or a 1080 HD camera with a simple microphone, do a video, upload the video, and I'm done. That's all I have to do. Because the winning faction doesn't need a desperate amount of money to energize itself. It doesn't. So I'm going to show you guys some excerpts from this article. I highlighted some parts of it. Let me just make this a little bit bigger. That's better. And I'll make myself a little bit smaller. There we go. So let's get into this article. Let's see here. All right. So basically, in the earlier part of the article, it's talking about how Israel is getting desperate. They see that popularity for Israel is declining immensely. And let's just take a look at this chart real quick. So look at this chart. Percentage of Americans with a negative view of Israel. Young Democrats, 62% of young Democrats in 2022 had a negative view of Israel. And that has skyrocketed to 71% of young Democrats. Then you look at young Republicans. In 2022, 35% of young Republicans had a negative view towards Israel. That's why Shapiro was so popular in 2015, 16, 17 because the young Republicans were still very pro-Israel. They didn't need to worry about the youth. They were banking on Charlie Kirk. And even Charlie Kirk began to turn against Israel, and he was killed. And then what happened? Everyone started blaming Israel. That's how bad it is for Israel. And then you fast forward to to the year 2025. Now it's 50% of young Republicans that are negative towards Israel. 50% of the Republican youth. And this is of March of this year. I would argue that it's probably more than 50% now, because this is of March of this year. That's a long time ago. We're in November already. And I can almost guarantee you it's a lot higher now. It's a lot higher than 50%. And then you look at the general American population, 42% of the general American public in 2022 had a negative view towards Israel, and that went to 53% in March of 2025. Yeah. We are seeing the beginning of the end. Now, let's go read some excerpts of this article just to show you how desperate the Israeli propaganda department is. So it says here that previous Haaretz investigations have shown how advertising intelligence firms use tools that allow operators to draw a digital polygon on a map, extract identifiers of those who were physically present there, and continue targeting them online. A practice that poses a severe threat to privacy. The campaign would use such tools to identify, tag, and target potential Christian audiences with messages from Israel's foreign ministry. So they're going to go after evangelical Christians. Those are the people that Israel is betting on the most. Those are the people that Israel is clinging on to the most. There's some other parts of this article that I don't know why the highlights are not here. I thought I highlighted more. I thought I highlighted parts of the beginning of the article, but they're not here. I don't know why. But I'll just start from the beginning here because there's some interesting stuff in the beginning. It says here, the Israeli government has signed contracts worth millions of dollars in recent months to rehabilitate Israel's standing in American public opinion, both online and offline. Amid a sharp drop in support from the conservative right, Israel has hired firms to conduct not just Hasbara, public diplomacy campaigns, but also campaigns targeting millions of Christian churchgoers, bot networks to amplify pro-Israel messages online, and efforts to influence both search results and the responses given by popular AI services like ChatGPT. So they want to manipulate the search results, and they want to target evangelical Christians. Why? Guys, remember the Great War between the Cruzite faction and the Tuckerite faction. Remember the infamous interview between Tucker Carlson and Ted Cruz. And I talked about it not too long after it happened. Tucker Carlson said, okay, why are you so pro-Israel? And Cruz said, well, Tucker, it says right there in the Bible that all those who bless Israel will be blessed, and all those who curse Israel will be cursed. And Tucker said, with that sort of, I don't know, he does this sort of look where he tries to act like he's dumb and that he doesn't understand what you're saying, but he 100% understands what you're saying, but he's just trying to act dumb to make the audience think, what is this other person talking about? Tucker Carlson doesn't really understand because what the other person is saying sounds so ridiculous. And it's just it's an effective way of debate, really, what Tucker Carlson does. But Tucker Carlson has this sort of confused, perplexed look on his face, and he says to Cruz, he says, and so the Bible says that we have to, bless the government of Israel? What? Bless the government of Israel? We have to bless the government of Israel. So that's, by Israel, it means the modern day state of Israel. Is that what it's saying? And Ted Cruz was visibly, agitated by this way of questioning, and he said, well, it's Israel, Tucker. It says Israel. Yeah, but that means the government of Israel. What do we mean by Israel, Ted? Is it the government of Israel? Is it the Israeli people? Is it the citizens? Is it the modern day state of Israel? Which one is it, Ted? And Cruz is like, well, it says Israel in there, damn it. It's Israel. And the whole world saw that and said, wow, the way that Tucker presents it, it really does sound ridiculous. I mean, just because it says Israel doesn't mean that automatically is talking about the actual Likud party and the prime minister of Israel, Netanyahu, and the current day state of Israel. Just because it says Israel doesn't mean that we have to bless this modern day national creation. So this debate between Tucker Carlson and Ted Cruz, it sparked a national and really an international conversation on Christian Zionism, which meant that that conversation was a threat to the pro-Israel Christian Zionist position, the position of Pastor Jack Hibbs, the position of Dr. Michael Brown, the position of Jonathan Cahn, the position of Ted Cruz, the position of all of these pro-Christian or pro-Israel pastors, people like Mark Discroll, etc. That called into question this entire Christian Zionist narrative. So by that narrative being called into question, and by that narrative being really expressed against, Israel's geopolitical position in the world was threatened. Because the pro-Israel policy of the United States is greatly dependent on the pro-Israel Christian Zionists. Once that goes away, or once that gets heavily reduced, Israel is in trouble, especially when it comes to its political relationship with the United States. Because that would mean less Americans being pro-Israel. That would mean Israel losing its biggest supporting bloc. And that would mean the political landscape altering even more against Israel's favor. Not for Israel's favor, but against Israel's favor. Because then conservative/Republican politicians would have to think twice before expressing support for Israel. Because that would mean evangelicals and other American Christians coming forth and saying, what are you talking about? Don't support Israel. Don't give me that pro-Israel line. We don't want to hear it. We're not going to vote for you if you're pro-Israel. We're not going to vote for you if you're getting money from pro-Israel groups or from AIPAC, etc., etc. And so that would change how politicians act when it comes to Israel, how politicians talk, how they dialogue in regards to Israel. Now, remember what I said earlier about public opinion carving out the landscape. Because you have a lot of people who come along and they say, oh, America's never going to abandon Israel. America's never going to drop Israel because America has always supported Israel. And public opinion doesn't matter. That is an inadequate perspective. That is an inept perspective. And the reason why I say it's inadequate is because your opinion is based on a history wherein Israel enjoyed overwhelming support from the American populace and especially from American Christians. So yes, America has been pro-Israel for decades, going all the way back to the 1960s, when you had the 6 Days War and American Christians thought that Bible prophecy was being fulfilled after Israel defeated multiple Arab armies at once with America's help. And America supported Israel in the 70s, in the 80s, in the 90s, in the early 2000s, in the 2010s. But you're basing your perspective on the fact that America was pro-Israel for decades. But again, that was because the American people were pro-Israel. We have not seen this level of antagonism towards Israel in the American population ever. We've never seen it. We have never seen it since the beginning of the formation of the State of Israel. We've never seen it. And what's happening in America is we are returning back to the 20th century. Because if you go back to 20th century, mid-20th century America, before the State of Israel was even created, the American population during World War II and before World War II had what we would deem anti-Semitic views. Not every American was this way, and I'm not saying that I support these views. I'm just making an observation of history. Before World War II, the American populace had, generally speaking, what we would deem as anti-Semitic views. Then World War II happened. Americans still had anti-Semitic views during World War II. We know this for a fact because there was a ship, I think it was called the USS, or it was called the SS St. Louis, and it was a ship filled with Jewish refugees who were trying to escape the Nazi death camps. That ship came to North America, and both the Canadian and the American people said no to accepting those Jewish refugees. They did not want those Jewish refugees in America. And what they were saying in those days was, if you allow Jewish refugees into the United States, they will corrupt American society. This is what they were saying. I'm not saying they were right. I'm not saying that that was correct. In fact, I think it was immoral to reject those people because those people ended up being murdered by the Nazis. I'm giving an observation of history. This is what happened in the history. After World War II, Americans began to change their views on the Jewish people because of the Holocaust. They saw the terrors of Nazism, they saw the horrors of Nazism, and they said, we don't want that to repeat. Let's not have those types of views. And so the American population began to change dramatically. In the 1960s, the American people became very pro-Israel because of the 1967 war, or better known as the 6 Days War. The Israeli military defeated multiple Arab armies, Egypt and Jordan, and this was seen as a fulfillment of Bible prophecy because Israel was surrounded and then Israel won, and so people said, wow, this is the Bible coming to life. And so the American people became even more pro-Israel, and really the phenomenon of Americans being pro-Israel really, really sparked substantially as a result of the 1967 war. So we have not seen this level of antagonism towards Israel since that point, is what I'm trying to say. So you can't base your prediction based on decades of history. Because in those decades, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, early 2000s, 2010s, America was pro-Israel, yes, but that's because the American people were pro-Israel. The opinion of the American people towards Israel right now is nothing like what was the opinion of the American people towards Israel in the 80s and the 90s. So we are entering a new world in the sense that we are returning to the views of the mid-20th century. That's what's happening. That's what we are returning to. So Israel sees what's happening, and Israel is terrified. Because for decades, they've been used to all these American Christians supporting Israel, but now that's declining. And when that declines to the point where the majority of American Christians are not going to support Israel, that would mean Israel losing the ideological bloc that has supported it the most. That would mean Israel losing its biggest supporters. And that would be horrendous for Israel, geopolitically speaking, because then, like I said, American politicians are really going to start thinking twice before supporting Israel. Mamdani winning the election proves that you don't need to be pro-Israel to win an election now. You don't. When Mamdani was running, and he was debating all these sycophants who were running against him, Cuomo, whatever. There is a video that you can see. I'm sure you guys have all seen it already, but it's a quite telling video, and it really does bespeak the political atmosphere that we are currently in. But there's a video that you can watch, and you see Mamdani, you see Cuomo, you see all these other politicians there, and they're all debating each other. And they're all asked the same question. if you become mayor of New York City, which country would you visit? Cuomo says, oh, I would visit Israel. The other guy says Israel. The other person says Israel. One woman says Israel. Israel, 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 Israel. As if all of these politicians just organically and naturally desired to go to the Holy Land, and it was all just coincidental that all these politicians wanted to go to Israel. They asked Mamdani, which country would you go to? He said, I would stay here in New York City because that would be my job as mayor of New York City. Going to Israel is not relevant to being the mayor of New York City. What does going to Israel have to do with New York City? Nothing. So I would just stay here in New York, and I would take care of New Yorkers. And if the Jewish community in New York wants to talk to me about their concerns, I would be happy to talk with them and help them deal with their issues. Very smart answer. Very advantageous and very effective answer. Smart answer from Mamdani. And people saw that and they said, wow, this guy's real. He's sincere. He's not fake like Cuomo. He's not fake like the other guys. All of them saying collectively the same thing like a bunch of parrots, like a bunch of sycophants glazing Israel. This guy is real. And I'm not saying this was the number one reason why he won, but that gave an appeal to Mamdani where people saw him as being authentic and not being just a shill for Israel. And so now it's popular to be anti-Israel. It's popular for politicians to be anti-Israel. It's popular for politicians to be critical of Israel. You see this Valentina Gomez woman. She is a prostitute for Israel. She, and I mean that figuratively, not literally, but she was critical of AIPAC initially, and then, well, she wasn't getting enough donations, I guess, so she began to become a sycophant for Israel. And people see right through it. And you have a bunch of pro-Israel people who love her, but the bottom line is most people do not respect Valentina Gomez because they see her as just a person who's selling herself for Israel, and that's it. Mamdani comes along, and he says, I'm against Israel. Free Palestine. I'm pro-Palestine. I'm not going to go to Israel. I don't give a shit about Israel. And that makes him appealing. So you already see this in the Democrat faction. Why? Because the Democrat Party has always been more critical of Israel than the Republican Party. And now the overwhelming majority of Democrats are anti-Israel. You are starting to see this slowly happening in the Republican faction. It's already happening overwhelmingly in the political discourse of the Republican world. Hence why you see Tucker Carlson being very popular, people like Dave Smith, etc., being very popular, Nick Fuentes being very popular. But you're going to start to see this being translated and converging into the political world of the Republican faction, not just the political discourse, but the actual world of political elections in the Republican faction. And you're going to start seeing a lot more Republican politicians coming along saying, I'm against Israel, I'm against Israel. Marjorie Taylor Greene has sort of jump-started this trend in the Republican world, but you're going to start seeing a lot more of it. And I am simply documenting the decline of the American-Israeli alliance in real time. That's what I'm documenting. People are going to say, no, America's still pro-Israel. Yeah, right now. Right now. But we are starting to see the alliance to crumble. And we're starting to see holes forming on the American-Israeli alliance. And people can say, no, America will never abandon Israel. Based on what? Based on the prior decades when the overwhelming majority of, well, you can't really make a prediction based off of that because that has changed dramatically. So now we have to expect the political landscape when it comes to Israel to alter and to shift significantly in American political discourse. So I'll continue to read. I will continue to read from this article. So it says here, the Israeli government has signed contracts worth millions of dollars in recent months. Okay, I already read this. Among the experts recruited is a former campaign manager for Donald Trump, and many of the other firms are linked to the Republican Party or evangelical communities, indicating that Israel is focusing massive efforts on communities once considered automatically pro-Israel. Focus on those words. Focus on those words. Once considered automatically pro-Israel. So the evangelicals were once considered automatically pro-Israel, which means that is not the case. That is no longer the case. Among the campaign's goals is fighting anti-Semitism, which has risen alongside the decline in support for Israel. Together, these campaigns signal a new phase in Israel's post-war public diplomacy strategy and a shift in the way it uses agents, both AI and human influencers, for Hasbara abroad. American firms representing foreign governments must... Now get this. This is really giving it all away here. American firms representing foreign governments must register with the U.S. Department of Justice under the Foreign Agents Registration Act. Documents filed over the past 2 months show that the government of Israel, through the Foreign Ministry, the Tourism Ministry, and the Government Advertisement Agency, signed multiple contracts in the United States to promote Israel's interests. So, guys, you're going to start seeing a whole wave of... Hold on, what? Did I drop? Wait, can you guys hear me? Okay, are we good, guys? Hold on a second. Let me just make sure that we're good here. Hold on. Okay, are we good, guys? Under the foreign agents... Okay, my stream, it's working on my end here. I'm not seeing any issues. Okay. So going back to what I was saying, guys, expect to see a wave of pro-Israel stuff coming out of American evangelical Christians. Expect to see a wave of pro-Israel propaganda coming out of the American Christian pro-Israel internet world. When you see it, just understand where it comes from. You see this right here? I'll read you guys this again. I'll read you guys this again. The Israeli government has signed contracts worth millions of dollars. So you're going to start seeing a whole wave of pastors and other evangelical Christians on the internet saying, we have to support Israel. It's in the Bible, guys. It's in the Bible. When you see that, understand where that comes from. Right here. Israel signing contracts worth millions of dollars to target American Christians with pro-Israel Christian propaganda to get them to support Israel. Right here. It's all designed. It's all astroturfed. It's all by design. And thankfully, for articles like this, we can know about this stuff. So it says here, payments are routed through Havas Media Germany GmbH, a subsidiary of the international advertising and public relations giant Havas. In practice, Havas serves as an intermediary, executing contracts with U.S. firms on Israel's behalf. Ooh, now interestingly enough, every time you say, hey, this person's paid by Israel, what do they always say as a response? They say, I haven't gotten a cent from Israel. Where is this money? I wish I can get this money. I wish Israel was paying me. Where is this money from Israel? I need this money. Where is the money? I haven't gotten a dime. You have that, what's her name, Emily Austin woman. She was confronted by Anna Kasparian, and Anna basically said, hey, you're paid by Israel. And Emily said, I haven't gotten a dime from Israel. Not a single dime from Netanyahu. And she was told right there, hey, listen, we're not stupid about how this stuff works. We know that the way it works is not that you get money from the state of Israel. You don't get a check in the mail that says, oh, paid by the Israeli government. Money from the Israeli government. Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, guys. That's not how it works. The way it works is you get paid by a third party who is a conduit of the Israeli government. That's how it works. You don't get paid directly from Jerusalem. You get paid by a billionaire or a millionaire funder who's a Zionist, who is paying you at the behest of the Israeli government. Israel works directly with the pro-Israel funding class. The pro-Israel Zionist funder sector. Israel works directly with them. Then the Israeli government tells those people who to fund. Those people then get the funding from the funders. The funders pay the acolytes of Israel, pay the influencers, not directly. The funders pay them through an organization, such as a nonprofit, as a third party. That's how it works. So they don't even get the money directly from the funder. The funder puts the money into an organization, which then pays the influencer. So the influencer may not even know how any of this stuff works. They may not even know how any of this stuff works. I know for a fact because we were getting funded by some Zionist billionaire, and they were funding us through an organization that they created. I know how this works. I've seen it in real time. I've literally seen it in real time. We were getting paid through an organization. Now, I didn't know this in the beginning, but then after I realized that they were trying to pressure us and control us through money, I began to look into how this stuff works. But these people would call us, this billionaire couple would call us, or they could have been multimillionaires, but I'm pretty certain they were billionaires. But this very wealthy pro-Israel couple would call us and they would say, hey, we like your work and blah, 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 this and that and this and that. And they would donate money to us, but they would donate money to us through an organization that they created. You see, that's how it works. And so the influencer gets the cash. The influencer gets the cash, and the cash comes in from an organization such as a nonprofit. And so the receiver of the funds may not even know how any of this stuff works. They may not even know they're getting money from Israel. It's possible that they don't even know. But I'm just telling you how it works. So Emily Austin and her ilk will come out and say, we don't get a dime from Israel. Nothing. But you do. You may not know it, but you do, because Israel doesn't fund people directly. Israel funds people through third parties. That's how it works. Just a little FYI. So let's go back to this article here. Charlie Kirk, exactly. That's exactly how Charlie Kirk got funded. Charlie Kirk wasn't getting funded directly from Israel. He was getting money from Shillman. He was getting money from Ackman. He was getting money from all these different various funders who were all funding him at the behest of Israel. That's why Netanyahu contacted Charlie Kirk and said, hey, we can give you this much money. It was like over $100 million, et cetera, et cetera. And Charlie Kirk said, no, because you guys are trying to control me through money. And that's how they control people. They control people by giving them an ungodly amount of money. That's how it works. So it says here, the documents show that since 2018, the company has received at least $100 million to promote Israeli tourism campaigns in the United States. So Havas, the marketing company, Havas, gets the money from Israel. And Havas then pays people to advertise for the state of Israel. So it says here, the largest of the new Hasbro contracts was signed in August with a firm called Clock Tower X, owned by Brad Parscale, who played a lead role in Trump's digital campaigns in 2016 and 2020. The $6 million 4-month contract signed between his firm and Havas Media on behalf of the Israeli government calls for strategic consulting, planning, and communication services to develop and execute a broad U.S. campaign to combat anti-Semitism. According to the filings, Parscale's company will produce at least 100 core pieces of content per month, including videos, audio, podcasts, and graphics and text. So when you see, you're already seeing a wave of pro-Israel stuff on X. And that wave, or this current wave of Hasbro material that we have been seeing inundating X, really sparked not too long Netanyahu had his meeting here in the United States. Netanyahu came here, I want to say, in August of this year, and he gave a little speech to a bunch of propagandists for Israel, Emily Austin, etc. And he said, we have to fight the propaganda war. Israel is losing the propaganda war. We have to fight. We have to fight. Not too long after that meeting happened, boom, you began to see a wave of pro-Israel content on X, where before that point, X was being dominated by anti-Israel material. Then we began to see, after Netanyahu's propaganda war speech here in the United States, we began to see this wave of pro-Israel content. Why? Because Israel went into third gear in the propaganda war and began to seriously pay people through third parties to inundate the online spaces like X, like TikTok, with pro-Israel material. So expect a second wave or a following wave of Hasbro to come up. And when you see it, understand where it's coming from. It's coming from this Israeli-backed, Israeli-financed media campaign. So it says here that they want to produce videos, audio, podcasts, graphics, and text, and 5,000 derivative versions monthly, aiming for 50 million impressions a month. That's a lot. 80% of the content will target young Americans on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube. Campaign messages will be distributed via Salem Media Network, a conservative Christian media group that owns more than 200 radio stations. It's not going to work. It's all going to fail. Literally, it's all going to fail, no matter what Israel does. I don't give a shit what Israel does. It's all going to fail. I did a video about this not too long ago saying that Israel is never going to recover from the world hating it. It is going to fail. Because people read articles like this, they're going to watch videos like the one I'm doing right now, and they're going to say, oh, okay, I know where it's coming from. And when they see all the pro-Israel stuff being inundated on their feed, they're going to say, oh, I know exactly where this is coming from. I know exactly where this is spawning from. This is coming from Israeli money. Because from the get-go, when this media campaign was sparked by the Israeli government some months ago, it felt very unorganic. It did not feel natural. It felt very artificial. It felt very fake, and it felt very forced. It felt as if they were saying, hey, you have to listen to us. And pro-Israel Hasbro material is extremely lazy. It is not organic, and it's very inauthentic and very lazy. The way it works is they find a woman with big tits, and they have her talk in front of a camera. She has zero personality. You see, the tits I shouldn't talk like this. This is a pro-family show. I shouldn't talk like this. Being an averagely, or being a generally speaking attractive woman, or being a woman of average looks is sort of a cheat code. All you got to do is get in front of a camera. You don't have to have personality. Just get in front of a camera, and men are going to watch you. As a man, I understand that I don't have those cheat codes. As a man, you have to form a personality. You have to sort of cultivate a personality to get people to listen to what you have to say. With a woman, all you have to do is be somewhat good looking and have a mouth, a camera, and a microphone. And you will have more or less a decent amount of views. This is especially the case when it comes to video games. If you're a good-looking woman who likes video games, automatically you're going to get a lot of views. But this is not so much the case when it comes to being pro-Israel, because people, for the most part, see right through it. And for the first time in a very long time, men are watching content, political content, not with their third eye, but with their brains. And all of a sudden, you're on X, and all out of nowhere, your feed is being inundated with a bunch of videos of women talking in front of a camera, talking in front of their iPhones, saying things like, we have to support Israel, guys. Israel is fighting for Western civilization. Gay rights. Gays. Think of the gays, guys. We have to think of the gays. Oh my God. Civilization. Women's rights. And what these people may not understand is that men in American society, especially young men, generally speaking, don't give a shit about any of those issues. In fact, the idea that women shouldn't vote anymore is growing in popularity by leaps and bounds. Now, I remember back in 2000, I want to say 2015 or so, I wrote an article about why giving women the right to vote was a terrible idea. Almost everybody hated me. Almost everyone disagreed with me. Conservatives! I'm talking about conservative people. Conservatives, for the most part, went against me, disagreed with me. Fast forward almost 10 years later, all of a sudden, the idea that women should not be allowed to vote is popular again. So when you go to young men in America and you say, women's rights, they don't care. Because in their minds, they're thinking, man, giving women the right to vote kind of led us into all these problems that we have. So none of that stuff is appealing to people, especially young men. A lot of them don't give a shit. They're just about what? MAGA, America first, Christ is king. Are you Christ is king first, or are you pro-Israel? Are you America first, or are you Israel first? Which one are you? That's pretty much where the dialogue is at for a lot of these guys. So this stuff ain't working. It's not working. So they're going to see their feed. They're going to see some big-tittied Zionist. We have to support Israel, guys. Support Israel. And these men are just saying, get thee behind me, witch. Thine sorceries are not working here no more. And that's what's happening. You see? It's not going to work. None of this stuff is going to work. It's going to fail. By the way, people see the truth. They have seen how for decades politicians have been controlled by Israel and Israel's conduit, financial conduits. And they've seen the genocide, they've seen the destruction, they've seen the evils of Israel. And so they also have opened their eyes spiritually. They see, wait a second, this whole Christian Zionism stuff is unbiblical. Paul said that being a Jew is truly spiritual and not external and not genetic. St. Paul says that not everyone who descends from Israel is actually of Israel, meaning that Israel is spiritual. Our focus on Israel must be spiritual, not physical. And we should be focusing on spiritual Israel and not genetic Israel. Unlike what the evangelical pastors like Jack Hibbs argue. Jack Hibbs says that, no, the genetics matter. He himself says that the genetics of the Jewish people are important, and we should fixate on the genetics. So for the evangelicals, it's really salvation by race. Whereas in real Christianity, it's salvation by grace, not race. We're saved by grace, not by race. And you see a lot of young men wearing cross necklaces. They're wearing necklaces with Christian crosses on them. And they're lifting weights, and they're telling everyone Christ is king. And then they see someone like, what's his name? Andrew Kleinman, or whatever his name is, coming out saying, well, saying Christ is king is anti-Semitic. Do you know how absolutely oblivious, foolish, and stupid you have to be to tell young men who are excited about their Christian faith that to say Christ is king is anti-Semitic? How fucking stupid do you have to be to say that? Do you not know how to read the room? Really? Andrew Kleinman, or whatever the hell your name is? Ben Shapiro? Ben Shapiro? And all the rest of their ilk? They came, all these young men said Christ is king, right? They're excited about their faith. Leave them alone. Candace Owens came out, Christ is king. And Andrew Kleinman and Ben Shapiro and the rest of them came out, the rest of the shills from the Daily Wire came out and they said, that's anti-Semitic, you shouldn't be saying that. That's anti-Semitic. I mean, beside the fact that you're an asshole for saying that, just from a PR standpoint, you're not very bright. I mean, you guys are supposed to be bright when it comes to marketing. Isn't that what they say? You guys are supposed to be very smart when it comes to marketing and PR. From a PR standpoint, that was a very dumb move. Very foolish move. Because now, what did you do? You brought attention to the Christ is King slogan. And what are the headlines saying? What were people saying on social media? What were people saying on YouTube? Oh, look, the pro-Israel Zionists are telling us that we should stop saying Christ is king. Guess what we're going to be doing now? Saying Christ is king. Guess what you did? You just made the statement, Christ is king, punk. You made it punk. You made it edgy. You made it rebellious. And that which is rebellious is cool to young people. So, I mean, I should be thanking the Zionists. I should be thanking Ben Shapiro and Andrew Kleinman for making that slogan cool. We should be thanking them. If anything, we should be desiring the Hasbras to attack Christianity. We should want those people to attack Christianity because it's only going to make our side stronger. But they did that, and they did a disservice to their cause, and they made it quite obvious that their side is anti-Christian. Because for years, Shapiro and Andrew Kleinman and all these guys were saying, oh, no, we love Christianity. In fact, Andrew Kleinman claims that he has converted to Christianity. And Ben Shapiro has claimed, oh, no, he loves Christians. Christians are his allies. But then he goes against the statement, Christ is king. He goes against Jesus. So now people see that. And you cannot reverse what they have seen. They cannot unsee what they have seen. You see? And a lot of this started with our patron saint, Mel Gibson. Saint Mel Gibson, my friends, he started this whole thing. It all goes back to Trump. No, it goes back to Nick Fuentes. No, it all goes back to Tucker Carlson. No, it all goes back to what? No. It all goes back to Saint Mel Gibson. Because Mel Gibson made a work of art, a masterpiece of art, called The Passion of the Christ. And he made a movie called The Passion of the Christ, which is a masterpiece. It's a masterpiece of a film. And I will watch The Passion of the Christ every so often, every few years. I don't even watch it every year. I'll watch The Passion of the Christ every year. Not every year. Every maybe 2, 3, 4 years, I'll watch The Passion of the Christ. Because I can't... If I watch it every year, then it might get old. I don't want it to get old. And that film... Every time I watch it, it has a very emotional impact on me. Like, I get visibly emotional when I watch The Passion of the Christ. I do. Man, I get emotional watching that movie. Like, I can't help myself every time I watch that film. Especially if I watch it from beginning to end, I can't. I can't do it, man. I can't. And the scene that always hits me is when, oh my God, dude. You see, this proves we're not anti-Semitic. They say we're anti-Semitic. This proves we're not anti-Semitic. Like, we're getting emotional about a rabbi. Like, just think about that. We're getting emotional about a rabbi who lived 2,000 years ago. How can we be anti-Semitic? We are the most anti-Semitic people. But it's the scene that always gets me is the scene where he's carrying the cross, and then the cross falls down, and the cross collapses on Jesus, and then Mary comes, and he tells his mother, "You see how he says something like, don't you see how I have changed all things," or something like that. It's every time I see that scene, I was like, oh my God, I just can't do it. It's such an amazing scene. It's such a beautiful movie. Like, all of Mel Gibson's movies are masterpieces. Like, Braveheart, masterpiece. Apocalypto, masterpiece. Passion of the Christ, masterpiece. But Saint Mel Gibson, who should be canonized. I think after Mel Gibson dies, he needs to be canonized. There needs to be a thorough investigation into the life of... we don't need... We all know his sins. No investigation. Automatic sainthood after he dies. Automatic. That guy has done more for Christianity than anyone in our lifetime. Mel Gibson, he has done more for Christianity than the popes. He has done more for Christianity than any of the popes after Pope Pius XII. All the popes after Pope Pius XII did nothing good for Christianity. In fact, they did damage to Christianity, especially John Paul II. Who was a piece of shit, evil, and he should have never been made into a saint. I hate John Paul II. That guy did more damage to Catholicism than any pope since the Renaissance period. John Paul II and the dude who did Vatican II. Those two bastards. Evil. But they make him into saints. You know, Francis is a saint. Oh, Saint Francis now. He's a saint. And John Paul II. Saint John Paul II. He's a saint. He's a saint. No, he's not a saint. John Paul II was evil, and he should have never been made into a saint. But Mel Gibson, they'll hate on Mel Gibson. That man will never be made into a saint. But he should be made into a saint. Because that movie, The Passion of the Christ, touches people's hearts, and it got people to be more interested in Christianity. More than any other film, that film got more people to be interested in Christianity. And it's a masterpiece. And then what happened? A bunch of assholes rose up and said, Passion of the Christ is anti-Semitic. It's an anti-Semitic movie. Don't watch it. It's anti-Semitic. And for months, before I even saw the movie in theater, it's anti-Semitic, 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 anti-Semitic. Watch television. And I watched the TV talking about the movie. Anti-Semitic, anti-Semitic. And I said, I'm going to see this movie for myself. And I went to the theater with a group of Christians from church. of course. And we saw The Passion of the Christ. And it was a masterpiece. And when the film was done and the credits went up, nobody got up. You know how everybody gets up once the credits start rolling? Nobody got up. Everybody just sat there because we saw what the crucifixion was like, how brutal the crucifixion was. We saw, oh shit, my keyboard almost flipped. We saw what Christ had to go through for our redemption. And I remember thinking, well, that was a masterpiece. Why are all these people so angry at this movie? Why do all these people hate this film? There's nothing hateful about this movie. This film doesn't preach hate. This film doesn't tell anybody to hate anyone. This movie doesn't promote violence. This film doesn't tell anyone to hate people. There's nothing hateful in this movie at all. It's a movie about a murder, a brutal murder that took place. It's a movie about a rabbi who was brutally murdered by his own people. And they'll say, no, it promotes hatred against Jews because it tries to depict the Jews as the murderers of Christ, and therefore it encourages hatred against Jews. But that's bullshit. The film is historically accurate. The film is depicting a real-life historical event, and it is true to the historical documents that we have available to us about the crucifixion. The Gospels of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Mel Gibson was simply being true to the text. That's all he did. No. It's anti-Semitic because the way that it depicts the people who wanted Christ to be crucified, it depicts them as evil. Well, they were evil. Annas was evil. Caiaphas was evil. Barabbas was a scoundrel. Judas was a traitor. The people calling for his crucifixion were evil. They were a mob. It's about a bunch of people who incited violence against an innocent man. If anything, the movie is warning people against incitement. I mean, if you want to take a secular meaning out of the movie, that's one thing that we can all learn from that film, that it's evil and destructive to incite a mob against innocent people. Then they'll say, no, but you see, the people who want Christ to be killed in the movie are Jews, and so therefore it is trying to encourage people to hate Jews. Well, if that is your argument, I'm going to take your logic and I'm going to apply it to the film Schindler's List. Because in the film Schindler's List, you have Germans who are murdering Jews. So is Schindler's List promoting racism against German people? The Passion of the Christ is not encouraging racism against Jews, no more than Schindler's List encourages racism against Germans. But I didn't hear any of these people telling me that the movie Schindler's List or the film The Pianist were inciting hatred against Germans. It's only when you accurately depict the crucifixion of Christ that you have accusations of anti-Semitism. Why is that? That makes no sense. That makes zero sense. So I went to the theater, I saw the film, it was a masterpiece, and then I remember walking to the parking lot with this church group, and what happened? One of the women who were in the group is getting emotional. Not because of the film, not because of what she saw in the movie. I kid you not, I heard this coming out of this woman's mouth. She says, and she's a pro-Israel, oh, Israel, Netanyahu, Zionism is great. One of those types. She says to our group, I still feel like the film is anti-Semitic. I sensed some anti-Semitism in that movie. And I remember hearing that, thinking, what is wrong with you? Are you insane? But you see, her brain was rotten. Her brain was rotted out by Christian Zionism. That's what Christian Zionism does to people's brains. It makes people retarded. That's what it does to people, you see. But people were saying, don't go see The Passion of the Christ. That's anti-Semitic. Guess what people did? They saw Passion of the Christ. So the hatred that was expressed towards the Passion of the Christ actually was perfect marketing for Mel Gibson. It was perfect marketing for Mel Gibson. Tons of people went to go see The Passion of the Christ. Even atheists went to go see The Passion of the Christ. Because the hatred that was expressed towards the film was so immense that it got people to actually go and watch it. And then people saw The Passion and they thought, wait, what? Now people are looking at Mel Gibson and they're saying, this guy was right all along. This guy was the pioneer behind the great awakening that is happening right now. So it all started with Mel Gibson. That's where it started. So now people are saying Christ is king, Christ is king. And Andrew Cliven, or whatever his name is, Clavin and Ben Shapiro and the gang, the whole squad, they were saying what? It's anti-Semitic. Well, guess what? People are now saying Christ is king all the time. So it's a lose-lose for them. If they do nothing, the anti-Israel wave is just going to grow no matter what. If they fight against the wave, guess what's going to happen? The wave is only going to grow faster. So by fighting against it, they actually are helping the wave. They may not know this, but Josh Hammer and his ilk are actually helping the wave. Because the more they resist the wave, the stronger the wave gets. It's like a plant. You know, wind is vital for a plant's growth and survival. If you try to grow a plant, let's say you're trying to grow kale. If I put a kale seed in the ground, let's say I put a kale seed, a mustard seed, in a pot in my room, and I don't put a fan. That's why every time people grow plants indoors, they always have a fan. They need that wind. If you try to grow plants without that wind, what always happens is the plants become weak, or they start out weak and they just remain weak. And they'll try to grow, but they don't have the strength to sustain their new size, and they eventually become leggy and they just go right down. They do not develop the strength to grow as a vibrant and thriving plant. When a plant has wind constantly hitting it, moderate wind, not harsh winds, but moderate breezes hitting it, that breeze forces the plant to get stronger, and the plant will develop a thick stem. That's why you have plants with thick stems, because of the breeze. It works just like muscles. If I don't lift heavy things long enough, I eventually go through atrophy and my muscles become weak. If I challenge my muscles, my muscles get bigger and stronger. It's the same thing with political and religious and spiritual movements. If you fight against a movement, it strengthens it. So it's a lose-lose for the Zionist. The problem that I see is where this anti-Zionist movement is heading. If we can head towards a movement where we're not Nazis, we're just Christians who understand what spiritual Israel is, and we understand that the Jews need to come to Christ because Christ is their Messiah. That's great, because that is authentic Christianity. But the problem that I see is a lot of people are veering towards the Nazi side, to where they will say, no, Hitler was right, and we should follow him as a model. And then you eventually enter a realm of a nationalistic Christianity, where Christianity becomes no different than the violent and extremist Judaism that you see dominating Israeli society. In Israel, Judaism is based on race. Talmudic, rabbinic Judaism is focused on race. I am a Jew ethnically, and that is really at the center of my religion. And it becomes an ethno-religion. If you try to make Christianity into a Nazistic religion, where you praise Hitler, and you say, I am a proud white German or Anglo-Christian, then you have made Christianity into an ethno-religion, and you have become what you claim to be against. Because you'll say, well, I'm against the Zionists because they think that the Jews are better than the non-Jews, and I'm against them. And that's great to be against ethno-nationalism, but then if you go down the road of Hitler, then you have become what you claim to be against. And that's what I do not want to see. I do not want to see, as a result of this wave of anti-Zionism, as a result of this surge in anti-Zionism, Christianity, I do not want to see Christianity becoming basically another form of rabbinic Judaism, where we focus on our race and our people and our ethnic group. That's what I don't want to see. Me going against Zionism is the result of me being against racism. Me going against Israel is the result of me going against racism. So the last thing that I want to see is for people, as a result of this surge in anti-Israel sentiment, becoming racist. But I fear that that is the road that a lot of people are treading upon. That's what I fear. That's my biggest concern when it comes to this whole thing. You see, of this surge in anti-Israel sentiment becoming racist. But let's go back to this article here. And then I will address your questions and comments. So it says here, the focus on Christian audiences would have been surprising before the war in Gaza, since they, and particularly evangelicals, have historically been considered the most pro-Israel group in the U.S. So it's very interesting. I want to focus on this part of the sentence here. The focus on Christian audiences would have been surprising before the war in Gaza. Why would it have been surprising? Why would it have been surprising? Because the Israeli government did not need to focus so much on Hasbara before the Gaza war. Why are they focusing so much on it now? Because they are desperate. That's why. But Pew surveys conducted between 2022 and 2025 show a rapid decline in support for Israel amid the war in Gaza, even among conservatives. Some 42% of Americans held a negative view of Israel in 2022. 3 years later, that number jumped to 53%. The collapse in support is not limited to Democrats. Half of young Republicans under age 50. I'm going to read this to you guys again. Half of young Republicans under the age of 50 now hold a negative view of Israel, up 15% since the war began. Israel's getting desperate. A 2024 report by the Center for the Study of the United States at Tel Aviv University points to a similar trend among young evangelicals who are more critical of Israel and no longer support it automatically, unlike their parents. So, like I said, being anti-Israel is punk. It's rebellious. They're going against their parents. You guys better be supporting Israel and stop saying Christ is king. That's anti-Semitic. And guess what they're going to do as a response? They're going to Christ is king until the cows come home. To make matters worse, following the killing of conservative commentator Charlie Kirk, conspiracy theories spread through far-right media and among online disinformation networks, alleging Israel had assassinated him over his criticism of the Gaza war. And that is true. That is very true. The failure of Israel's public diplomacy apparatus, which has long enjoyed both direct and indirect government support and remains popular domestically, with celebrities frequently volunteering for such projects, is alarming. It will be the focus of a state comptroller report to be published later this year, part of a series of reports, etc., etc. Another Israeli campaign commissioned for the Foreign Ministry was proposed by Show Faith by Works, owned by Republican consultant Chat Schneitger, an evangelical operative connected to the Christian right. The campaign's budget exceeds $3 million, 1/10 of which has already been paid via Havas. There's that third party again. Though a final contract has yet to be signed, filings submitted in September describe a focus on churches and Christian organizations in the Western United States. Now, guys, what did I say recently about Pastor Mark Discrow? Pastor Mark Discrow. Guys, I'm going to get a glass of water real quick because my mouth is pretty dry. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. I'll make the music loud. Give me 1 second. My mouth is way too dry. Hold up. All right. Yeah, the cat has using my chair as a scratching post. My mouth was so dry. I could not read for the life of me. I had some bread and butter, which, by the way, bread and butter is one of the greatest things in the world. I love bread and butter. Let's see here. All right, let's get back to this article here. So, there was something that I wanted to point out. Something I wanted to point out here. Pastor Mark Discroll. All right. I'm going to show you this video. Pastor Mark Discroll did a video not too long ago on why Christians should support Israel. Now, is this video part of Israel's information war? Maybe. I don't know what type of connections Mark Discroll has. But the video that he did it 4 months ago. And it has 122,000 views. Honey butter, that is an amazing. I'm gonna do that next time. That's a good idea. No carb. No, it sucks. That sucks. You can still lose weight eating bread, by the way. You don't have to cut out bread. You just have to cut down on the carbs, but you don't have to completely cut off carbs. Carbs are amazing. If it weren't for carbs, I do not think I would be able to do these hours-long streams every week. I don't think I'd be able to do them. Because carbs are the greatest fuel that you can give to your brain. So the best fuel that you can give to your brain is carbohydrates. So when I do these streams, I really pack up on the carbs. I eat a lot of pasta, a lot of bread. I will eat French fries, chips. Like I will pack on the carbs a lot. And it really helps me. If I don't eat enough carbs before these streams, doing these streams is quite difficult. But here's this video. Now let's just look at the comments. I just want to focus on the comments, all right? We already know more or less what this guy is going to say. Like, oh, yes, it's in the Bible. Israel's in the Bible, blah, blah, blah. All right. But let's look at the comments. Here are the comments. Don't let support of a state and its policies supersede your allegiance to Christ and his kingdom. Let's see here. Galatians 3:29. If you belong to Christ, then you are Abraham's seed and heirs according to the promise. So far we have two comments that are against what this guy is saying. Galatians 3, there is neither Jew nor Gentile, neither slave nor free, nor is there male and female. You are all one in Christ Jesus. If you belong to Christ, then you are Abraham's seed and heirs according to the promise. It blows my mind that the average American Christian supports Jewish people in Israel, who in large part despise Christians. So far it's just negative. Supporting Israel and the Jews is one thing, but supporting the government and their actions is another. Again, another negative comment. I love when people have differing opinions from me in scriptures because it challenges me to do more studying and to make sure, I don't know what this is like a neutral comment, I guess. Sincere question, when can you actually be critical of the Israeli government? Again, this is critical of the video. Kind of lost me on this argument. Negative. Jesus to Israel, you will not see me until you say, blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. Against the video. I do not support any group or organization that actively works against the truth that Jesus Christ is our Lord and Savior. Against the video. So it's just negative comment after negative comment. So listen, Israel can pour in $1 trillion into funding pastors like Discroll to promote Israel and to promote Zionism. It's not going to work because let me tell you guys something. When you are raised in Christian Zionism, and then you realize that it's wrong and it's based on misinterpretations of the Bible, you cannot unsee it. It's like someone converting to Catholicism and then going back to evangelicalism. So let's say you were raised to be an evangelical. And then one day you think, wait a second, Christianity's been here for thousands of years. Let's look at the history of Christianity. I'm very interested in the history of my faith. This is the path that I took when I was in high school. And so you start reading church history. You go back to ancient times, 1st century, 2nd century, 3rd century. Eventually you go into the Middle Ages. You start reading about the Middle Ages. And then you realize, wait a second, it's all Catholic. They got the bishops and the monks and the monasteries and the fasting and the meditation and the asceticism and the Eucharist and confession. It's all there. It's ancient. How can you unsee that once you see it? once you see the historical reality of what Christianity is, how can you unsee it? It's like the old saying goes, to read history is to cease to be Protestant. It's very true. So then you convert to Catholicism. The only step that you would take as far as converting goes is you might become Eastern Orthodox afterwards, because you realize the Vatican is a little bit too gay for you. So you realize it's just gay, right? There's a lot of pro-Sodom stuff in the Vatican. So then you become Eastern Orthodox. But you're not going to go back to being a Starbucks, Chick-fil-A evangelical. You're just not going to do that. It's not, because once you see the truth, you can't unsee it. It's the same thing with Zionism. All these young people are realizing, wait a second, mom and dad were wrong. So they're not going to just wake up and say, silly me, I was wrong this whole time. I'm going to go to the Wailing Wall now. That's not going to happen. That's just not going to happen. I want to see the ratio. Can you see the link? Yeah. Send the link. Yeah, sure. I can't really send links. I don't know if links worked, but I'll try to send it to you anyway. All right, do you see the link? I just sent it to you. So once you read St. Paul saying, hey, Abraham had one seed, and that is Christ, and all those who follow Christ are of Abraham's seed. And not all of those who descend from Israel are actually Israel. And to be a Jew is actually spiritual and not genetic. How can you unsee all that? You can't. It's just, Israel's not going to reverse this. They can pay all the money they want to the pastors. They're not going to reverse this. 230 dislikes, 2.5 thousand likes. But look at the comments. Look at the comments. There's a lot of negative comments. Let me see here. Let's go back to this article here. I'm going to read the rest of this. $230 dislikes is a lot of dislikes. And remember, this is his YouTube channel. So just keep that in mind. Let's see here. Let's go back to this. Let's go back to this article here. So it says here, according to the documents, these goals will be pursued through biblically based arguments. So they're going to try to use Christian Zionism. Even though they themselves reject Christ, they want to use Christian Zionism to get people to support Israel. It goes back to what I've been saying, and it goes back to what other people have said. Christian Zionism is connected to government. It's connected to the Israeli government. It's connected to people in the U.S. government, etc. According to the documents, these goals will be pursued through biblically based arguments highlighting the importance of Israel and the Jewish people to Christians, while spreading messages that the Palestinians chose Hamas. They murder Christian aid workers. Yeah, you could tell people that Palestinians have murdered Christians all you want. People are still going to say, wait a second, what about the fact that they spit on Christians? What about the fact that they attacked a Christian village in the West Bank, the village of Taiba? What about the fact that Israel bombed churches in Gaza, has attacked churches in other parts, like in the West Bank or in Lebanon? What about that? It's not going to work. They celebrated the October 7th massacre, etc., etc. The filings for the proposed campaign explain that the messages will reach their audience through the largest geofencing campaign in U.S. history. A pitch to map the physical parameters of every major church and Christian college in California, Arizona, Nevada, and Colorado. Why those states? I was the screen wasn't good. Sorry. So the Israelis want to focus on Christian churches and colleges, specifically in these states: California, Arizona, Nevada, and Colorado. Why these states? Ask yourself that question. It's a good question. I think I know why. I think I know why they are targeting these states, because it's in these states where you have heavy concentrations of Christian Zionism. Heavy. Take it from someone who was born and raised in California and from someone who's been to all of these states. So, being originally a Californian, I can tell you right now that Christian Zionism is strong in California. Now, it's probably less now, but it's probably still substantial in California. For example, and maybe I can bring my dad in here to talk more about this, but for example, California, specifically in the area of Chino Hills, has Pastor Jack Hibbs. Pastor Jack Hibbs is a hardcore Zionist who thinks that the genocide against the Palestinians is A-OK, biblical, kosher, and 100% Christian. Jack Hibbs says, oh, the Palestinians? Nobody wants them. Nobody wants them. Nobody wants them. Gaza's pathetic. Israel is absolutely right to do what it's doing. So Jack Hibbs is a apologist for Israel's murderous policies in Gaza. He's a pastor. He's a pastor of a mega church in Southern California, Chino Hills area in California. California is a heavy, heavy hotbed for Christian Zionism. The church that I went to in Northern California did not have a Zionistic pastor. He was a Calvinist minister who wasn't really interested in Zionism. But a lot of the people who went to that church were Zionists. A lot of the people who went to that church were very pro-Israel. So California is a hub. California is the Mecca. It is the harlot of Babylon for Christian evangelicalism and Zionism. TBN is in California. A lot of the weird American Christianity that we see came from California. It came from California. Arizona is also a hotbed for Christian Zionism. I've been to Arizona one time, and when I was in Arizona, I went to a studio called, what's it called? It's the studio that's ran by Jonathan Bernis. So Jonathan Bernis is a hardcore Christian Zionist. I forgot the name of his studio. I'm going to look it up real quick. But it's in Phoenix, Arizona. I've been to the studio. In fact, I'm pretty certain you can still find the video of me talking in Jonathan Bernis' studio in California. Jewish Voice Ministries is the name of the studio. It's in Phoenix, Arizona. I've been to the studio. I went there in 2000 and I want to say 9 or 2010. And the fact that that studio is in Arizona bespeaks that there is a concentration of pro-Israel people in Arizona. So Arizona is another hotbed. There is a pro-Palestine activist. He calls himself Resistance is Beautiful. You can watch his videos on Instagram and I think also on YouTube, I'm not sure. But he lives in Arizona and he does pro-Palestine events in Arizona. And many times he gets people coming to him, acting very aggressive towards him, yelling at him, threatening him, acting very viciously towards him. Why? Because in that state, there's a lot of pro-Christian people. If you go to, let's say, the other states mentioned in this article, the other states that Israel is targeting specifically. So Israel is very strategic. They know exactly which states to go to. They're not going to every single state. They're not targeting every single state because not every single state is the same, and not every single state is going to have the same amount of pro-Israel people. There are specific states in America that have more concentrations of Christian Zionism than others. Nevada has also a lot of Zionists, although I haven't seen a whole lot of it myself, but I know from my father's experience that it does have a lot of those types of people. Colorado, I know this from firsthand experience. Colorado has very high concentrations of pro-Israel sentiment. A lot of Messianics, a lot of Judaizers are in Colorado. If you go to Colorado Springs, Denver, tons of Messianic churches, tons of pro-Israel evangelical churches in Colorado. Colorado, I would say, out of all the states, I would say Colorado has the highest number, or at least the highest rate, of just American churchianity lunacy. If you want to see a state that has, like, if you are into the type of American Christianity where people are charismatic and they worship Israel and they go on hikes and they do Christian yoga and they're just into this sort of fruits and nuts, trail mix Christianity, Starbucks Christianity, Colorado is your state. You would love Colorado. The International House of Prayer is in Colorado. They have places, and believe it or not, the evangelicals in Colorado have created their own form of monasticism. I did not know that this existed until 2011, 2012. They have, I didn't see this, well, actually I did see this myself. I saw this when I was in Colorado. They have these prayer houses in Colorado, and they have multiple locations in the state where people go into these little buildings and they just go there to pray. They're prayer houses. And they're literally the evangelical equivalent to a monastery. So they always say, oh, monasteries, that's unbiblical. Oh, it's antichrist, Catholic, popery, idolatry. The evangelicals literally made their own version of monasticism. And you can see it in Colorado. And like how in a monastery, they always have people praying, at these prayer houses, they always have to have at least one person praying. And that person will stay for hours praying, and they will have shifts. So they'll say, my shift is from this time to this time. I leave at this time, and then this person's going to come in and start their shift and replace me. It's like how monasteries function. I never saw that until I went to Colorado. So Colorado is the motherland. It's like the hub of weird American Christian lunacy. And so that's why they're targeting Colorado. That's why they're targeting California. That's why they're targeting Arizona. They know the religious demographics of these states. You could go to New York. You're probably not going to have as much luck. You could go to, I think Texas, you would have still a lot of luck in Texas. But you could go to New Jersey, New York. You could go to, I'm trying to think of other states. Maybe Oregon, Washington. You may not have the same level of success as you would in these particular states. So it says here that they want to target churches and Christian colleges in these states during worship hours, identifying attendees using commercial data. You hear this? So they're tracking your data. They know what you're searching. They know what you're interested in. They're going to target you. Tracking them and continuing to target them with relevant ads. The estimated audience for the suggested project, 8 million churchgoers and 4 million Christian students. And here's the thing. The more they target, do a little stretch here. The more they target us, the more people are going to despise them. They're going to see the ads and they're going to say, well, this is annoying. Ads don't work, by the way. How many times have you seen an ad? Like, you want to see a YouTube video. You want to listen to a song. All of a sudden, you see an ad about car insurance. Do you say, you know what? I'm going to get myself some car insurance. I'm going to call this number. When has that ever happened? Answer, never. That's never happened. Ads don't work. It's like when Romney was running and the Mormon church said, you know, Romney's running. Now's our chance to get some new members in the church. And they spammed YouTube with these annoying I'm a Mormon ads. I'm a Mormon. I'm a police officer. I'm a Mormon. I'm a teacher. I'm a Mormon. I'm a professor. I'm a Mormon. And I'm a Mormon. I'm African American. And I'm a Mormon. People just saw those ads and they said, well, this is annoying. This shit don't work. It don't work, guys. You're just annoying people. So it says here, a draft proposal attached to the filings list potential celebrity participants, including Guardians of the Galaxy actor Chris Pratt, Jon Voight. Now, Jon Voight, I could totally see this. I could totally see Jon Voight doing this whole thing. Music has stopped. I gotta get some good music here. Hold on, guys. I want to get some good music here. Hold on. Why isn't this thing just automatic? Just play automatically. Where is the article? There it is. So Jon Voight, yeah, I could totally see Jon Voight playing this game. Tim Tebow, 100%. I could see Tim Tebow doing this sort of thing. NBA star Stephen Curry. I'm not sure about that one. Although Mayweather has been glazing Israel for a while now. Russian IP is the ultimate ad block. Yeah. That's funny. That's true. Very true. So it says here, a government tender exemption revealed that the state spent over $45 million in the second half of 2025 on regular online advertising with Google, YouTube, Twitter, and Outbrain. Has it worked? Has it worked? Nope. Candace Owens is still getting, on average, 2 million views for a live stream. And Steve Crowder still ain't getting those numbers. Friggin' Charlie Kirk's YouTube channel ain't getting anywhere near those numbers. It ain't working. Okay. And why do they keep inviting Erica Kirk to these events? Stop. Fox News did this cringe-ass event. The Fox Patriots Awards ceremony. Do you know award ceremonies are bullshit? Do you know what award ceremonies are bullshit? They're meaningless. Did Passion of the Christ get any awards? Did Passion of the Christ get any Oscars? I want to know right now. I want to fact check this. I'm going to check this out. Passion of the Christ. Did it get any Oscars? Oh, it got some Oscars. Original score, cinematography. Oh, wow. It did get some Oscars. All right, but for the most part, Oscars, okay, award ceremonies, maybe not the Oscars. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe the Oscars are bullshit now. Maybe they weren't bullshit back in the day. But award ceremonies, for the most part, are cringe. It's a bunch of people getting together and then giving each other awards. How cringe is that? So they're like, we're going to create the Fox Awards Patriot Awards ceremony. We're going to invite Erica Kirk and give her an award. And we're going to call her name. And she's going to get on the stage. And we're going to have this fireworks shooting up from these machines like they're in a freaking monster truck rally, WrestleMania rally. Like, her husband almost got decapitated on television. Here's some monster truck WrestleMania effects. She gets on the stage. And then before that, they invite her on the Jesse Waters show. Who keeps inviting her? Seriously, just stop. Every video you see of her, she's dabbing her cheek. I don't see any tears. People don't trust her. She's not beating the allegations. Who keeps inviting this woman? People are not even watching the YouTube channel. That channel that channel has over 5 million subscribers. It gets 10,000 views for a video. 20,000 views for a video. Now, that for me, that's pretty damn good. I'm happy when I get 2,000 views for a video. But you got 5 million subs, over 5 million subs, and you're getting 9,000 views for a video? Like, that's disastrous. So how come it's not working, Israel? It's not working because you guys messed up. Instead of just doing a precision operation where you could surgically remove and eliminate the Hamas operatives who were behind the October the 7th attack, you guys decided to go full out genocide mode, and you guys decided that you were going to become Levi and Simeon from the book of Genesis, killing everyone in a town, and then saying that you're the good guys. That don't work. It just doesn't work. And then people realize, oh my God, you guys spit on Christians and you guys don't like Christ. So you're not hiding it from us anymore. Well, actually, no, the Palestinians, they're the real anti-Christians. We love Christians. And that's why the West Bank has a Christian population. See how crazy it is, guys? Let's go back to this article here. It's taking me forever to read it, but, you know, I keep talking. But that's the thing about this stream is I am the mouthpiece here. I have to give my thoughts on these matters. What else do we have here? Another influence... sorry, here, hold on. I don't want to... Is this music too loud? Another influence campaign was signed with Bridges Partners, a Washington-based consulting firm owned by Yair Levi and Yuri Steinberg, the former Israeli tourism attaché in North America. The $1 million contract signed via Havas on behalf of the Foreign Ministry and LAPM funds social media influencers promoting Israel. Hello? All these influencers you see on X, a lot of them are on the payroll. So when you see this big wave of pro-Israel content, just remember who's backing it. Just remember who's spawning it. It's not organic. It's totally astroturfed, as they say. It includes recruiting and managing 14 to 18 influencers, each posting 25 to 30 times per month on Instaho, YouTube, and TikTok and X. In July, Haaretz reported that the foreign ministry granted hundreds of thousands of shekels under tender exemption to a nonprofit tasked with bringing American right-wing influencers to Israel. The same demographic showing the steepest decline in pro-Israel sentiment. Interesting. Noticing a lot of people visiting Israel lately. In August, they arrived and toured, including visits to settlements. Ooh, Tommy Robinson. I wonder, Mr. Robinson. Remember who funded Tommy Robinson? Go look it up. Bob Shillman. That's his name. You can't make this stuff up. That's his name. In August, they arrived and toured, including visits to settlements and what the ministry described as a visit of media, diplomatic, and public diplomacy values. During his September visit to New York, Prime Minister Netanyahu met with American influencers and urged them to think of social media as a battlefield. And it is. It is a battlefield. If you lose the information war, you lose a lot. You got to get the support of the Christians. If you don't, you lose the support of America. That's the bottom line. Project Esther is presented as a national strategy for combating anti-Semitism and protecting Jewish communities. But critics, including Jewish and progressive groups, said its real goal was to criminalize pro-Palestine activism. Very true. They want to make it illegal to criticize Israel, by the way. If they could, they'd put me in prison. If they could, they would fulfill exactly what Jesus warned about. They will take you to the synagogues, they will put you in prison, they'll kill you. They want to make it illegal. But because if they tried to do that, they'd have hell to pay. Because if Israel said, hey, America, I want you to put people in prison for criticizing us, the anti-Israel stuff would grow like an ocean. It'd be like Noah's flood. It'd be a deluge against Israel. But if they could get away with it, they would put me in prison. They'd put anyone who criticizes Israel in prison. It proposed restricting students' visas and cutting federal funding to universities, hosting such... And this is such horseshit, by the way. Bullshit. You're telling me that some... So... Let's say some Israeli guy comes here and he's going to university here in America, and he says, "I want to wipe out all Gazans. Should he be deported back to Israel? Yes or no? Yes or no? If you want to deport people for criticizing Israel, because it's anti-Semitic, as you say, then we should also deport any Israeli who comes to this country and says, I want to wipe out Gaza. We should deport them. I'm putting a massage ball on my back. It proposed restricting student visas and cutting federal funding to universities. Hosting such activities, steps that were implemented immediately after Trump's return to the White House. And it's terrible, really, what happened. It absolutely is terrible. You know, just deporting people or wanting to deport people, arresting people for criticizing Israel and all this stuff. It's just crazy to me. I think it's insane. A Haaretz investigation earlier this year also revealed a state... Again, this is hilarious. So, a Haaretz investigation earlier this year also revealed a state-backed effort to develop an AI-based Hasbara bot. They got a robot that just churns out pro-Israel stuff. Like a machine, making you think it's actually organic. You see, because these... But you see, here's the thing. The Hasbara bot ended up becoming anti-Israel. Even their own AI bot became anti-Israel. They can't even get their robots to be pro-Israel. They can't even program the robots to be pro-Israel. The robots become anti-Israel. You see? They lost Charlie Kirk. They lost me. They lost my father, who was a huge defender of Israel, and they lost the robot. The robot has more compassion than Israel. That's correct. This robot's got more soul than Israel. It's just insane. So they just so a lot of these pro-Israel profiles on Twitter, they're just fake. They're not even real people. They're not even real. They're fake. They're churning out these bots to make you think that pro-Israel sentiment is so overwhelming. You see, this is how this stuff works. Let me explain to you something about Israeli culture. Israelis love this idea that white people love them. If you want to piss off an Israeli, tell him that the country that has the most pro-Israel people on the world, on the earth, is India. You'll piss him off. You know, the biggest number of your supporters are found in which country? Not in America. Not in any European country. No, no, no. They're in India. That pisses them off. Because they want to be loved by white people. Because a lot of Israelis... Excuse me. A lot of Israelis want people to see them as white. So they want to be loved by white people. And what they hate is this idea that white people are becoming more and more critical of Israel, which is a fact. So they want to give this impression, you see, the Westerners love us. And the reason why, for years, you've seen all this inundation of anti-Israel profiles on Twitter is because, well, the real people of America have not spoken yet. And the real people of Germany and the real British people have not spoken yet. And so they flooded Twitter with X. And this flood of pro-Israel bots are there to make you think that the real people have spoken. You see, the real Westerners have spoken, and they're pro-Israel. You're wrong. They love us. And then you realize, wait a second. Israel has literally poured in tens of millions of dollars into X, into YouTube, to get the algorithms to push pro-Israel propaganda. Hasbara. Why would they have to do that if the great majority of Westerners are pro-Israel? If the great majority of Westerners are pro-Israel, you wouldn't have to buy bots. You wouldn't have to churn out bots. You wouldn't have to pour in so much money into these platforms, but you are. If the great majority of Westerners were pro-Israel, all you would have to do is just sit back and relax, because the people would do the work for you, but they're not. Because you're losing Israel. That's the reason why. I'm going to try to answer your guys' comments here. Hold on a second. Cool sweater, or as we say in the UK jumper. Nice. Nice jumper. That's a nice jumper you got there. Mel Gibson made Apocalypto. He did, yeah. He made that movie. Mel Gibson went to Mount Athos. Yeah, I know. I think that guy is getting more spiritual as he gets older. I'll try to read your guys' comments. Hold on. One-man charity getting its funding from a bigger charity sounds like an easy scheme. It is a very simple scheme. The right to vote to men was because of conscription or because you own land, right? Right, and they also had the philosophy of one family, one vote. So basically, the idea of only men voting was that you, as a man, are the representative of your family. You are the head of your family. Therefore, your opinion, your political preference in an election is the political preference of your entire family because you are the head of the household. So the whole idea of only men voting was based on the idea that the man is the head of the house. And so the man is the spiritual and political and ideological leader of his family. So why do women have to vote? The woman's opinion is already that of her husband's. So only allow the husband to vote. But by allowing women to vote, what you enabled or what you allowed was for women to come out and say, I'm going to vote for this other politician who my husband disagrees with. So you enabled the wife to vote against the political beliefs of the husband. It goes back to the Garden of Eden. Okay, so when I made the article saying that I think that giving women the right to vote was one of the worst things America ever did, my opinion was based on what it says in Genesis and what St. Paul said, by the way. And no one ever quotes this verse in the churches, by the way. No one ever quotes this verse. I found out about this verse on my own, just reading the Bible for myself. But St. Paul says that sin came into the world from Eve because it was her that ate the fruit first. So sin came into the world from Eve. And what does God tell Adam? He says, because you listened to your wife, I will punish you. So women, in my opinion, the idea of women's suffrage was a terrible idea. Now, when I said that back in 2015 or whenever, I wrote a very long article on this topic. If you want to read it, I can find it for you and put it in the chat. But when I wrote that article, I got a lot of hatred from people. But now, maybe I should republish the article. Maybe I'll republish it for you guys. Because now I think is the time to say those types of things. Now I think the society is more primed and more willing to hear such an opinion as opposed to back in 2015, 2016. So I think I'm going to republish that article. I think I should republish a lot of my old articles because when I was writing the things that I was writing at a time when what I was writing was deeply disagreed with. And the world has changed a lot. We have gone through this ideological shift, tremendously speaking. So I think maybe I should republish a lot of the articles that were greatly hated in the 2010s. I might do it for Abby. Yeah. Should need to be over 25. Yeah, agree. There isn't even tax or inheritance if you leave it to charity or political party. Clavin. Yep, Andrew Clavin. So let's see, you guys are arguing with some weirdo. I can't stand Andre Colbert. I'm sure he's a plant. Oh, Andre Colbert? Yeah, he's not very popular. He's a Zionist. He's just a Zionist. That's what he is. And so people look at Charlie Kirk's channel now and they're like, who the fuck is this Colbert guy? He's just a Zionist. Ew, gross. And they don't watch him. Jordan Peterson. Yeah, Jordan Peterson has become obscure. I mean, he got reduced to effectively nothing. I mean, he is a skeleton of his former self. Back in the day, we're talking like, what was it, 2018, 2017? Jordan Peterson was the most popular thinker in the world. He was everywhere. He was in all the universities speaking. He was all over television. He was all over the internet. He dominated YouTube. He was everywhere. Everything that came out of his mouth was esteemed as a work of genius, even though a lot of the stuff that he said was sort of just word masturbation, to be honest with you. I wrote an article against Jordan Peterson, again, when Jordan Peterson was deeply popular. Again, I think I should republish a lot of my old articles. But I wrote an article back in 2018 warning people about Jordan Peterson. I said, Jordan Peterson is a snake. Jordan Peterson is evil. He is trying to promote eugenics. He is a eugenist. He's wicked. Don't trust him. Nobody listened to me. Not a whole lot of people agreed with me. But I was right. And what happened when the genocide in Gaza began? Jordan Peterson came out and said, give him hell. And has he ever denounced what he said? Has he ever taken back what he said? I don't think so. Has he ever changed his position on Israel? I mean, I understand supporting Israel at the beginning when people were talking about, like baking babies alive in ovens and all that stuff. But now that the dust has cleared and we realize, oh my God, this is a genocide, what's going on? There is no excuse. People who were supporting Israel in October of 2023 should have taken back what they said, because it became very obvious what Israel was doing and what Israel was and is up to. And so if you have not changed your position, if you have not had a change of heart when it comes to Israel, you are evil. If you read about snipers shooting children, if you see the videos of streets strewn with corpses who have been shot by Israeli soldiers, if you see the videos of Palestinians being murdered, gunned down outside of these aid distribution centers, and you have not changed your position, you are evil, plain and simple. And has Jordan Peterson ever changed his position on Israel? I'm going to Google this real quick. Jordan Peterson, Israel. Jordan Peterson has consistently expressed support. Oh, wow. 4 months ago, Jordan Peterson interviews Benjamin Netanyahu. So Jordan Peterson has proven himself to be an agent of the antichrist and an agent of the eugenist establishment, which wants the genocide in Gaza to take place so that they can watch military technology being tested, so that they can watch AI weapons technology being tested on civilians. Jordan Peterson has proven to be exactly what I said he was, and that is a demonic person, an agent of the devil and of the diabolical. So to hell with that guy. But I'm happy that Jordan Peterson is no longer popular. I'm happy. People got sick of him. For whatever reason, they got sick of him. They don't care about his daughter anymore. You don't hear about the daughter. Oh, remember, the daughter was there. She was famous. Oh, she had depression. She lived on a diet of steak all day. I just eat steak all day, guys. I just eat steak all day. No vegetables. No vegetables. Just eat steak and salt and drink water. What about green? Don't you want a little bit of fiber in your gut? Nope. I just put a dead animal in me. Just put dead animals in my body all day. Maybe that works for you, but listen, if I don't eat it, listen, there's a reason why I garden. If I don't get vegetables in my system every week, I go insane. And I like my carbs. I like my meat. I like my chicken. I like some pork sometimes. I like my beef sometimes. But I gotta get fiber. I gotta get green in my system. If I don't get those greens, if I don't get that fiber in my system, if I'm not getting those vitamins and minerals and just the beautiful antioxidants and all the little beneficial substances that are in these plants, like dandelions and chrysanthemums, Japanese chrysanthemums, go look it up, very delicious vegetable. If I don't get my arugula, if I don't get my kale and collard greens, man, if I don't get my herbs, I go crazy. I need that. Because I've eaten so much vegetables in my life that if I don't get enough vegetables in a week, I literally feel unhealthy. Maybe it's all psychological, but I don't feel good. And so anyway, the whole Jordan Peterson thing was insane. Like, just eat steak and drink water, and Jordan Peterson comes in, he's genius. And Jordan Peterson comes in and he's like, well, if you look at the mental components of the psychological phenomenon, which we can map out, we can actually map that out, and we can actually see in a database. I've actually seen the studies on this, and the studies are monumental. We have a mile high, just a whole tower high pile of documents that prove this. But you actually look at the behavior of people, we can see this in children, but the psychological traits and characteristics of a psychopath can actually be mapped out, and we can see the dark triad traces of narcissism and selfishness and greed and just and selfishness and envy and just being malignant and all these things. We can see it all on a map, and it turns out that women love this. So guys, you better start adopting some dark traits, or else you're not going to get laid, because apparently women love being evil, and they love evil just like Eve loved the snake and the fruit. So be a little bit evil, and you got to be a monster, guys. You got to be a monster. You have to be dangerous. But what does a monster have to... what does a monster look like? You have to be a monster. You got to be get that monster out of you. I got to become a monster? Like a fucking, what, a SS... leader running a gas chamber? Like, what do you... should I be like a cartel leader? Dark triads? I gotta adopt some you know, because you know, because you know, if you look at studies that have been done on women's pornography preferences, they love Wolverines and vampires. So you got to adopt some of those dark elements, because we've actually seen the studies. And, you know, Carl Jung, you know, he talked about this. You know, the Wotan barbarian within, we have to unlock it, guys. We have to unlock it. We have to unlock it, and we have to have a balance. You know, we got to have, it's the symbolism behind it. You know, we have, if you look at the Epic of Gilgamesh, Gilgamesh fights Humbaba, the monster, but Gilgamesh also has sex with Ishtar, the goddess, the goddess of Venus. So there's a balance there. You know, there's a monster, you fight the monster, but then there's balance. So you need the chaos. And then you need the harmony. But if you just have harmony, well, you're a slave, you're a victim, and no woman is gonna want to have sex with you. And you're gonna be low in the dominance hierarchy. We've seen this in lobsters. You know, we've seen it in lobsters, the dominance hierarchy. And you know, and if you just have harmony, and if you're just a good person, you're not dangerous. That's not good. You know, so it's like the whole thing gets old after a while. You know what I mean? Like, so the whole thing went down. So no one gives a shit about Jordan Peterson, and people realize that the guy's just a Zionist. Okay, Theo is now a moderate compared to current Israel sentiment. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm definitely a moderate in comparison to a lot of other people out there. I am. What I want to try to tell people is, listen, we need to criticize Israel. Like, we have to. We are morally obligated to criticize Israel, and we are morally obligated to tell people the truth about Israel. We are morally obligated to say that Jesus was murdered in Israel, that Jesus was murdered by the religious Jewish establishment, and that we are not obligated to support the state of Israel because some pastor says so. We are absolutely obligated to say this and to believe this. We are absolutely obligated to expose the crimes of Israel, and we should. Absolutely. We should not hold anything back. But what I'm saying is, don't go down the Sieg Heil route. That's all I'm saying. Because if you go down the Sieg Heil route, you will become exactly what you claim to be against. That's the truth. I agree, them being anti-Christian is helping us, similar to Zionists saying anti-Semites are our best friends. The Jewish dilemma is that they are not Jews because they don't believe their own prophets. Otherwise, they would be Christian. Correct. Wise, yay, flipped. Jesus was punk rock. Old Melly Mel. I love the Passion of the Christ. Yep. Mel Gibson. Patron saint Mel Gibson. I remember the backlash. Yep, Tommy Robinson's best friend Liam Tufts often jokes about his own knowledge of Jesus is the life of Brian. It really pisses me off. Well, those people don't care about Christianity. They're just thugs and shills and puppets and whores. Good call, Teddy. Exactly. Appreciate that. Ronnie Imbergia. You think it all started with old Mel? Nah, it all started way before he was born. The story started almost 2,000 years ago. Well, yeah, if you want to go that deep into the lore, you're right. You're right. But I'm talking about in the context of post-World War II America. That's what I'm talking about. But overall, you are correct. Yes, if you want to go deep into the lore, like Elden Ring level deep, we're going to go into the Gospels, church history. Absolutely, absolutely. But what I'm saying is that the awakening for Christians when it comes to Israel really sparked, I think, with Mel Gibson. Partially, right? I'm kind of joking, but partially. Those Nuri Karta rabbis are so cool. I would actually be one of those guys. Yeah, I think that the what do you call it, Nura Karta, those Orthodox Jews that you're talking about, I think those guys are actually closer to Christianity than all the other sects of Judaism. And the reason why I say that is because what Christianity actually teaches is that we're supposed to be detached from Jerusalem, earthly Jerusalem. We're not supposed to be attached to Jerusalem because that's where Christ was murdered. And Jerusalem is antichrist. Jerusalem is godless. Jerusalem is against Christ. And so why should we be praising a city where people reject Christ and where Christ was murdered and where they still reject Christ? And so what these Orthodox Jews are saying is we are supposed to be detached from Jerusalem until Jerusalem turns to God and turns to the Messiah. So they're sort of closer to Christianity in the sense that, yeah, Jerusalem is godless. Israel, physical earthly Israel, is godless until it actually follows Mashiach. And we are supposed to be not supporting Israel until they actually support Mashiach, the real Mashiach, who is Jesus Christ. So the Neturei Karta guys are correct in the sense that, yeah, they need to accept Messiah. The problem is the Neturei Karta guys don't recognize Christ as Messiah. That's the problem. But if they could accept Christ as Messiah, they will be completely there in the right position. Let's see here. Mel Gibson made Apocalypto. Yep. But what about Saint Olga? She's canonized already, but she committed a very clever genocide. What genocide? I want a mullet Mel icon. Let's see here. What did JP2 do? I already answered that. I already explained it. Passion of the Christ exposed the Antichrist. Yep, it did. I heard St. Patrick liked to drink. Yeah. I only know people thought the Passion was anti-Semitic because of your video. Really? I heard it all the time. And maybe it's because I lived in California. I don't know. I remember the backlash. Yeah, me too. It's not anti-Semitic. It's not. It's awareness. Yeah, absolutely. I want to go see that movie with my youth group. You can literally hear a mosque piss on cotton in the theater. What? Which country are you at, Mr. Fraser? Man, I remember leaving the theater after the movie. It was so impacting. I almost got into a car accident. Oh, yeah, I know. There's a sequel that, yeah, it's in the making. Yeah, I'll be seeing it. It's a Mel Gibson movie. Of course I'm going to see it. I hate all mobs. Me too. They just wish they had Jesus Christ because he's just so cool. I actually cried when I read the New Testament. Awesome. Yeah, me too. Many times they kill innocent people. Yup. Gaslighting. Yup. The Romans could see no fault in the man, but the people said crucify him. That's correct. The people let the robber go free. That's right. They never talk about the other Jews that was not against Jesus. We do. All the time. The Virgin Mary. All the disciples. The Pharisees who accepted Christ. We talk about them every time. St. Paul. We talk about it all the time. But the people who are pro-Israel, like the Zionist people who hate Mel Gibson, they never talk about that. They just want to portray Christianity as anti-Semitic. We have the best religion. Yep. Let's see here. Hold on. The chat is slow. The chat has prevented me from... Let's see here. Hold on. Theo's on fire. Appreciate that. Word salads. Yup. JP. Whatever his name is. Jordan. Oh, JP2. I thought you meant Jordan Peter. Someone said, what's wrong with JP2? Dude, Assisi. Look at what JP2 did in Assisi. He had all these religions come to the Vatican. And then also JP2 was preaching this theology of the body, and he wanted to bring back nudist artwork. And plus there were so many pedophiles that were under his watch. It's just so weird. Have you ever considered doing a part 2 to the book Christianity is at War? No, I have not. No, I think that book, I think it just suffices for itself. But I'm glad that you brought up the book. I hope you liked it. Peterson had dinner with Shapiro and Netanyahu. That explains it. It's more accepted now for sure. A lot of people are starting to become based. Jordan Peterson is a piece of shit, shilling as a Christian. Absolutely. 100% agree. He's not even a Christian. Nope. I see some people say Peterson has some health issues and is why he doesn't talk. Oh, I see. Well, I don't wish him harm, but I just think the guy is evil. Didn't serve in the military, no voting rights. No, not tax positive, no voting rights. Don't own land property, no voting rights. Non-citizens, no. I'm not sure about this military thing. A lot of people who join the military are weird and unhinged. And just because you serve in the U.S. military doesn't mean you're a stable person who has the country's interest at heart. And also, if you're one of these military guys, you're going to vote for stuff that's more pro-military, and that may be to the detriment of the United States, because that would be to the favor of the military-industrial complex. So I don't think I would support that at all. What I would say is, I think if you want the right to vote, I think that you should first be a man. Secondly, you should own property, and pay taxes. I think that should be the criteria. And by own property, I mean you own your house. You own your house. You're not enslaved to the banks. You own your house. Because if you're a slave to the banks, or if you're a slave to student loans, you're going to vote for politicians who are going to tickle your ears with promises of, oh, paying student loan debt, and oh, we're going to help you pay your debts back, and oh, we're going to give you welfare. Fuck that. No. People who vote, the people who should be allowed to vote are men who own property and pay taxes. That's it. Because they're going to vote for politicians who are not going to mess with private property. They're going to vote for politicians who are not going to mess with people's finances, and who are not going to want to tax us to shit. Now, I know that they are billionaires who vote for that sort of thing because they don't give a shit because they have money. But if you're a guy who, let's say, has $1 million or is making a six-digit figure salary, you're not going to want the government to rape you financially. So I think that we should make taxes as less as possible. We should have taxes only for major necessities like roads, police officers, fire department. I think all ambulance service should be paid by the state unless it's not an emergency. So if you dial 911 and it turns out that your situation was not a life or death situation, then you should pay for the ambulance drive. But if it is an emergency, then you should not have to pay for the ambulance. I think that should be paid for by the state. I think that the government should fund not all university education, but I would say that the government should fund all trade school education. So plumbing, electricity, trade school jobs should be taught in colleges backed by the government. I think the government should pay for that sort of training to encourage people to enter that sort of job field. I think that if you want to go to school to learn something about art history, that should be on you to pay for. And I think that I think all medical services should be paid for by the state. I think that the way that hospitals work nowadays, where they charge you $15,000 for a hospital visit, is ridiculous. And I think that it should be paid for by the government. And I think things like public transportation should all be paid for by the state. I think that taxes should be handled by your employer, like they do in other countries. So instead of you having to go to the government and show the government all of your expenses and all the money that you made, I think that your employer should handle all of that stuff. I think your employer should handle all of it and say, okay, here's how much you owe in taxes. Here's your paycheck after that. That way you don't have to worry about it. All that money goes to things that help the people. Medical services, public transportation, policing, fire department, education, for trade jobs, for trade schools. And I think that would be great. And I think that if people were to see that their taxes are going to things that actually help them in the real world, they wouldn't have an issue with it. But the reason why we just have an issue with taxes is because we don't see a lot of, we don't really see a whole lot of fruit from all the taxes that we pay. Like, we pay a fuck ton of money in taxes, and then we go to the hospital for a life or death situation, and then all of a sudden we get a bill for $15,000, $25,000. I think that's ridiculous. Like, okay, where are my taxes going? You drive and the roads are still full of holes and potholes, and there's still massive amounts of construction going on that block the roads. Why isn't this stuff taken care of? So I think that if we actually were to see the fruits of taxes, we would totally support it. But I think we just don't see a whole lot of fruit. We see policing, which is very important and great. But I think other than that, we don't see a huge amount of fruit from taxation right in front of us, helping us in real life or death situations, other than policing and fire department. So I just think the way that America works is just, I think it's a ruthless society. It's ruthless. I think it's a ruthless society where we talk about doctors helping people and all this stuff, but the medical system just robs people all the time here. We get robbed all the time. And then we have this, I like to call it American terrorism. We have this system in America where if you feel anything weird in your body and you go on Google and say, I feel this, the chances of your Google search results telling you that you might have cancer is almost 9 out of 10 times. And almost every time, it's nothing to be worried about. And we see this all the time. Like, oh, I feel a little weird feeling in my stomach. I'm going to go feel this weird feeling in my stomach. It's a tumor. You know, I went through this sort of thing. And so the whole system is built in a way where you are terrified through terrorism, psychological terrorism, to go to the hospital. So you go to the hospital, doctor, what's wrong with me? The doctor checks you out. Oh, nothing. Go home. That you're fine. Go take a nap. And then here's the money that you owe me. You know, it just perpetuates the business. And I call it the American medical terrorism. That's what it is, American medical terrorism. And this actually happened to me one time. It's so funny how the mind works, but I remember about 3 or 4 years ago, I think it was about 4 years ago, I kept feeling this tearing feeling on this side of my rib cage, right here. So around right here. I kept having this tearing feeling, like something tore in that area. And I had it for years at that point. Like, for years, it was just on and off, this tearing sensation. And I want to say in 2021 or maybe 2019, somewhere around there, years ago, I said, you know, what is this tearing feeling? It never goes away. I mean, it goes away, but it keeps coming back. And I've had this for years. I don't know what it is. So I go on Google and I type in tearing feeling on the rib cage. And it's, you know, I got all these different possibilities. Well, it could be that you tore a muscle. It could be that you strained something. It could be that you have a tumor. So go to your doctor. Go check it out. Go see your doctor. Get checked out. I was like, okay. So I went to the doctor. I'm like, I don't know. I might have a tumor. I don't know. And when I started thinking that I might have had a tumor, the tearing feeling actually amplified. It actually amplified the feeling. And it got worse. So then that really made me want to go to the doctor even more. Again, terrorism, right? This is literally terrorism. So I go to the doctor. He checks me out. And he said, "You're fine. You're fine." Really? Yeah, like, nothing's wrong with you. And I said, "It's not a hernia or anything?" He goes, "No, you don't have a hernia." He goes, if you had a hernia, believe me, I would know. You don't have a hernia." I said, "Well, how do you know it's not a tumor?" He goes, "You don't have a tumor." He goes, "You're fine." So I paid this dude money to tell me that I was fine. Now, I felt a sense of relief that everything was fine, but I fell into the psychological trap of the American medical terrorism system, the American medical terrorism complex. And I remember walking out of the hospital building, and that feeling disappeared. And ever since then, it has literally never returned. Never. Not even once. It never came back, which means the shit was all in my head. Maybe it started out as just a regular injury from excessive exercise, but it just sort of was in my head. And the more I thought about it, the more it stuck around like a fucking demon. It's terrorism. And that perpetuates the business. That makes sure that the American medical industry gets money. We're just going to keep scaring people. Oh, you have a headache? Oh, it's a brain tumor. Oh, you feel something in your stomach? It's a tumor. Oh, you're bleeding from your ass a little bit? It's probably that you cut your ass. But you know what? It could be colon cancer. Like, everything's cancer. Everything's the end of the world. Everything is like just everything is catastrophized. And that's why every time you drive past a hospital, and I am not a medical professional, so don't take this as, gospel, blah, 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 blah. These are just my opinions. These are solely my opinions. But when you drive past every hospital in America, what do you notice? The parking lots are always packed. Why are the parking lots always packed in America? Are all these people really that sick? Well, I remember years ago, I knew a guy who was a surgeon. And he told me, he said, "Listen, America is the most medicated society in the world." He said, "Most of the people who come to my office don't need to come to me. They're fine, but they think they're sick." He said, "I've had people come to me saying, 'I need these pills. I need this prescription.' And I tell them, 'Listen, what you need is to go home and take an Advil.' And they don't listen to me." This is what he told me. He says, "They don't listen to me. They hate me. And they'll go to a different doctor. And they'll keep going to different doctors until they get the prescription that they want." He says, "This is America." He says, "We are the most medicated society on the face of the earth. It's completely ridiculous. It's ridiculous." And so it's a big business. And you go to the doctor, and they want you to be there. And then you find out that they're poisoning us. In 2018, I had an awakening. When I started looking at the packs of everything that I was buying. I literally had an awakening. Like, I just started reading the ingredients off of things. And I noticed that they were fucking poisoning us. I started looking at... I used to eat Doritos all the time. I loved Doritos. I stopped eating Doritos. And one day I read the back of a bag of Doritos, and I noticed they put red dye. It's not even real pepper powder. They put dye to make it look red. And then I looked into red dye and how it's killing us. It's poison. Red dye, this yellow dye, blue dye, green dye, this preservative, that preservative, this preservative, that preservative, this preservative, that preservative. It's all fucking chemicals in a lab, and we're shoving this stuff into our bodies. It's fucking poisoning. It's poison. So they want us to be sick. So if the medical industry really cared about our health, don't you think they would be lobbying? Don't you think you would have armies of doctors lobbying to get all this shit removed from the ingredients? But you don't see them doing that, do you? Nope. And I remember last year, was it last year? No, earlier this year, I met, he was a doctor who specialized in pancreatic health. I met this guy in real life, and he knew all about the pancreas, pancreatitis, pancreatic cancer, like, he knew about all this stuff. And I said, why do you think there's so much cancer in America? You know what he told me? You know what he told me? This is a expert on the pancreas. He said, it's all the fucking chemicals they're putting in our food. I didn't even bring up chemicals, nothing. I didn't suggest to him the answer, nothing. I just asked him straight up, why do you think there's so much cancer in America? He said it's because of the chemicals in the food. That's the reason. He says they're poisoning us. All the doctors know it. The medical industry, they know it. So if they really cared about our health, there would be armies of doctors lobbying, get this shit out of the food. But you don't see them because they want you to be sick. Because that's how they make a living. They don't eat that shit. Have you ever met a doctor? Have you ever met surgeons? They're all fit. I've never seen a fat surgeon before. They're all fit, lift weights, they run, they do exercises, they stretch, they eat a certain diet. Like they know what's up. They ain't stupid. They don't eat that shit. But they don't tell you, hey, stop eating that shit. Stop putting that shit in your body. It's all poison. So it's just terrible how we are treated in the United States. And I remember going to Europe, and I remember drinking soda pop in Spain. And the soda in Spain, I'm talking about Sprite in Spain. I'm not talking about a Spanish soda brand. I'm talking about American soda in Spain. When you drink American soda in Spain, it tastes way better than the shit they're giving you in the United States. I remember taking a can of soda pop in Spain. It was a can of Sprite. I'm pretty certain it was Sprite. Could have been 7-Up, but I'm pretty certain it was Sprite. I could not stop drinking Sprite in Spain. It was so good. Why is the Sprite, and I remember asking people, why is the Sprite so fucking good in Spain? Read the ingredients. Real sugar, cane sugar, no fucking corn syrup, and they don't put all these chemicals in it. So you're telling me that they don't give the poison to the Europeans, but they give it to us. That's correct. Why are they giving the poison to us, but not to the Europeans? Do you know what I was told? Because if you gave the poison that they give to Americans to Europeans, they wouldn't drink that shit. The Europeans are smarter than us. They're smarter than us. And I'm not saying that to be mean. I'm not saying that as a pejorative. I'm not saying that to be like nasty or anything like that. It's just a fact. They're smarter than us. Because believe me, if we were smarter than them, that shit wouldn't be in our products. It wouldn't. That shit would not be in our products. We would be up the fucking wall, pissed off about this. We'd be like, fuck you, we're not drinking that shit. But we drink it because we're morons. You go to Amazon, or not Amazon, you go to Walmart, that's the biggest poison ever. You go to Walmart, the soda pop, they give you like a 30-gallon bottle of soda, and it's some shit grape drink full of, and people buy it, drink it they're guzzling it down like gasoline in a car. They eat that, and they don't care. The companies get away with it. They put the poison in it, because you know why? It's our fault. Whose fault is it? Our fault. It's our fault. Because we buy that shit. And the companies say, we can get away with it. We can give people shit. We can give them all the shit. They don't care. And they put the chemicals in the food because it makes it cheaper. Because here's the thing. And I learned this on my own. I learned this by doing fermentation. I started making kimchi years ago. Kimchi. My own kimchi. Kombucha. And I would have a jar of kimchi in my pantry that I made. Never rots, never molds, never goes bad. I take the jar 8 months later. I open it up. Smells like kimchi. I eat it. It's good. I feel good eating it. What's going on here? Why isn't this stuff going rotten? Because the kimchi is fermented and the fermentation has acid, and that acid acts as a natural preservative. Salt is a natural preservative. Vinegar is a natural preservative. Olive oil is a natural preservative. I have made salsas that have never gotten rotten by fermentation. I made one time many jars of habanero salsa. All I did was I got habaneros, blended the habaneros with water, salt, and vinegar. Not balsamic vinegar, just regular cheap shit vinegar, that white vinegar. Vinegar, blended it, put it in a fermentation jar, it all starts fermenting. I'm telling you, I kid you not, I found a jar of fermented habanero sauce that I made years prior to that point. Found it in my pantry. I forgot that it even existed. In the back of the pantry, this jar was sitting there. Abandoned, forgotten for years. Like 3-4 years, forgotten. I'm thinking, is this thing even good? I pick it up, open the jar, smelled it. Smells good, smells like habanero. Dipped a chip in it, ate it, tastes fucking good. This thing is lasting for years. No preserve, no chemicals, nothing, just fermentation. I've made chili oil with vinegar. You add a little bit of vinegar in the chili oil, adds good flavor. But I noticed that when I put vinegar in the chili oil, it doesn't mold. If I don't put vinegar in the chili oil, it eventually molds after a while. But when I put vinegar in it, no mold. So why aren't we using... And also, if you look at hot sauces in the stores, you get a bottle of Tabasco. Tabasco is what? Tabasco peppers, salt, water, vinegar. No chemicals. It doesn't need chemicals. Why? Because the vinegar and the salt are preservatives. But then you pick up a bottle of cheap hot sauce, cheaper than Tabasco. What we will see, not every time, but many times, what do you see? Pepper or pepper powder and red dye. Why the fuck does red dye need to be in a bottle of pepper sauce if the peppers are already in the sauce that make it red naturally? Why do you need to put red dye? Why? Well, because we want to put the red dye in there because it's going to make the bottle redder than the other bottles, and that's going to better the marketing. We can make more money. You see how evil these people are? They're evil, evil people. Kombucha, the same thing. I've made kombucha. I remember I made a bunch of kombucha. I forgot a bottle. I find the bottle a year later. Never been refrigerated. Opened it up. Best damn kombucha I ever drank. How was it able to last this long? Because of natural preservation, fermentation, vinegar, salt, these things. You don't need to add all these chemicals. Why can't they add vinegar to help preserve things? And you buy the bread. Okay, you go down the aisle, right? You go down the bread aisle in the store. Ask yourself, how the fuck are they able to keep all this bread in this warm aisle and it never rots? Because they put chemicals. You see? They put chemicals. So I started saying, so I used to buy bread from Costco because it was good bread. Like flavor-wise, texture-wise, it's not bad. One day I said, please, God, please, God, please don't let there be chemicals in this bread. Don't tell me they're putting chemicals in the bread. They're putting chemicals in the Doritos, and the hot sauce, and the drinks, and the... I pick up the bread, right? Oh, freshly baked, right? They freshly bake it there. I turn the little bread wrapper around. Chemicals in the fucking bread. Like, they can't even give us bread. Just regular bread. They can't even give us bread without poisoning us. So you know what I started doing? Making sourdough bread. And I don't eat any sourdough bread from the store because I know they put chemicals. Unless I know it's freshly baked without chemicals, I don't eat it. I make my own sourdough bread because I refuse to be insulted by these people. Oh, here's some fresh bread, chemicals. Like I'm a lab rat. Like I'm a lab rat. Sometimes, okay, I will eat foods that have chemicals, all right. I live in America, but I try my best to avoid it as much as possible, is what I'm trying to say. I try my best to avoid it as much as possible. And they're really poisoning it. Like the whole American society is great in many ways. Believe me, I've been to other countries. I lived in Mexico. I went to Spain. Spain was great. Spain was cool. I went to Italy.
there's something about America that's great in the sense that, I don't know, there's something about America that makes it great. I can't fully put it into words. But if there's something about Europe, when you go to Europe, there's something about it. You just feel empty. Like the people there, Spanish people are okay, but like Italian people, Northern Italian people, they hate you. You go to a different country, the moment they start seeing you speaking, hearing you speaking English, especially American English, they look down on you. They're giving you nasty looks. They don't want to talk to you. Like you just want to get the fuck out of there. Like I don't like it. I don't like being there. I don't like being in a country where it's all eyes on you and they look down on you because of the country you come from. I don't want to be there. And I never got that sense when I was in Spain, because Spanish people are cool for the most part. Like I think they're, at least when I was there, over 10 years ago, it was different. I don't know how it is now. It looks like they're about to go kill each other over Catalonia. But when I was in northern Italy, it was just, it's like everywhere you go, it's all eyes on you. That's people speaking English. It's all eyes on you, all eyes on you. And I remember going to this little cafe in this little village in northern Italy. And I remember trying to speak some Italian to somebody. And I said, tres cafés, por favore. 3 coffees, please. And this bitch, I mean, she starts screaming at me in Italian. Just screaming at the top of her lungs at me in Italian. Screaming like a lunatic. I don't even know what she was saying. Screaming like a lunatic. And my parents were with me, and I looked down at my parents, and I'm like, what the fuck is this bitch's problem? I don't even know. And she's, and she's turning around, right? It was so funny to see her. She's turning around, and she's making my coffee for me, and she's like banging the glass on the table. You hear these clanking noises, like, bam, 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 bam. And she's just, I don't want to be here. I just don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. And then I remember trying to talk to one of the locals, and she looked at me. She's like, who the fuck are you? I remember meeting this monk, and I said, oh, buongiorno. And he just looked at me and kept walking. They give you the cold shoulder. And in France, it's worse. I hear the French are way worse than the Italians. And I just don't want to be there. The Germans are that way. The Swiss. I remember going to the Vatican, and I remember seeing a group of Germans, and I think they were Bavarians. And I mean, I've never seen people with faces like those people. I have never seen, I'm telling you right now, I talk about Israel. I also talk about other countries. I saw a group of Bavarians in the Vatican, dressed up like they were about to go to some Hitler Youth rally. They had the suspenders, like in the fucking Sound of Music. The suspenders, everything. And they had the hats, the whole thing. Like they were going to go they were going to go yodel somewhere. I have never seen people with faces like them. I mean, never. Never. They have faces. They have glasses like this, all right? This is how they look. You think I'm kidding? I did not see it. I didn't foresee seeing what I saw. They had glasses. They all look like this. All of them. And I remember walking up to them. I remember looking at them, and there was some German dude in the middle of their little social circle, and he's giving this speech in German. Weiß und Eis und Us and I don't know what he was saying. And I'm like, man, what is this German dude talking about? What's going on? I'm observing this whole meeting, and those Germans, they turned around. They're looking at me like, man, I don't belong here. I don't belong here. These people would put me in a camp and incinerate me if they could. I don't belong here. I don't belong in Europe. I don't. All these American LARPers who sit there and go, well, I'm a Scotch-Irish. Shut the fuck up. You ain't Scotch-Irish. You're an American. Well, as someone from a Scotch, and this is, I see this all the time. Well, as someone with an Irish, someone who's Irish, have you been to Ireland? No, you've never been to Ireland before. You're from, where are you from again? You're from Texas. You're not European. Like Europeans don't look at you nicely. They don't look at you. I'm serious right now. You think I'm joking? Maybe in England you're okay because the language is the same. But even in England, they can be nasty to Americans. Seriously, in England, they're nasty to Americans. Like, well, if you Americans talk so loud, shut the fuck up. It's like, bitch, America saved your guys' asses from the Germans, and you guys treat Americans like shit all the time. It's crazy. It's crazy. Like, I don't belong here. Maybe Russia, maybe Moscow will be okay, but I'm telling you, right? I went to Europe. I said I don't belong here. Even though I was coming as a Catholic, I'm like, I'm a fellow Catholic. I'm one of your guys. I'm one of you. We have the same religion. Nope. You're always going to be an emeritar to us. And I remember, there was this Italian dude, tall Italian guy. He was from Naples. And I remember he was sitting there and he said, I'm from Naples, but I don't like the people of southern Italy. I don't like them. I prefer the people of North Italy. I prefer people in Milan. I lived in Milan for many years. I prefer the northern Italian people than the southern Italian people. I said, okay, what's your problem with southern? So even in Italy, they literally look down on each other all the time. They literally look down on each other all the time. And this guy's like, I don't like them. I don't like the southern Italians. I said, what's your problem with southern Italians? Probably nicer than you. And he goes, they're fake people. Fake. Everything about them is fake. They go to the church and they pray. They're fake. They are fake people. Then I met this other lady from Milan. And she was funding the whole monastery that I was hanging out in. She funded the whole monastery. And I was talking to her, and she said, the EU must be dismantled. We don't want EU anymore. We don't want EU. I said, what? I said, why don't you want the EU? She said, EU does not respect the different cultures of Europe. In Italy, Northern Italian people are different from Southern Italian people. Two different cultures, two different countries, two different everything. People in Belgium different. People in Wallonia different from people in Flanders. People different. We need to have different regions, different separation. So there's they even look down on each other over there. Like, they'll hate on migrants. They all will unite against African people or Middle Eastern people. They will all unite against American people too. But put those people aside. They look down on each other all the time. And I remember I went to this bar in northern Italy, and I said, "Hey," I told the bartender lady, I said, dos cafés por favor e un birra por favor. Birra, beer. Give me one beer, please. This drunk Italian dude next to me. He goes, he's drunk off his ass, this guy. He goes, Napoletano sì, Italiano no. Like, what the fuck is this guy's problem? Because I kind of sounded Spanish when I was speaking. I'm trying to speak Italian, but I kind of sounded Spanish. And from what I understand, Napoletano is kind of a mix between Italian and Spanish. So this dude was getting pissed because I wasn't speaking exactly his dialect. They look down on each other. Somebody from Milan looks down on somebody from Naples. Somebody in whatever looks down on somebody from Sicily. They don't. And I remember talking to this one Italian lady. I kid you not. She tells me this. She says, if a Northern Italian come into the room that I am in, I will not speak to him. I will not even speak to a Northern Italian. I don't want to talk to a Northern Italian. I don't want to talk to those people. I said, why so much antagonism? She said, I don't like them. I don't like Northern Italians. I don't like them. So they look down on each other all the time. It's insane, guys. It's so insane. People don't realize how divided Europe is. Europe is divided. Dude, when Russia invaded Ukraine, remember all the Polish people? Oh, yes, Ukraine, we're friends, we're friends, we're friends. All the Polish mothers came with the baby carriages. Oh, here's the baby cradle, baby carrier, whatever. And look at what the Poles are saying now. They said, we don't want Ukrainians here. Even though the average, you ask an American, which one is a Pole, which one is a Ukrainian? They won't even know. I don't even know. I see them. They all look alike. They all look very similar to me. But they hate each other. They hate each other. And there's a lot of history behind that. Ukrainians butchered Poles during the Second World War. It's a fact. They brutally murdered and butchered Polish people. That is a fact. And the Poles never forgot it. So now you have 3 million Ukrainians living in Poland, and the Poles are saying, we don't want them here. Get out. And the Polish government says, no more welfare for Ukrainians. Yeah, no more welfare. You have to work. If you want to live in Poland, you have to work. I'm telling you right now, all this stuff about, well, we're all white, so we're all united. That is a lie. And if you believe that, then you're an idiot. I hate to say it, but you are. You don't understand how these things are. So they hate each other. It's something to behold. And I remember meeting a Ukrainian guy years ago. I met this Ukrainian dude who was pro-Russia. He was pro-Putin. It was crazy. Like, he's Ukrainian. He loved Putin. And I'm talking to him. And I said, what do you think about Poland? He said, Poland? He said, I went to Poland once. Because I was from Ukraine. They treat me like second-class citizen. Because I'm Ukrainian. I said, really? He says, yes, it's true. They look down because you're Ukrainian. It's true. He was dead serious, this guy. They don't like each other. If you took out all the foreigners, all the migrants, they'll go right back to killing each other like they did in World War II. They'll go right back to it. If you took out all the foreigners from the United Kingdom, they'll be like, all right, who do we hate now? Who's next on the list for people to hate? We got rid of all the Africans. Okay, can't hate those people anymore. Middle Eastern folks, can't hate them anymore. Let's see, who do we hate now? The Irish. Let's hate the Irish. And they'll go right back to it. Intertribal antagonism in Dagestan. You don't understand Europe at all? Really? Everything I just said came from Europeans. Everything. So maybe you should tell those people that they are wrong instead of telling me that. Don't Americans look down on each other? To a certain extent, yes, you do have that, but I'm not saying that that's not the case. I would say it's probably worse in Europe, though, because you could have somebody from New York move to Texas, and if they're a Republican, people don't care. It's not based on regionalism in the United States. It's based on how are you going to shit on my society by voting Democrat? That's what it comes down to. They don't care if you're from New York. Like, I'm from California. Big blue state. I went to Texas. I moved to Texas. Nobody gave me shit because I was from California. Never. Nobody. Nobody gave me shit. Nobody cared. And I hung out with the reddest of the rednecks. I made friends with rednecks. I hung out with them. They called them kickers when I was in high school. Kickers. And they were some of the nicest people I've ever met. Seriously, some of the nicest, most hospitable people I've ever met were ranchers, ranching Americans. The rudest people I have ever dealt with in the United States are East Coast Americans. People from New York, people from Pennsylvania. Those are the rudest people I've ever dealt with. And Californians. And the most racist people I've ever seen, some of them from California. Yeah. Against Middle Eastern people. I remember I was in California after 9/11, and white kids came and threw rocks at me after 9/11. And they said, because you're a Middle Easterner, you're a terrorist. They threw rocks at me. And I remember coming to Texas in 2000 and, what was it, 2006? And people knew that I was Middle Eastern. Do you know how many people threw rocks at me because I was Middle Eastern? And this was in the fresh era of the Iraq War. Nobody. No one ever did that. And I came to Texas, and I was nice to them, and I was nice to everyone that I met, and they were nice to me. And, you know, I just never saw that when I came here. So Poles were slaughtering Ukes in the 40s. Really? Were they slaughtering Ukrainians at the same level that Ukrainians started butchering Poles? That's Europe for you. Welcome aboard. The only thing holding us together in peace is our distance. Yeah, yep, that's correct. Yeah, foreigners. Quaint provincialism, but I like his idea of diversity better than UN gathering version. Just call the Brits redcoats. Yep. Can this guy stop bashing my Germany? Are you German, Mr. Game Addict? Where are you from, by the way? Which country are you hailing from? Which country are you writing us from, sir? Which country do you come from, Mr. Game Addict? Where do you come from? Which country are you in? I'm down to visit Spain. Spain was a beautiful country when I was there in 2015. I don't know exactly how it is now. Oh, you're a German. Oh, so you're a real German. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that you're not one of these Americans who says that he's a German. Puerto Rico. That's cool. Yeah, because you have a lot of Americans who say, I'm a proud German, and they're like from Alabama or something. But no, you're authentic. Okay, so I can say that you're actually a German and you're not some LARPer. We got another one ready? No, I'm not interested. So how old are you, Mr. Game Addict? By your profile picture, you look like you're maybe a Zoomer, or at least a millennial. Let's go back to our fraternal wars. They were very, very ugly, I'll tell you that right now. What time is it, by the way? Let me see. I couldn't find organic pancake mix. Praise God for YouTube now. I make my own. Yeah, that's a good idea. We need a Theo Europe rant like the India, Africa. What you see? Yeah, we do. The lady had a very bad day. Very. Yeah, in Mexico, I get asked if I am from Gringolandia. I tell them worse than that. I'm Canadian. That's a good one. I have a bunch of plain Pellegrino. I think Pellegrino is okay. The American food is gross. It depends on where you go. I went to Kenya last year. All the bread would go bad in a couple of days. Yeah, because it's real bread. Best bread ever had from Soviet Russia. I believe it. American bread is a disaster. Yup. In Saskatchewan, we slice cucumbers and put them in a jar in the fridge with a mixture of water and vinegar. Yeah, that's pickling. Absolutely. Super chats. How do I set up super chats? I actually want to set up super chats eventually, and the reason why. How do I set up super chats? See, okay, I was planning on telling this to you guys. I just didn't know when I would say this, but there's a reason why I want to set up super chats, and the reason why is because Oh my God, last week I saw this horrible video. I couldn't get my mind off of it. I couldn't stop thinking about it. It was such a terrible video. I don't recommend that anyone watch this video, but Haaretz reported on it last week, and it was an article about these settlers, these Jewish settlers who attacked this Palestinian village. And they went into this guy's farm and they murdered his lambs. And there were security cameras that were up so you could see the footage. And there was this part of the video that I just couldn't get off my mind. I couldn't stop. I just couldn't get this picture out of my mind. And it was a video of a settler murdering a baby lamb and just slaughtering a baby lamb and picking up the mother. And you see the little baby lamb on the ground, and you see his little arm is twitching, and this guy picks up the mother lamb and slams her on the ground. And I was so angry when I saw that. I was so angry. And I said, I have to do something. I have to do something. So I can't just talk about this. I need to help someone in some way that in the way that I can within my limits. And so I spent hours and hours during my weekend, Saturday and Sunday, trying to find an Israeli that could help me, because the people who reported on the killing of this guy's lambs was an Israeli. They were Israelis, and I wanted to contact these Israeli activists. So I found a number of Israeli organizations who help Palestinians against the settlers, and I just started writing them. I wrote a bunch of people. I spent hours looking for them, found them on Facebook, wrote them, found them on Instagram, wrote them, I just kept writing people. Spent hours doing it. And eventually I got a response back from this Israeli organization called, it's called Looking the Occupation in the Eye. I don't know how you say it in Hebrew, but if you look it up in English, you'll find it. Looking the Occupation in the Eye. And I wrote them because Looking the Occupation in the Eye reported on this attack on this man's lambs. And so I wrote them and I said, I want to work with you guys. I want to support a Palestinian family or families directly, financially. If they need money, if they need something, I could send it to them. And I want to work with you guys. I would like to work with you guys so that you guys could be my contact. So that way you guys can connect me to the families who need help. That way I could send the help to them directly. And I trust you guys because you guys are a reputable organization. And I don't want to just send money to anyone that I meet online. I want to work with people that I trust and who could point to me the families who need help, and I could send money to those people directly. So this organization wrote back to me and they said, well, you could just donate to us and, we help those people. And I said, but I want to know who I'm sending the money to. I want to know where the money goes to. And I would like to help a family financially directly if they need help with something like that. So they said, okay, contact this dude. And they gave me his WhatsApp number. And his name is Itamar Shapira. He's an Israeli activist. And so I got the guy's number and I said, I'm going to contact him. And I found Itamar Shapira on WhatsApp. I wrote him. And in about 5 minutes, he wrote back to me. And he said, I'm really happy you want to help. I actually know the family whose lambs were killed by these settlers, and I could totally work with you. I could direct you to families who need help. I could totally do that for you. And he said, are you free to talk? And I said, yeah. So he called me. We talked for a while. Very nice guy, Israeli Jewish dude. And he was like, I will absolutely direct you to people. And he directed me to a young man named Muhammad. Young man, I think he's in his 20s. And he survived this. And he says, I know Muhammad. And he sent me a photo of him visiting Muhammad in the hospital. And I saw a picture of Muhammad. He had these burns all over his face. This young man survived an Israeli airstrike. And he said, I could give you the information so you could send money to him. And I donated $500 to Muhammad. And Muhammad wrote back to me and he thanked me and he said that he would forward the fund, because now Muhammad is living in Canada. Okay, he's living in Canada. He survived an Israeli airstrike, I want to say in 2011 or something. So he's been living in North America for about 8 years, but he's still supporting his family who are living in Gaza. And so I gave him some money and he said, I sent the money to my family. Thank you so much. So this Israeli guy wrote back to me and he said, hey, Muhammad wrote me. He said that you sent money. I thank you so much. And I said, we have to work together. I told him, I look forward to doing more work like this. We have to work together. So, so the thing is that I help run a nonprofit organization. It's called Global and Theological Trends. And we work on doing the work that I do here, which is spreading awareness about atrocities and educating people on historical matters, geopolitical matters, etc. But another aspect of our organization is that we help people. And I don't talk a whole lot about this, but we do help people. And we've helped people for years. And we're currently helping a Syrian refugee who lives in Lebanon. He had to escape Syria because he is an Alawite. And he was terrified. We knew this dude from years ago. We knew him from years ago. And he was an Alawite. And he told me the story of how Al-Qaeda took over Syria earlier this year. And he told me, and his son was in the Syrian military. And he told me how his son had to run down this road at night, and they were Syrian rebels who were snipers on the buildings. And he said you would run hoping not to get sniped, and it was horrible. And so we said, we'll help you. And we helped him. He eventually made it to Lebanon. We've been financially supporting him every month. So we do help people. And so I want to help more people. You know, I helped this young man, Muhammad, through our nonprofit organization. And I'm now working with this Israeli contact so that we can find more families who are in need of help, financial help. And so I want to help more people. You know, I have to do something. It's not enough just to talk. You know, I want to do something. So you only live once. So you want to do the right thing as best as you can. So I want to start raising money. I want to start raising money for this cause, and I want to start using super chats. I got to figure out how to do it. And I want to start using these streams to not only raise awareness about what's happening, but I also want to do these streams so that we can raise some funds, and I could use those funds and send it over to people who are in need, people in the West Bank who've survived settler violence, people in Gaza who need help. So yeah, I want to do more of that type of work. So I haven't really asked for money for years. We do have a donate button on our website that goes into this organization that we run. But I haven't actively asked for funds for years, but now I want to start doing it again so that we can raise money for this cause. So I want to work with this this Israeli contact, Itamar Shapira, more. And if we can raise more funds, then I could tell Itamar, help me out, find me some more people who need help, and we can send those people money. So there's people out there who need money. And he told me, he said, listen, I know the family whose lambs were killed. I know them. You can look him up. Look up Itamar Shapira. Look him up. Itamar Shapira. Itamar Shapira, S-H-A-P. Itamar Shapira. And he's an activist. He works with Breaking the Silence, which is an Israeli organization that consists of IDF soldiers who are exposing Israeli war crimes. And he is totally against what Israel's doing in Gaza. He's one of the Israelis who isn't supporting the genocide. He's one of the righteous ones. And I hope one day that these people find Jesus as their Messiah. That's my hope. So Can we help with this? Yeah. There is a donate button on my website that you can go to, shoebat.com. The thing also, though, is I'm thinking about doing a fundraiser sort of event on this YouTube channel where I could bring Mr. Shapiro on. He could talk, and then we could gather funds for his cause. I would have to talk to him and work something out. I don't know if that's possible with him. I'm not sure what his setup is, but I just would like to raise more money for this cause to do more of this. So yeah, I'm just letting you guys know that as an announcement. A number of people have asked me, how come I don't do, what's it called, super chats and all that? And I just didn't want to do it because I don't like this idea of asking people for money. But after helping Muhammad and sending money, I thought, you know what, we could do this. We could raise more funds for this cause. So I want to do more of that. Yeah. Just keep in mind also, I just want to be 100% clear with you guys that as an employee of the nonprofit that we run, I do get a salary. Just letting you guys know, being 100% clear. But we do give funds to people who are in need. So there's that. Just had to get that out there. I want to be as clear to you guys as I can. I just want to be clear. So there's that. So this week I'm gonna try to. Yeah, this week I'm gonna try to figure out how to do super chats, and I'm gonna try to talk to Mr. Shapiro and see if he would like to do some kind of live stream together, and we could talk about Israel and talk about his activism work and all that, and maybe we could do a fundraiser for his work. So there's that. So that has sparked my interest in getting super chats up. Well, Theodore, you're clearly someone with integrity. I would feel a lot safer donating to you and feeling confident that the funds are going toward they are intended to go. Well, yes, if we get funds, I'll say, okay, we got this much money. This needs to go to this cause. Look at my previous comment to enable it. I'll donate to you once you do. Oh, okay. You're talking about super chats. What is an Alawite? It's a sect of Islam that's greatly hated by the Sunnis. Thank you, Theo. Appreciate that, sir. Appreciate that, Mark Warning. There were 2 mosques that wanted to send people out, and one old pastor in the mountains out east that was going to buy her food from his own pocket. Certainly no lamb could also be the symbol of God, suggesting holding a food pantry. There's a girl on TikTok going around calling churches, mosques, and other places saying she... Right, and I have to set that up with... Right, and I have to set that up with YouTube. YouTube has a whole criteria that you have to pass. I don't want to see that. I can deal with human gore if I have to butt animals. No, no, no. Yeah. Especially a baby lamb is just horrendous. Disturbing? Yeah, absolutely. That sounds awful, yeah. Pellegrino goes flat really quickly. It's buffering. Let me see. Oof, yeah. Let me see here. It's buffering. It's fine on my end. It's fine on my end. Let me see if my... Let me see if my dad wants to come on stream real quick. Hold on. I want to talk about Jack Hibbs and the evangelicals and why those people are the acolytes of the antichrist. Why? Because I was looking at Jack Hibbs, and he was talking about how Israel is absolutely justified, and in order, he said, this is how crazy it is. He said that if you do not support Israel, I question your salvation. And it's not just it's all these Christian evangelical pastors do this. So
then
tell me why you think. Tell me why all this is absolutely wrong and satanic and antichrist and.
okay. Like I said, I think last time I spoke here, the oldest trick the devil used. Did God really say not to eat? The garden. Did God really say not to eat from all the trees, all the fruit? And so, as I said, not all Israel are descendant of Israel. And so the question is, if one is to say, well, it's not me, it's Saint Paul. Not all Israel is descendant of Israel. The question is, how did Saint Paul define the church? That phrase is about the church. Not all Israel are descendant of Israel. So how do you define the church? From that phrase, there's only one answer to define the church from that phrase by Saint Paul. And the answer is Israel. There is no other way to define the church from what St. Paul said. There's only one answer. And so, if you take the word not, is exactly what the devil did. Did God really say not to eat from all the trees? I mean, that's the oldest trick in the book. If you don't understand the beginning of Genesis, the story of the fall of man, and if you don't understand the story of the fall of the church, it's very related. And so the descendant of Israel becomes the only Israel. And then you cannot find the church in the entire Old Testament. I mean, that's a huge issue. If that's not a very crucial issue, I don't know what else is. And so to Hibbs' mind, and I've been to his church, I spoke at his church.
Yeah, you're familiar with that world.
Oh gosh, I spoke at Jack Hibbs' church. They had my picture, I remember, in the church, in the hallway. And I remember I had a phone conversation with Mr. Hibbs. He agreed to help persecuted Christians. And he was going to do some funding for persecuted Christians. And then he calls me up and he says that his wife basically got a message from Jesus not to get involved. And I go, wow, are you guys getting messages from Jesus himself? I said, remove my picture from your church. I don't want to be associated with you. I don't want nothing to do with you. So the claim that they're getting messages from the Almighty.
They always do that.
God told me, and this is one thing I never fell into. Even though that I followed the evangelical church, I fell into that trap. I never once believed God told me. I hated every time somebody said that.
The Lord spoke to me today.
The Lord spoke to me. I mean, every one of those people is a walking Jeremiah and a walking Isaiah and a walking Amos and their Habakkuk. And those are prophets, I mean, the insanity of this whole thing, every one of those people who say, God told me, is a false prophet because God didn't tell them.
That's right.
Why would God tell your wife not to help persecuted Christians? It doesn't make any sense.
Right.
And so I remember we were going to invite Geert Wilders one time. And, I got involved with it, with Jack Hibbs. I know him very well. And when I told him I don't want nothing to do with him, and his last words to me was, oh, what did you do with all the green that you got? In other words, I used to get, funds when I used to speak at his church.
Right.
And he started talking finances and money. And I said, my gosh, this person, you get a fee when you speak.
Right.
And so he's, he's, I don't know, he was a very strange person. The whole movement is a very strange movement. Nothing there makes any sense. And this whole concept of the salvation, they have what is called an assurance of salvation. And so I always had a question, so they say, okay, you confess with your mouth that Jesus is Lord and you are saved. Well, that's true, but you have to continue. You're saved unto righteousness. And so if you don't have righteousness, you're fooling yourself. So they have this concept of easy believism, that if you confess with your mouth, but the word righteousness is thrown out the window. And so the question I always ask is, this assurance of salvation that you teach, Christ clearly, the New Testament clearly taught that the gate is narrow. Few will find it. And the New Testament talks about the concept of tares versus wheat. In fact, the tares is more than the wheat. Why? Because the gate is narrow. So how does it make any sense for a pastor to assure his congregants that they are all saved when the scripture itself says that do not take out the wheat, Christ will take the wheat and he will burn it, and the tare, Christ is the one who takes the tare, burns the tare, and takes the wheat to the barn. So what sense does it make to assure the tare that he is saved? So you're preaching to a bunch of tare with a few wheat, and then you're saying you're all saved, you all have assurance of salvation. And so they say if you don't have assurance of salvation, then you could be mentally, it would cause mental turmoil. To me, there are two kinds of, quote, Christian. There is the kind of Christian who believes he is unworthy, deserves to go to hell.
Right.
That's the one who is saved. And there's the one who thinks he's 100% certain to go to heaven. And he has, he gives himself false assurances. That's the one who's going to hell. And so the whole movement is dependent on, it's plastic, it's hot air.
Right.
And so, by the time you begin to understand the issue of Christian Zionism or evangelical movement that is pro-Israel, I'm yet to see an effective approach of how to deal with many who fell into that trap. I've read some approaches, and most of them, evolve around arguing the New Testament concept of Israel, which is a good thing. I have no problem with arguing over the concept of the church in the New Testament, church fathers, history. But in my opinion, the more effective approach to deal with people who fell into Christian Zionism, or that kind of concept where Israel, the descendants of Israel, becomes the only Israel, is to address the reason they believe these things. And that is the whole bunch of prophetic volume from the Old Testament.
Right.
So the issue is really not mostly arguing over the New Testament, because the New Testament doesn't speak much on the destiny of Jerusalem, the earthly Jerusalem, that is, because God doesn't have to repeat himself. Most of it is in the Old Testament. What we have is mostly from St. John in the Apocalypse or the book of Revelation. Where does the New Testament speak about the state of Israel? Where does the New Testament speak about building greater Israel, where now Israel is trying to flex its muscles in Syria and Lebanon, trying to take over Palestinian areas like Gaza, throw people from Gaza out to make their own. A greater Israel is the concept. And so where does it, the New Testament, talk about greater Israel? Well, the only great I find in the New Testament about land is the great city, Sodom and Egypt, where also their Lord, where also their Lord was crucified. And that, where also their Lord was crucified, is definitely Jerusalem is included in this great city, Sodom and Egypt. And so we have to track how the New Testament defines Jerusalem. And so we have two definitions here. We have the first definition of St. Paul's definition of the church. Not all Israel are descendant of Israel. Well, the only way to define the church is Israel. And how do we define the Jewish world order? How do we define that land in ends of days perspective? And that's where the area of St. John is discussing. The great city, Sodom and Egypt, where also their Lord was crucified. So obviously, the New Testament does address the land per se, but it addresses it as a Babylon. And this is another problem that you find in the evangelical movement. And that is, they truly do not like these verses.
No.
They hate. The issue is not the love of Scripture. The issue with the Zionist Christian is the hatred of Scripture. Because when you used to quote, when you used to give your talks, and you said they killed the Lord Jesus Christ, it's in the Scripture.
Right.
Yeah,
the book of Acts.
Yeah, and they're at enmity with all men.
That's insane. That's in Thessalonians.
Yeah, and they hate those verses because every time you used to give any of your lectures in your podcast and you mentioned these things, we used to take a look at the comment section and there was nothing but a hurl of hatred from all the commenters. And so, the key is to be a pioneer ahead of time, to understand these prophecies in the Bible, in the Old Testament. Once we start visiting the Old Testament prophecies, that's when a nuclear explosion comes, because you take a look at Ezekiel, they believe that's the Russian invasion, and you take a look at Ezekiel 39, and it talks about the house of Jacob. They'll be taken to exile. None of them, all of them will fall by the sword. All the house of Jacob falls by the sword. The only ones who are rescued are the ones who are in the book. And where's that? Daniel chapter 12.
Yeah, it says this. The book of, it says that only the survivors.
Yeah, verse 1. And so, question, the right question is how God crushes all arguments. Great example, when Christ encountered the Pharisees, the Levitical order, John the Baptist declared Jesus was the Messiah. And so he says, the baptism of John, where was it from? From heaven or from men? If we say from heaven, why didn't you believe him? If we say from men, then the crowds will stone us. And so the right question, the key is to ask the right question. The right question is how God crushes all arguments. And the wrong question is how the devil promotes the error. So they always ask the wrong question. We have to ask the right question. So the right question is, if it says right there in Ezekiel 39, all of them were killed by the sword, the house of Jacob. That is a very good question. How many were killed by the sword? All of them. Why? I thought Gog and Magog was a war that Netanyahu is victorious.
Israel, you're talking about this prophetic war where Israel will be surrounded and then Israel will prevail.
Israel prevails.
And all the evangelicals tell me that Israel is going to win and nothing bad's going to happen. Israel will prevail. Israel will be victorious. And you're saying is totally the opposite of what they think.
That's correct. So what they're saying here is the descendants of Israel are victorious, and only the descendants of Israel are victorious. The church is not victorious because the church is going to be raptured. So the church is not victorious. Only Israel is victorious. So where is the victory of the church? There is no victory of the church. If you ask the Christian Zionist, where is the church in the Old Testament? And that's the right question. That's the wise question. So people need to learn how to ask the right question. If you run into somebody who's a Christian Zionist or he believes in this concept, and by the way, that's the majority in the United States, say, where is the church in the Old Testament? They say, well, they start quoting prophecies galore, 300 prophecies about the Messiah. Well, I'm not asking about messianic prophecies. I'm asking about what the Messiah said when he said, I will build my church. If Christ said, I will build my church, where is that church? And what is the destiny of that church that is mentioned by the prophets of the Old Testament? Did the Old Testament prophets not mention the destiny of the most important issue of the salvation of mankind, the church in the Old Testament? Jeremiah said nothing about the church. Isaiah said nothing about the church. Ezekiel said nothing about the church.
All Israel.
Numbers didn't say anything. Moses said nothing about the church.
Netanyahu.
It's all about Netanyahu.
Right.
And that's where you get them. By the time you begin to share with them, let's talk about the victory of the church in the Old Testament. That's where you'll discover how fast they become crippled. Because the question is, how do you explain that story? Let's just take one story, Ezekiel 38:39, where supposedly Netanyahu is victorious in that war, when it's the church that's victorious. And by the way, once we understand the mystery in Daniel, because Daniel 12:1 says, basically, same as Ezekiel, all of them fell by the sword. It says, and here Gabriel's talking to Daniel about his people, your people, whose names are written in the book. Read Daniel 12:1. The evangelicals avoid that one, Your people, whose names are written in the book, shall escape. Escape where? Shall be rescued. Where do they go? How are they rescued? Who rescues them? It's the church that rescues those remnants. And it's the church that saves those remnants. And because the church saves those remnant Jews, they convert. And the church that saves those remnant Jews is not the evangelicals, because once you understand the secrets of Daniel, you'll begin to see that when God says, my land, he is not talking about the land of Judea. The problem with the Christian Zionists, or that concept, is that they have a mentality of Judas. God's land is the earth. God's land, if you want to talk about the church, where all the church spread, that's God's land. Where the carpenter, the Messiah, spread his message, that's my land. That would be Byzantium, that would be Armenia. And by the way, those prophecies talk about Armenia, Byzantium, who is Minni Ararat Ashkenaz, when Gog, or the king of the north, in Daniel 11, gets bad news from his east, that's Turkey. What is east of Turkey? Armenia. Why is God interested in Armenia? Why is he interested in Byzantium? Why is, once you begin to understand what my land is, once you study, let's say, ask the Zionists and say, let's take Isaiah chapter 8, the Assyrian, who is Gog in this case. He will take the expanse, he will conquer the expanse of your land, O Emmanuel. Well, what Christian can deny that the Emmanuel is God with us? Everybody who's Christian, we ask, who's the Emmanuel? That's God with us. So why would Isaiah say, your expanse of land, Emmanuel. That's an expanse of land that was Christ's land. And so my land are the mountains of Israel. And so the mountains of Israel. Well, Walid, what gives you the right to define mountains of Israel as the nations, plural, many of Israel, many Israels? There are many Israels. What right do you have to give that definition? Well, here's the question that you have to ask the Christian Zionist. The Old Testament says, through the prophets, I spoke in parables. God doesn't say, through the prophets, I said parables. Through the prophets, I mentioned a few parables. No, no, no. Through the prophets, I spoke in parables. All the prophet speaks in parabolic language, where a mountain is not a hill, it's a kingdom, it's a power, it's a nation. How do we know that? Because in Daniel chapter 2, how does God save mankind? He says he takes a stone that is cut out of the mountain. What is that mountain? All scholars, whether Catholic, whether Orthodox, whether even evangelicals, they all say that the mountain that is in Daniel, in the same subject of the harlot and the beast that is in the book of Revelation, the Roman Empire. The Roman Empire is the topic of both Daniel and St. John in the Apocalypse. The question is, where is this Roman Empire in the other prophets, not just Daniel and the Apocalypse? That's the question, that's the million-dollar question that no scholar resolved. Where is it in the other prophets? Once we discover the Roman Empire in the other prophets, that's where we hit the jackpot. That's where you will find a pearl of great price. But how do we find it? Answer is simple. In the prophecy, and by the way, very few will hear what I'm saying now. And I struggle with it because the message, usually the right message, is heard by few people. But the seed, when it's planted, it only comes to fruition decades from now. It will become so popular that the world will finally begin to see it. How do we know the secret of Daniel? There is a secret in Daniel regarding this mountain, regarding this whole thing. There's a stone that God cuts out of the mountain in Daniel 2. And that stone crushes this colossus of man. The colossus of man in Daniel 2 is the head of gold, chest and belly, silver, bronze, thighs, and leg of irons, and then the feet. And the stone is cut without hands. God orchestrates this one. And it smites the image at its feet. There's 2 feet. That's the 2 divides of the Roman Empire. So the 2 divides of the Roman Empire are 2. Eastern Roman Empire. The Eastern Roman Empire was stationed in the land of the north in Constantinople. And the Western Roman Empire was centered in Rome, in the Western Roman Empire. Those are the 2 divides of the Roman Empire. But there's the third player. Who is that third player? That's where the Christian Zionist runs into trouble. Because to him, the third player is the Church Universal. And it only can be the Church Universal. But that is not how Church Fathers defined the stone. The Church Fathers were divided. Some said the stone is Christ, and some said the stone is the church via Christ. Both are correct. The stone is Christ, but the stone is also the church via Christ. In other words, what the Zionist rejects is this corporate relationship between Christ and the church. So if there, God established a Mount Zion in heaven. We come to Mount Zion. That's in the New Testament. The city, of God. But there's also a Mount Zion on earth. The Mount Zion on earth reflects the Mount Zion in heaven. At some point in time, God is going to chip from the mountain of the Roman Empire a stone, a remnant, and with that stone, he's going to strike the Roman Empire, and it comes crumbling down. But then Daniel says the stone that was cut without hands, that is, became a great mountain and filled the earth. And he calls that stone, also that mountain, a kingdom. God will raise a kingdom when? In the days of those kings. That one is inescapable. In the days of those kings, the first question is, who are those kings? Well, those kings are allegorically 10. They are the acolytes of the antichrist. In the days of those kings or those nations, just before the antichrist comes forth, God is going to raise a literal kingdom. Okay? In the days of those kings. So if the stone is the church, the universal church was thousands of years ago, 2,000 years ago. How could the church be founded during the days of those kings? The question is impossible to answer unless that kingdom is a nation and it repents, it becomes a holy nation. The question is, where is that nation? Is it in the evangelical world? Is it Geneva? Is it New York? Is it in the Latin world? Is it in Rome? Or is it in the Orthodox world? Well, by the time we discover it, it's in the Orthodox world. How do we know that? Because the question that no one can answer is this question. God asked that question. So again, when God asks a question, equals when Christ asked a question to the Pharisees. To answer a question from Christ or from God takes the lifespan of Methuselah. When God asks a question, so God asks a question in Ezekiel 38, verse 17. He asked a question from Gog. See, remember, they teach that Netanyahu is supposed to defeat Gog because God sends fire and brimstone, destroys the enemies of Israel, and Netanyahu is victorious. I'm saying Netanyahu allegorically, so you know what I'm talking about, the Zionist, So it's a victory for Netanyahu. But the answer to the question, he asks Gog, he says, are you not the one who I spoke through the prophets, plural, of Israel? But the prophets of Israel only mention Gog by that name only in Ezekiel in the Old Testament. And God makes sure, he says, for many years they prophesied about you. That many years presents a dilemma for the scholar because that's throughout the generations of all the prophets, they all spoke about this entity, this person called Gog. So the question is, where is Gog in Jeremiah? Where is Gog in Isaiah? Where isn't he in Habakkuk? Where isn't he in Amos? Where is he in Hezkiel? In Hezkiel, he's named Gog, okay. But where is he in the other prophets? There's only one way to answer God's question. And by the way, this is just the beginning. Gog has different names, different nicknames in the other prophets. What are they? That takes months to discover those different names of Gog in the other prophets. Why did God ask that question? Because by the time you answer that question, you'll begin to discover where Gog is in all these other prophecies all over the place. And by the time you put this puzzle together, it takes you years. And by the time you orchestrate it like the Rubik's Cube, you begin to see a whole narrative in such detail that it just boggles your mind. You will not sleep at night for days and nights. You're in awe. So the question is, where is Gog and Daniel? That's where all the scholars, no matter what caliber they are, they have to all be corralled like sheep. To only discover Gog is in Daniel 11:21 to 45. And now that forces all scholars that Gog must cover 21, verse 21 to verse 45, because they used to think 21 to 40 to 39 was fulfilled by Antiochus Epiphanes. 40 to 45 was not fulfilled by Antiochus Epiphanes because he was not a match. No. You got to go to verse 21. So all the scholars now are corralled to one place to go find Gog in Daniel. That's only Daniel. What about in other prophets? By the time you begin to understand Daniel 11 for the first time in history, you begin to realize that why God asked the question. Why does God ask a question? Why does God ask this question? Are you not the one who's mentioned by the prophets? Why did he use the plural word, prophets, in the plural? There's a reason. There's a purpose. Everything written there, it has a purpose. And what is that purpose? He's saying is that for you to understand this mystery about Gog and Magog, now you have to bundle all the prophets together. You cannot isolate a prophecy standalone by itself. We no longer can interpret Daniel 11 standalone. No scholar can interpret based on his whims what Ezekiel 38 and 39 is about. No one. Because God says so. You have to bundle them together. All of these scholars have to be corralled to one place in that prophet and that prophet and that prophet. And they disagree on this point. No. Now you all have to agree because in that prophet he is called the Sea of Egypt. In that prophet, he is called daughter of Egypt. Gog and Magog is called daughter of Egypt. And there's no choice. You have no other choice because you have to ask the question, where is Gog in Jeremiah, the prophet? You can't escape it. Where's Gog in Jeremiah? So you think it's very simple to unlock the seal of Daniel. When I have to deal with this, where is Gog in Jeremiah, Wally? That takes months. Where is he in Jeremiah? You're looking at every verse. You're looking at everywhere until you, my gosh. And once you discover this in Jeremiah, oh my gosh, all these little details that are in Daniel that no one understood. The other little pieces in Jeremiah, now we can understand it. Oh my gosh. Light bulbs, fireworks. And so to answer one question from God, it took me hundreds of pages. So this is why I invite anyone who wants to argue over Christian Zionism or the concept of, evangelical Zionism. Please bring your scholars. Let's see how well informed they are. And so now we all begin to understand that by mountains of Israel, Daniel was right. He called the kingdom to become a great mountain. So a kingdom can qualify as a mountain. And by the time you discover all of the mountains mentioned in these prophets, and you look at them as hills, what happens? Nothing makes sense. The prophecies will never make sense until you begin to allegorically interpret them. And by the way, once you allegorically interpret the prophets, that's where you find all the secrets. That's why he says through the prophets, I speak in parables, in parabolic language. And by the way, when Jesus says, they asked him, why do you speak to the crowds in parables? So what does he say? So the secrets, what does he say? Secrets. The secrets of the kingdom is given to you But to them I speak in parables, because though they have ears, they will not hear. Though they have eyes, they see, they cannot understand. So though they have ears, they have eyes, they can never see, they can never understand. And by the way, that's the same language that is in Daniel chapter 12. That's where the secret lays. Daniel chapter 12, verse 4. And by the way, take a look at what St. Jerome says about that secret. He says he cannot understand it. Daniel could not understand it. Daniel was told it's a secret for the end of the world. In other words, you will never understand the end of the world, the destiny of Israel, the Jewish people, any of these things until you unlock that secret. And St. Jerome says that their mysteries will be unraveled by one who understands the mysteries of the allegories, basically. I'm paraphrasing the words of St. Jerome. He says, by understanding that it's in parabolic language, it is he who can transmute these parabolic, secrets written in parabolic language. It is he who finally will unlock the secret. So the fathers believe that this secret will be unraveled. And Daniel says, you will understand, it be understood, the angel told Daniel, it will be understood as knowledge will increase. It will be understood in the time of the end. So, in other words, once the secret is unraveled, we are getting close to the time of the end. And so knowledge has increased. And now we understand, not fully, not 100%. No one will understand it 100% until the end. But now we have major clues. Because if Gog is in Daniel, he's called the king of the north. And so he has his wars in the southern sphere from Turkey, in the Levant. He conquers Egypt. So we have a major threat arising. And that major threat is going to come from Turkey. And so, in other words, to resolve this whole problem with what Israel is doing, bloodshed and all these things, eventually the Muslim world is going to do something. Turkey will have to do something. Iran will have to do something. It can't continue forever. Because none of these Muslim leaders will last in their seat when their constituents see what's going on in Gaza and what happens to the Palestinians and to Muslims everywhere. And you can't blame them, really. You can't blame the Muslims. All the killing that's going on. And so eventually there will be a response. And when that response comes, look out. It's going to be a big, major response. And in fact, this is why, when Theodore discusses many things on his program from years ago, every night we'll get together, every night, like clockwork. We sit there and we talk about, and I help with his programming, and we talk about how many things that me and him discussed and he disseminated on the program that came to pass. Hundreds of things. How did we know? Because in the background, behind Theodore, I'm looking towards the future, and I always share my ideas with Theodore, and he shares his ideas with me and where we're destined. This is why our nonprofit is called, it's global and theological trends. Why is it called trends? We are really tracking the trends of where things are heading. And the whole, the news media is telling you we're heading here, we're heading there. The other blogs are telling you that person is righteous, that person is righteous. We're telling you, no, they're not righteous. We're trying to tell you what happens. And so many articles and so many things that we wrote happened, because we know.
Too many.
Too many. We can't even number them. Too many things. We know where it is going. And when you study the scripture and you know where it's going, it's a blessing, but it's a burden. It's such a burden to know how the future is going to unfold. So you're going to have a regional war in the Middle East, and we're already seeing it. And in fact, we said Iran will strike Israel, and it did. It's called the 12-Day War. And Iran will spank Israel and will teach Israel a lesson. We were right. Iran is teaching Israel a lesson. Jack Hibbs of the world, or these evangelicals, bring them. They think that Israel is going to win. No, it's not going to win. It's going to be crushed so badly. In fact, it's going to get crushed so badly. And the Jewish people are going to flee all over the world. And they will be hunted everywhere on earth and killed. And the only ones who will survive are the ones who convert in Orthodox Russia. How do we know that? Because the first thing you have to understand is where Gog is heading. He gets this bad news in verse 44 to 45. And where does this horrifying news come from? It's not from the south where he conquered. It's from the east and the north. East of Turkey is Armenia. North of Armenia is Russia. There's no, you're talking about Crimea, Georgia, the Slavic world. And he comes to his end and no one will help him. We know 100% that the subject of the mystery is Gog in Daniel 11. How do we know that? Because the scholar must answer, where is Gog in Daniel? There's no other answer except that one. So now we know that's Gog. And now we begin to understand where we take a look at Ezekiel, all this little fine print people ignore. And I will put hooks on your jaw and I will turn you around. What is this turn you around for? Where was he to be turned around? He must be some other spot. He's south. He went south, conquered the south from Turkey, took the Levant, takes Lebanon, takes Syria, takes Israel in verse 41 of Daniel, continues and takes Egypt and takes North Africa and takes Sudan, and then he gets bad news. In other words, somebody has to interject to stop Turkey. It's the Russians, not the Americans, not the Europeans. They're working with the Turks. Remember, it's the Eastern Roman Empire with the Western Roman Empire, those two together. The stone strikes those 2 feet. Can't escape it. The stone strikes both feet. Eastern, Western Roman Empire. So the Eastern Roman Empire and the Western Roman Empire must cooperate together. Today we call that NATO. NATO. Turkey is in NATO. Europe is in NATO. United States is in NATO. And we see today, what's the problem? We see a war looming on the horizon between NATO, Russia, dragging China. By the way, they are not, this is why we keep telling people, you're full of false hope. NATO is never going to give up on trying to cripple Russia. That's not going to happen. Russia could get the Crimea, they could get the Donbass, the Donetsk, that could take eastern Ukraine, they could have a peace process. NATO is never going to give up on conquering or attempting to conquer Russia or to, send their Titanics against that iceberg. And we know the story, what happened to the Titanic. The Titanic thinks it cannot sink. That's the problem with NATO. That's the problem with the pompous attitude in the American military too. When they talk about Russia, they speak with such pompousness. And when the Russians talk about the American military or NATO military, they speak with such respect. They don't talk the way Americans talk. They respect their enemy. They really consider that threat as a serious threat, where the Goliath of NATO thinks that this David is a pushover. And they believe that God cannot sink their ship. God's going to sink their ship. It's going to hit that iceberg. And that iceberg, 2 Titanics, is going to hit that iceberg. And so by the time you begin to understand how Gog falls in Daniel, and now you begin to understand Ezekiel, he says, I will turn you around. And people don't read the text. You guys watch me talking. You don't go and study. You need to go and study. Look at it. I will turn you around, lead you up. Lead you where? Up, up. Not down, south, up, north. That's Ezekiel. And you will fall where? On the mountains of Israel. Now we know 100% where those mountains of Israel. Now we know 100% where that holy city that is mentioned in the Apocalypse. They will trample the holy city for 42 months. God very clearly makes a dichotomy between the holy city and the great city, Sodom and Egypt, where also their Lord was crucified. Mr. Zionist. Mr. Zionist. Why are you taking the side of Sodom and Egypt, where also their Lord was crucified? Why are you not taking the side of the holy city, which will be trampled? It will be invaded. I'm not saying that Russia is going to come out. It's going to be very hard. This is talking about a major world war, lasts for, 3 some years or less than 3 years. And it starts conventional. We know 100% it's going to go conventional because why? Nobody wants to push that button. It goes conventional and then it ends up nuclear. And the problem with the mentality of the pompous American military is they think that, no one's going to hit the button. It's going to be assured mutual self-destruction. By the way, once you unlock the seal in Daniel, and once you unlock all these things, you'll begin to learn. Even the scripture talks about this assured mutual self-destruction. No, it's not going to be mutually assured self-destruction. It talks about the antichrist. By the time you find all these things, it talks about the kingdoms of the antichrist. Even they do have their own weapons. In the scripture, those are called arrows. But the way it describes those arrows is, say, if you take a look at Jeremiah, those arrows will be like a mighty warrior. They will all hit their target. None will come back in vain. Not one arrow will miss its target. That is not ancient warfare, where they shoot the arrows in the air and some will land on some body of a human being and the rest land in the mountains and the hills and the valleys. Saying that not one arrow will miss its target. And by the time you get to the other prophets and you find the zigzagging arrows, oh my gosh, you look at all the technology that's happening with the zigzagging missiles and my gosh, it's quite astonishing how the prophets describe this warfare in their ancient language. They're flabbergasted. How do they describe this war in their own language? They describe it. And how the holy city will win without treading the enemy's territory with their feet. Without setting foot on enemy territory, they will win. My gosh. How do you win a war without setting foot in enemy territory? It's called ballistic missiles. How do you explain when Jeremiah talks about, even though Babylon, remember, mystical Babylon encompasses the Western Roman Empire. It's not just Jerusalem. It's who's also born of earthly Jerusalem. Even though Babylon will put her fortification high in the sky, I'll bring them down, God says. That's in Jeremiah. Military fortifications, high in the sky. Yes, it's called satellites. He brings them down. And so we know that Russia is going to bring down satellites in the cosmos. And they did. They showed the world they can bring those satellites down. And of course, the Americans got very upset. They brought down one of their satellites. So the ballistic warfare is clearly in the scripture. And it gives you, it's impossible. Here's one thing we know for sure. Okay? So we will say things like, it's impossible for NATO to supersede Russia in the ballistic missile program. How do we know that? In the Bible. It's impossible. We know that. So no matter how much NATO powers will try to supersede Russia in the Arrow program, this missile system, it's fruitless. God is going to give this to the Russians. And whoever has the missile power wins. Those big barges that you see with the aircraft carriers, those are going to be like the ancient world when they came with elephants and a spear killed the elephant and it was over. Today's warfare is completely different. And this whole idea of warning, it's going to be an hour before the missile hits. Not anymore. Those missiles could be very low and they could zigzag around and you don't even notice till they hit you. And so there's many, many issues, and the victory is not given to the state of Israel, because if it is given to the state of Israel, what do you do with Daniel 11:41? It's conquered. Israel is conquered. And now we begin to understand. See, the Christian Zionists cannot answer, because if you look at the prophecies in the Old Testament, you find prophecies that the descendants of Israel are screwed. And you find prophecies that Israel is triumphant. How is Israel screwed over here? And why is it triumphant over there? It's triumphant over here because that is not all Israel who are descendant of Israel. They're screwed over here because that is the descendant of Israel. Until the descendant of Israel come to the party that not all Israel are descendant of Israel, they never make it. Impossible. You're telling me that God is going to give a victory for the unbelieving Jews, and then Christ is going to come and they're going to say, we're sorry. We rejected you and we hated you. Now we believe in you. That's not how the scenario is going to happen. The escape of the Jews is in several prophecies in the Old Testament from Israel itself. The condemnation of establishing the state of Israel is also in the book of Isaiah. God condemns the establishment of that state. Because what the Christian Zionists cannot answer is this question. Always the right question is what crushes the argument. Show me in the Old Testament where God commands the Jewish people to establish a state of Israel or to go to the land without repentance. The promise, the land of promise. In the whole Old Testament. The whole Old Testament, the whole idea of the land of promise. You cannot enter the land of promise when you are sinful. Doesn't mean you don't sin. It means sinful, full of sin, okay? You can't be a sinful nation and enter that land. What do you think this whole story, since you were a little child, your mother read you the story about Moses and how they stayed in the Sinai. Doesn't count? All the Sinai, you sinned. You can't. Moses is not going to enter. He sinned. Joshua enters. And this whole concept of the promised land, all of a sudden, God is not the same yesterday, today, and forever. That's another question you can ask the Christian Zionist. Is God the same yesterday, today, and forever? He says, yeah, he is not. He's the same yesterday, today, and forever. You say, no, you're wrong. He's not the same yesterday, today, and forever, because you say that he changed his mind. You can enter the land of promise without being sinful. Being sinful, you can enter. You can, in fact, build a Sodom and an Egypt in Jerusalem. You see, and it's okay. God's still going to redeem them. It doesn't work that way. God is the same yesterday, today, and forever. And this has been the dilemma I've been having. And so my wake-up call came from a lawsuit, actually. I got sued for $1 billion. I don't have $1 billion, but I was sued for $1 billion by Palestinians, what's the crime? Crimes against humanity. And I said, I didn't commit any crimes against humanity. Well, your preaching supported the settlers. Your preaching, your teaching is what caused all the death and the mayhem that is happening over there. They're right. They're right. I said, that teaching does cause bloodshed. No question about it. Finally. So I began to connect the bloodshed part committed by the Christian Zionists. All the bloodshed. And by the way, a war looms on the horizon with Russia and China. You know why? Because the evangelicals teach those are the kings of the East, and that Russia is Gog and Magog. So 200 million Chinese must die for the cause of Israel. And also the Russians, the Slavic world, must also die for the cause of Israel. You have to understand that eschatological mentality or the teaching of eschatology, whether you're Muslim, whether you are a Christian, the Muslim world has their set of eschatological concepts. Eschatological concepts are not just something that you teach in your masjid or in your church that just kind of you hear it and you're fascinated by it and you go home. No, no, no. Eschatological concepts drives powers. You know, the White House, Capitol Hill, Pentagon, all the people that work there, they go to church. They learn things from their mothers, their grandfathers. It's etched into the psyche of the American people. That's why I say I qualified dealing with this virus, because I was part of that, spreading the virus globally. It was part of the agenda. Spreading the virus globally. So I know what it's like, what the mentality, what the mindset is with these people who are innocently fell into this trap called Christian Zionism. And what the wake-up call must come is when you show them how you cause so much bloodshed. The blood is on your hands. The blood of these Palestinians was on my hand. It was on my hand. I was guilty. Guilty as charged. So it was the St. Paul moment. The road to Emmaus, you know, why do you persecute me? I thought I was doing the right thing. I thought that genetic Israel was the only Israel in the Old Testament. I wasn't so fan of these people, but God, you told me that. That's what you taught me. That's not what I taught you. I'm paraphrasing here. I never had this conversation with the Almighty, but I'm struggling in my mind. How do I face God in Judgment Day? God's going to say, I never taught you that garbage. You allowed yourself to be deceived by these deceivers. Because the moment you believe that only the descendants of Israel is the church, that means the non-descendants of Israel, they don't matter. Their bloodshed doesn't matter. Their death doesn't matter. What matters is the descendants of Israel. This racialist view, this whole racialist view. When we go back to nationhood without the Spirit, what do we become? If we don't have the Spirit, we don't have the essence of the Holy Spirit before the essence of nationalism, where America first comes before Jesus first. What does that define? That defines ultra-nationalism. That defines madness. That's where the madness lays. The devil knows that. So that's why sometimes we warn, we say, okay, we are anti the state of Israel, but it doesn't mean we hate the Jews, because that's the danger zone. People say, okay, now we must hate the Jews. That's the wrong approach. We must never hate the Jews. because there is a plan for the Jews. It is in the Bible. In other words, the apostolic succession Christian, he doesn't deny the concept of remnant Jews finding Christ. Orthodox, Catholic, Coptic, nobody denies those, that God has a remnant Jews that's going to convert in the end. The question is, who saves their life? The one who saves their life is the one who tells them to escape. Who will tell them to remain behind? The Zionist. The Christian Zionist will say, stand your ground, fight. God is going to give you the victory. That's the false prophet. That's the watchman who stands on the wall when the enemy comes, does not warn, does not blow the trumpet. That's the one who God will require the blood from that watchman. The watchman that sounds the trumpet and says, enemy is coming, escape. That's the one whose blood, the blood of those people is not going to be on his hand because he told the truth. And so that's the problem. The problem is that the Christian Zionist believes that it is impossible to dismantle the state of Israel. And that's what I used to believe. I used to believe that when Israel is born, it's impossible to dismantle the state of Israel. But God's speaking about a different concept of Israel. When he says my land, he's talking about everywhere where the church spread. All the nations, from the conversion of Abgar to the conversion of the Armenians and the Syrians and the Byzantine and all these. He's talking about all this expanse of land, how God is going to bring it back. So we have to ask the Christian Zionists and say, okay, well, Jesus, he gave a little short sermon in Nazareth, and he said, today this is fulfilled in your hearing. But he never continued. When he says the day of vengeance, the day of vengeance, where is that day of vengeance? By the way, the day of vengeance occurs in such few places. One of the places where the day of vengeance is in Jeremiah chapter 46. That vengeance is against daughter of Egypt. Well, Babylonian defeated Egypt in that war, but is speaking about a future dual fulfillment. Daughter Egypt is conquered and it's given to the power of the people of the north. So now everything begins to make sense. The power of the people of the north. That's the same north that is north where Daniel talked about the holy city. Because Gog in Daniel 11, 44 to 45, he builds his mosques between the seas and the glorious holy mountain. He calls it holy, 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 holy. Can't escape that one. So now we know the holy city that God ordains is in the north. Are you saying Russia is that holy city? Russia has been communist. They drink vodka. They got a bunch of bars in Moscow. What are you talking about? You don't understand. Because even in Zechariah, read Zechariah chapter 6, verse 6. And answer me one question, Mr. Zionist. Who is the subject of Zechariah 6:6? The black horses goes to the land of the north and the white ones follows them to the land of the north. So it is cursed by a wave. The second wave that comes after is the blessing of that nation. That's when that nation is established by God during the days of those kings. Wow. During the days of the acolytes of Antichrist, you're going to see it. So that's why me and Theodore will tell you what you're going to see happening in Russia in the future is great refinement. You will see. Now you don't believe me. You think I'm crazy. But you will see how that nation will refine tremendously. Unbelievable refinement. What's going to cause the refinement? It's going to get trampled. Interesting that wars and traumas is the only way man wakes up. There's two crooks. They ended up on both sides of Jesus when he was in the cross. Both are crooks. It took a trauma for one crook to realize he needs salvation. The other crook didn't care. The other crook was like the cop series, you know, when the cop says, "Hey, put down the knife," and that doesn't care. Comes with a cop shoots him and kills him. That's that crook. The other crook put down the knife. Yeah, I put down the knife. I want to live. So he says, "Remember me." So the story of really the divide of the church is two crooks. One crook repents, one crook doesn't. Russia repents, the United States won't. Europe won't. You're not going to repent. That pompousness of the West is going to continue. And it's going to be a regrettable day. So, Theodore, any other question?
Hold on. I think somebody was asking which verse is it? It says daughter of Egypt.
Oh. Jeremiah chapter 46. It becomes very interesting because you will not find a single scholar who will say that's future. What we discover from unlocking Daniel's mystery, or beginning to unlock Daniel's mystery, is that the dual fulfillments, you know what dual means? A dual fulfillment means, yeah, this was fulfilled when Babylonia took Israel back, and this been fulfilled here, and this been fulfilled there. What we discover is how many prophecies they were fulfilled, but they have a dual application. There's many more prophecies that have a dual nature than we previously thought. One of them is Jeremiah 46, daughter of Egypt. The Roman Empire, here's what we'll discover. Remember, the question is, where is the Roman Empire in the rest of the prophets? Because we know where the Roman Empire is in Daniel 2. We know where the Roman Empire is in the Apocalypse 13, the beast, the harlot. We know. But what we don't know, or the scholars never knew, is where is the Roman Empire in the rest of the prophets. That's where the key or the secret reveals. The Western Roman Empire is called Daughter Babylon. The Eastern Roman Empire is called Daughter Egypt. Why? Daughter Babylon means it's the harlot. It goes into harlotry. The Eastern Roman Empire, that part was conquered by the Ottomans. It was forced to convert to Islam. Gog and Magog becomes a persecuting agent of the Eastern realm of the Roman Empire. That means Byzantium, that means Turkey, that means the Middle East, that means Armenians. So we know the Armenians are going to get massacred. Major massacre in Armenia. We know. In fact, we said ahead of time that Syria, Bashar al-Assad, is going to be ousted, and that Turkey will put its feet in Syria. We knew ahead of time. In fact, I had a friend in Syria. We used to do like shows together. He's Middle Easterner, and he is a real scholar, very, historian, high caliber. So we used to do this program. And I told him, every time I used to talk to him, I used to tell him, leave Damascus. Finally he said, why do you keep telling me to leave Damascus? I said, you will not understand, because if I told you why you should leave Damascus, you will think I'm crazy and you won't listen to me. Leave Damascus. What? I said, it's going to be taken over by the Turks. They're going to put their proxy in Damascus. NATO will be involved, and they put their proxy in Damascus. It's going to be taking over. No, it's impossible. We have Russia, we have this, we have that, this and that, and this and this. And then it came. I stopped talking to him for 2 years. I haven't, 2-3 years. We lost contact, We worked together, we lost contact, and I forgot his name, and I said, Theodore, we had somebody in Damascus I forgot his name. We used to do interviews with, and he had to go back to old emails, and we finally found him, and I sent him a text on his, and now I'm talking to him. He's under the ground, hiding, and looking at his face, he says, "I'm in desperate need. I need to escape," because this guy was on TV. He was a prominent figure on TV. My gosh, it was hell having to escape from Damascus, telling me about the bodies he sees to the left, to his right, and it was hell to escape from that scenario. But we tell people ahead of time. People we rescued, they wanted to go to Germany. I said, no, go to Georgia. We won't send them to Georgia. I don't want to be in Georgia. We want to go to Germany, a convert from Islam. He wants to go to Germany. I said to him, they will hate you there. Oh, things are fine. I said, they will hate you there. They will kill you in Germany. Not now. Wait 5-10 years. They will kill you in Germany. Didn't listen to me. We get a call. Oh, I'm sorry. He went to France.
He wanted to go.
He wanted to go to Germany. Yeah. He ended up in France. So then he calls me kind of 3-4 months from now. He says, it's hell. Get me the hell out of France. They don't listen. People don't listen. And so when Theodore talks about things and he gets all these nasty comments, he used to get so many nasty comments. Now he doesn't get as much nasty comments now that he is anti-Israel. He gets a lot of positive comments. But before, he used to get all this hatred from evangelicals. You know, the hatred from evangelicals was immense. You know, that we're warning that Israel will commit bloodshed, that Israel is going to persecute. And people don't listen. But the end of Israel is coming. So where are we at? What was I talking about?
Dumb people in the chat, really. I want to get rid of them. It's just about prophecy, all the stupid questions come.
No, what's the question?
Stupid questions.
Let's hear.
Dumb questions.
Let's hear the dumb questions. What is the dumb question?
You guys are just retarded.
What's the dumb question?
Brazil in the Bible. It's just like, come on. Okay. Is America in the Bible?
Yes, it is.
America's in the Bible.
Yeah.
Okay. Should we prepare to leave America? I don't want to.
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
Not yet. We'll tell you when. But not yet. We still.
What is your opinion on the establishment of a Palestinian state? You just.
My opinion on establishment of a Palestinian state.
I know.
Okay. I mean.
All right. Whatever.
Here's the problem. In the mindset of people, you are either pro-Israel or pro-Palestine. I'm pro-humanity. I'm neither pro-Israel, neither am I pro-Palestine. I'm pro-humanity. In other words, if a Palestinian is going to kill an innocent Jew, I'm pro-Israel. If an Israeli is going to kill a poor Palestinian, I'm pro-Palestine. I'm pro-Israel in that occasion, and I'm pro-Palestine in that occasion. But that kind of concept, it doesn't bode well for most of you, because you're either pro-Israel or you're either pro-Palestine. Jesus was neither pro-Israel, neither was he pro-Rome. He says, render unto Caesar what is Caesar's, and unto God what is God's. He complimented nothing but Romans. I never heard him compliment Jews. He's complimenting a Roman centurion. He's saying, give Caesar what is Caesar's, and to God what is God's. So we have to always look at the common denominator between good and evil. You know, am I pro-Palestine? At this moment, I think the Palestinians should have a state of their own. I do believe that, yes. But if a Palestinian state turns wacky, I'm not for that kind of state. You know, Hamas has no other choice but to defend its people. I'm sorry. I mean, if I see my kids my wife, my family, my uncles killed. Hell, I'm living in Gaza. Hell, I'll join Hamas. I mean, what? There's a certain limit man can put up with seeing people killing your family. You know, what's left? You know, so you can't blame people for defending themselves. You know, that's the whole thing. Is America in the Bible? Well, the concept of the Roman Empire is larger than you think, because once you understand Isaiah chapter 23, though your feet colonized distant lands. Who's that? That's mystical Tyre. And one of the names of daughter Babylon is mystical Tyre. Tyre. Your feet colonized distant lands. That's the Roman Empire. When did the Roman Empire colonize distant lands? Britain was part of the Roman Empire. America was colonized, was a British colony. It's there. So God adjusts this concept and he expands the footprints of the Roman Empire, which includes also the United States. Where else do we find the United States? Ezekiel 16, there's the concept of Sodom. That God is going to restore a nation called Sodom. And he's going to give that Sodom to Israel. It's going to be a sister of Sodom, Jerusalem. And Sodom, Jerusalem becomes her mother, and the mother of that Sodom. And it's in a different land. And there is a mystical Samaria. So you think, oh, that's Old Testament fulfillment. No. I will restore to you, I will restore your fortunes to Jerusalem. When God says, I will restore your fortunes, restoration can only mean the birth of a state. So the birth of the state of Israel is definitely in the Bible. It's not the argument that God prophesied about the establishment of a nation called Israel. That's not the argument. The argument is the establishment of what state that state will be in. It's in a state of Sodom. That's the prophecy. That's what the Bible is trying to tell you. Yes, I'm going to restore that nation, but he's mocking, because it is your heart that wants to build that state. And it ends up a homosexual state, a bisexual state, a lesbian state. It ends up a persecuting state, and God condemns it. And so there is this whole concept of a global Sodom. By the way, I mean, 50 years ago, I'm 65. When I'm 15 years old, if somebody told me, you know, one day they're going to have a global Sodom where countries and governments are going to pressure people to accept this concept as part of life, I think you're crazy. Are you kidding me? Yes, they're going to have parades in the streets. They're going to parade publicly, and the government and the police will protect the parades, and it's going to go all over, and they're going to try to even send this stuff to Russia. I'll think you're mad. No way. Are you telling me? What are you talking about? Yeah, man, hairy apes will be loving hairy apes, smooching on the streets, running with their underwear. Are you out of your mind? And you read Isaiah, they parade their sin like Sodom does. They do not even try to hide it. Is this my words? No, that's Isaiah's words. They parade their sin like Sodom does, and they do not even try to hide it. The shame is so bad, it's in the open. In other words, Isaiah doesn't deny that there was this throughout all man's time, there was always these deviants, but it wasn't so common. He says it's going to become so common that it's going to be on the street parading. Have you really studied the Bible? Did these evangelicals really study the scriptures? Are you kidding me? Are these books that you see, books galore, Bible prophecy? Are these books really Bible prophecy? These books are worthless. They're not Bible prophecy, they're deception, because they're all focused on the state of Israel being the salvation of the world and a red heifer being the salvation of mankind. We're going to have to get the red heifer. My gosh. And so, yes, the United States, I'm sorry, will be on the wrong side of history. Europe will be on the wrong side of history. Why? Because they're missing the word east. Because the holy city is northeast. How do we know that? Isaiah chapter 41, verse 25. Daniel chapter 11, verse 44, 45. The east of Turkey and the north of Armenia, that's the area. It's in the farthest northeast. Norway is screwed. It's missing an east. They're in the west. Sweden is screwed. They're missing an east. Sorry to bust your bubble. You're west. And if we take a look at the behavior, shouldn't behavior tell us something? How are these countries behaving? Where is this deviancy common? Is it common in Moscow? Is it common in Russia? Dare these people go in the streets of Moscow and have a parade? What happens? They get bloody noses. I remember the days when Theodore used to say, look at Russia, look, and then YouTube will shut him down, shut him down, shut him down, shut him down. He says, look, you know, say, well, at least you have to be resilient to this kind of thing. In the Middle East, we don't tolerate these things. In the Eastern world, we don't tolerate that stuff. You can't go to the Middle East and parade your sin like Saddam does. Say, look at the Muslims. No, I honor the Muslims when they stop these kind of parade. That doesn't mean Saudi Arabia doesn't have those problems. They do. But it is nevertheless more common in the West. Yes, Ted? Well, that's okay. Let's see the dumb question.
Where do Native Americans, are Native Americans in the Bible? What's your opinion on Freemasonry? And just
Freemasonry, you know.
stupid question. No one's talking about Freemasonry.
I know, but the Freemasonry, there's plenty of guys that talk about the Freemasonry. You can go to Father Hears, you know, he'll talk about Freemasonry. You can go to the other guys, they all talk about Freemasonry. It's pretty much covered. What we want to cover is what the other guys do not cover. You see, let's have a specialty here. And that's our specialty, is the trends, where we see it, where we see things coming. Messiah, Mashiach, will come to rule from Jerusalem. The most evil leader in human history sent the most evil people in the sight of God. He will wage war on Jesus. I don't understand exactly what this person means. And why does he have to say Moshiach? You know, what's the purpose of speaking in Hebrew? Is that like a commandment? You must speak in Hebrew. You must say Moshiach in Hebrew. You must say Yeshua in Hebrew. If you want to speak really that Semitic language, then stop mispronouncing it. It's not Moshiach. It's Masih. It's not Yeshua. It's Yeshua or Yesua with a ayn. You don't even know how to pronounce the name, and you're insisting how we should pronounce these words. You're not saved by pronouncing the words. You're saved by the word. the essence of who the word is. You're not saved because you speak a few words in Hebrew. It's meaningless. All that talk, trying to speak a couple words in Hebrew, all that is really trying to Judaize people. It's not necessary to speak Hebrew. Yes, Ted, what else do we have here? Somebody said something about Russia there, up there here. Manasseh asked about Manasseh and Ephraim. Okay. A few weeks back, your dad.
Intelligent question.
There is an intelligent question, yes. Asked about Manasseh and Ephraim represented the church. Is this a good time for the answer or for another day? I can see it as a prophecy for today. For another time. That's a big subject. Manasseh and Ephraim. Yeah. See, when the Zionist reads Ephraim, they say, oh yeah, that's one of the tribes of Israel. That's the genetic, No, it's not. It's there's the stick of Judah and the stick of Israel in the hands of Joseph, in the hands of Ephraim, son of Joseph. So, Ephraim is the son of Joseph. So why do we use Ephraim? I'm just going to give just a very general concept. Why do we have Ephraim? Why don't we say Joseph? Why is Ephraim one of the tribes here and he's not one of the tribes there? Being a son of Joseph means it's not literal Joseph. A son born of. Not the same person. David reigns, Messiah reigns, because Christ was born of the lineage of David, Daoud. So, speaking of Christ, so God looks at lineage and he attributes allegorical ways to explain who he's talking about. Ephraim is a son of Joseph. He's not Joseph. So what he's talking about is an allegoric Joseph. David. Christ is called David, King David, parabolically, is called the king, David. And so it's not David, it's Messiah, Christ, who comes from the lineage of David. Daughter Babylon is not talking about Babylon. It's talking about something that is born from Babylon, that at one point in time, it was God's daughter. So there's two daughters, the Eastern Roman and the Western Roman. That became Christendom. It was the pride of Christ at its height. Rome, St. Paul, St. Peter, Romans. What does he say in Romans? The city of saints. It'll be called the city of saints. Rome, destined to be saints. Rome, my gosh, that's incredible. And then Byzantium. And so one of his daughters become a daughter Babylon, and the other daughter becomes a daughter Egypt, become a persecutor. This becomes a harlot, a Babylon. And so that's where these allegoric names come from. Ephraim resembles a Joseph. What does a Joseph resemble? Well, a Joseph, he had 10 mischievous half-brothers. Okay, so an Orthodox must view the evangelical as a half-brother. He's got something there, but he's messed up. So Joseph had 10 mischievous half-brothers. This Joseph has a war too. He's the stone, by the way. The stone of Daniel. He's also a Joseph. He is in the hand of Ephraim. So that stone that becomes a kingdom, that kingdom that God reserves in the days of these kings, during the acolytes of the antichrist, God raises a nation. That stone, that's Joseph. Joseph didn't surrender to harlotry. He didn't sleep with that woman. That resembles the church that remained faithful and did not go to bed with the harlot of Babylon. Refuses to go to bed with the harlot of Babylon. And so you have to take a look. What ecclesiastical power today has not slept with the Sodom, has not slept with the Babylon? What power, ecclesiastical power today remain faithful? You can't say Greece remained faithful. They're all in bed with Bartholomew of Constantinople. And that guy is a wicked man. He's the patriarch. They say, oh, all holiness, my foot. Not all holiness whatsoever. All demonic. And so it fell apart. The Eastern is falling apart too. The Orthodox is also falling apart. The part that's falling is falling towards the West. It's heading towards the West. What's heading towards the West is what is falling apart in the Orthodox world. So what you're going to see is the Orthodox Church is going to schism. And what's going to go towards NATO, pro-NATO, is done. To hell and under. That's it. Antichrist. It's going to go with Antichrist. The one that remains faithful. The Eastern goes north to the Orthodox of Russia. That's the one. Remains faithful, that's Joseph. The one who remains faithful till the end, that's Joseph. Who can tell me that the Russian church fell away? Only that one, and there are, maybe a few in Greece did not fall away. But Constantinople fallen away, the church. The Greek is falling away. Rome is falling away. So God preserves a kingdom, and that kingdom has to also have the right ecclesiastical together. Because the kingdom is the mountain. The ecclesiastical is the hill. The church is on a hill. Its light shines. So you have to have a symbiotic relationship between the ecclesiastical and the kingdom. Now, what happened to all the Christian kingdoms? Long time ago, the ecclesiastical and the governmental apparatus were symbiotically one. They began to fall apart. Rome fell. Now you have the Vatican, little hill. Greece doesn't have this government symbiotic with this church. There's only one place that was symbiotic, that was under the Tsar. The government and the church were one until the Tsar fell. Remember what it says in Daniel. Remember what it says in Daniel. When the power of the holy people is finally shattered, then all these things will be fulfilled. My gosh. The power is those mountains. The kingdom, the governmental power, that's the power. When the power of the holy people, the power that supports the ecclesiastical, is completely shattered all over all the kingdoms that spawned from Jacob, that are called the kingdoms of Israel. That's the church universal, the governmental system. All of them fall apart, all of them shattered. When was the last one that was shattered? The Tsar. Shattered. Then, after that, it gets into communism. Then the white horses comes and redeems that nation in the land of the north. Zechariah is specific, in the land of the north. But the land of the north has three divides. The Roman Empire is in the land of the north, centered in the land of the north. But there's another centered north of the other two. So you have a triangle. Holy Russia in the top north, and to the sides, this triangle, there is the eastern and the western of the Roman Empire. That one is Joseph. In her citadels, God is her fortress. Her citadels have multicolors. Why? Because that's the cloak of Joseph. It's the only place that their churches have these different colors. Ever wonder why the Russian churches have different colors? Very colorful. Because Joseph has a cloak. His cloak has different colors. His 10 mischievous brothers wanted to kill him. 10 horns comes against the holy city. 10. His 10 brothers finally end up bowing to him. Actually, it's 11. It never fulfilled. That prophecy was never fulfilled. He says, I dreamt that 11. Only 10 came. Benjamin, his brother, was missing. He was back home. He didn't come. So the prophecy was never fulfilled. Well, how does that prophecy get fulfilled? No scholar ever answered that question. How does the prophecy, the dream that Joseph had? Remember, Joseph, he was an interpreter of dreams. Daniel was an interpreter of dreams. There's a dream Joseph could not interpret. Not even Joseph could interpret. There is a mystery not even Daniel can interpret. Today we can. 10 horns comes against one, and that one conquers all 10. And they end up bowing to Christ in the end. So we don't have to think that there are literally 10 kings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Doesn't have to be. What he's speaking here is allegorical. He's trying to make you think. Joseph, 10 mischievous brothers, 10 a-holes. But Joseph is victorious in the end. And then you find that Joseph in book of Genesis. Joseph, his enemies will strike their arrows at him. When did Joseph's enemies strike arrows anywhere in the Old Testament? It's speaking future. From you comes the stone of Israel. Hello? In Genesis, look up the stone of Israel. From Joseph comes the stone of Israel. There's your stone. There is the rock. There is the stone that strikes the image at the feet. His tendrils went over the wall. Why? In other words, his territory was huge. The largest territory in the world, Joseph. The largest country in the world, Joseph. His enemies struck him with arrows, but his arm was agile. And he struck his enemies with his arrows. And he came with the bull like a horn, and he defeated his enemies from all over the place. He is the victorious one. Okay. When you talk about biblical prophecies, what you have to do, you have to think yourself, what if you were just a simple shepherd in Bethlehem, and you're reading the scrolls about the Messiah and the kingdom, and you're trying to contemplate what it's going to be like? It's the same thing. Now we're trying to contemplate the second coming, the end of the world, so on and so forth from this old text. Okay, so in the first coming happened, you have to ask yourself, what did you learn? They thought this is how the prophecies are going to be fulfilled about the Messiah. They were wrong. It was fulfilled this way, not that way. No, he doesn't come from Jerusalem. He hails from Nazareth, then he comes on a donkey in Jerusalem. So you have to learn from those lessons. How were these prophecies fulfilled? And they were fulfilled in a way that you never think, that's the line. He comes out of Egypt in a prophecy about the exodus of the Jews, and there he is in one line. It's in one line about the exodus. One line about this story over here, but there's this one line about this child is born unto us. But the context is about ancient Israel. Why do we have this one line that is separate from the immediate fulfillment? The answer is simple. Because the whole book is about him. The exodus of the Jews is about him. The story of Joseph, it's about him. The story of the church, it's about him. The story of the victory of the church is about him. The church emulates Christ. So the story is about Christ. Everything in Scripture, every jot, corner, nick, and cranny is about Christ. Everything. And so the concept of Joseph, why do we have three parties? Okay, for example, the Zionist argues and he says, oh, look, see here, Ezekiel 36. No. It talks about the homecoming of the Jews. Yeah, there's a homecoming, but the homecoming is not in sin. The homecoming is in sinlessness. How do you make that sinless homecoming to equate it to a sinful homecoming in 1948? Okay, so there is Judah, Israel, but if you take a look at Ezekiel 37, wait a minute, there's Judah, there's Israel, but there's a Joseph. Who's that one? That's the one that rescues all his brethren. In other words, that's the one that rescues the persecuted church all over the world. That's the one that rescued the persecuted church, whether it's Armenian, whether it's Palestinian. The Jews will persecute the Christians in Palestine. In fact, we could tell you ahead of time, the Jews will kill Christians in the Holy Land, specifically target Christians, and give them mock trials, and they will kill Christians in Palestine. They're going to kill them. And so who is going to come to help when Antichrist rules the West and rules, what's Byzantium, Turkey? The Antichrist will rule the whole Roman Empire. Who's going to help? Who's going to keep the communion holy? Where is this going to happen? Who's refusing to join the Ukrainian Nazi church? Who's the schismatic? The Russian church refuses. The Russian church is Mr. No. No. Bartholomew wants to do, no. Joseph remains steadfast. So we know ahead of time, it's impossible for the Russian ecclesiastical apparatus to fall. Impossible. It's going to be the church that is going to resemble Joseph. Remain steadfast. You have to remain steadfast. He who remains steadfast till the end shall be saved. Not the one who falls away. And so we understand the concept of Joseph. And now we get to the 12 tribes. And this is why you find there's 14 tribes there. There's 12 tribes here. There's 13 tribes there. Why? Each one is a different story. Doesn't this apply more to the papacy, the stone removed from the other under heresy? Strengthen thy brethren, all the prophecy about Peter as the rock. How is this? I don't understand how he's forming the question. He's trying to ask a question, but doesn't this, what is this?
Stone removed from the others.
What is this?
Strengthen thy brethren, all the prophecy about Peter as the rock. He's defending the papacy.
Okay, so,
He's against Russia, this guy.
okay.
He says, you don't understand the suffering inflicted by the Moscow Patriarchate for communism. He is not steadfast, Joseph. He is not steadfast, Joseph. Ropor was created for a reason.
So what's he say?
He's trying to say the Russians persecuted the church.
The Russians, under communism,
Yeah, under communism.
are you saying Putin is persecuting Patriarch Kirill?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Who's saying that?
Jack DeAngelis.
How is Putin persecuting Kirill?
I don't know.
I see them hugging all the time. How? You have to explain to me. How is Putin persecuting Kirill? Rokor created for a reason. What does that mean?
I don't know.
And when you ask a question, explain yourself. What do you mean? You know. Okay, what else? Two Romes have fallen. The third stands. Oh, and there will be no fourth. Philotheus. From Pesco. Who's this?
Praveen Souza.
The Suz. Oh, that's a very wise person. But you see, Philotheus's concept, no Russian was able to unravel his concept because he developed that concept and he wrote about it in 10 letters. He wrote about it in 10 letters, but he doesn't explain this concept. And so nobody understood how Philotheus reached this conclusion of two Romes and a third. Plus, Philotheus was talking about the ecclesiastical relation of Russia versus Constantinople and Rome. He doesn't touch upon the prophetic, though he does use Daniel, so definitely he's relating to eschatological concept here, that Russia will be victorious in the end, 100%. But the secrets of Philotheus, nobody understood. Nobody knew why. And so this is why we're doing our work, to show how Philotheus configured something that was not for his time. And this is the amazing thing about the Russian saints, when I study Russian saints, is that if I look at Roman Catholic saints, I find their material, a lot of it is laughable. In fact, many of the Catholics might get offended of what I'm saying here. Okay, if you're offended, let's bring your prophecies from your saints and let's compare them with the prophecies of the Russian or the Orthodox saints. Oh my gosh. They excel. And in fact, when I used to look at the Orthodox saints, when I was evangelical, I go like, ha! This is laughable. What are they talking about? Russia? Are they crazy? These people are crazy. It's Israel, it's Jerusalem. And so the problem is that you have a, what do you call that when you see things upside down? Metamorphosia, what do you call that?
What do you mean?
An illusion. A reverse illusion, what do you call it? When you see things in reverse. There's a word for it.
Paradox or?
No, it's optical illusion. An optical illusion. You know what an optical illusion is, right? An optical illusion when you see things upside down. Okay. So when you have an optical illusion, you think you're seeing things in the correct form when you're really seeing things upside down. And that's, they draw some artwork that is an optical illusion. It looks like a rabbit, but you can see it as a duck. But really it's a rabbit, but because of the ears, it looks like a duck beak. So it's an optical illusion. The problem that I had without understanding Daniel or that parabolic expression is how you unlock the secrets and the mysteries of Scripture, is that we see things in an optical illusion. So here comes a Russian saint and he sets the record straight. He says, no, it is the farthest northern nation is going to rescue the world. We're like, no, it's all the way down south. It's Jerusalem. Jesus is coming to Jerusalem. It says, you see how he's coming from, the way you see him coming, he'll come down. It says he's going to establish the kingdom in Jerusalem. But the Jerusalem he's going to establish, and the kingdom he's going to establish in that Jerusalem, St. Paul says that no man fathoms. You must have fathomed the unfathomable. And so the optical illusion sees north as south and south as north. That optical illusion is upside down. It must be set correctly. And the way you set it correctly is to examine the north in the Bible. You will not find a single verse in the Bible, in these prophecies, the favorite prophecies by all Zionists, when it speaks about a compass direction. The only holy status is given to an entity in the north. There is no holy status given to the east, the west, or the south. Take Psalm 75. Write it down, Psalm 75. God judges the whole earth. East, west, south. He leaves out the north. He doesn't judge the north. Why? Because there's a nation. So that nation that God will raise during the days of those kings, that stone is all over the prophets. You just don't see it. Because when you read the Old Testament prophecies, you keep thinking Jerusalem. So you're the old rabbinic. When they were expecting a Messiah, in their mind, they're reading all the text, Jerusalem, Jerusalem, Jerusalem. They're not thinking Galilee of the Gentiles. Galilee of the Gentiles in the north. And there's a prophecy in Isaiah. Ignoring one prophecy is catastrophic. Ignoring one word is catastrophic. Not all Israel are descendants of Israel. Ignoring not catastrophe of catastrophes. Catastrophe. Gog is in the prophets. Prophets plural. Take the S out. What happens? Are you not the one who I spoke through the prophet? Only Ezekiel? How important is that letter S? What happens if you take that letter S and throw it away? You'll never discover the mystery and the secret in Daniel. So how important is the letter? I will turn you around, he tells Gog. I will turn you around. That phrase, I will turn you around. How important is that phrase? Because he turns him from the south towards the north. Why? Because the holy city is north, not south. Why? God preserves Joseph in the north. Where do you find it? Daniel 11, 44 to 45. He has bad news from the east and the north. He sets up his mosques in the Armenian area, in the Caspian to the Mediterranean, expand Islamic religion towards the Holy Kingdom, the Holy Mountain, glorious Holy Mountain, north. There's the Holy Kingdom. We find the Holy Kingdom all over the place, the Holy City. They trample the holy city for 42 months. Where is it? How do you trample the holy city? If the holy city is universal church, you know, a few Armenians in Chicago and a few Greeks in Thessalonica and a few, it's a universal church, right? It's all over the world. How does he trample the holy city? He tramples it. He invades the territories. How do you explain Micah 5? He will come, he will invade our borders. Micah 5, read Micah 5:5, the birth of Christ in Bethlehem. Oh, Bethlehem Ephrata, you're the least of the clans of Judah. Continue the prophecy, and this one shall be peace when the Assyrian, that's Gog. Gog is the Assyrian. Nimrod, that's the antichrist. Gog is the Assyrian. When the Assyrian comes into our land, he comes into our borders. Then we will raise against him 7 shepherds and 8 principled men. And I promised my people, my followers, years ago, I said, one day I will understand the 7 shepherds and I will tell you the secret of the 7 shepherds. So now we know there's 7 metropolitan. We know those metropolitan come from Russia. And of course, Belarus will join. Of course, other nations, Armenia will join. So it's several mountains of Israel. Mountains, several nations in the north, specifically the northeast. All right, Ted, let's adjourn. All right. If you have any questions, you can write me, and I'll be glad to answer questions. And I bid you peace and God bless. And you take care.
All right. You want to end it?
Yeah.
All right. All right, guys. See you later. We had a good stream. It's been 7 hours, so pretty long stream. I'll see you guys soon. And yeah, you guys just heard some theology. God bless.